The ICC Men's Champions Trophy, brought to you by the BBC.
Indeed. Hello everyone. Good afternoon from us in the National Stadium in Karachi. It's England's final game in this tournament. They've already been knocked out, of course, and to add to the feeling of disarray and disappointment, the captain, Jos Buttler, resigned last night. So they're up against South Africa, who will make one of the semi-finals. That'll be decided over this weekend. And of course, they inflicted England's heaviest ever defeat in one-day international cricket during the World Cup 18 months ago. Well, it all sounds rather melancholy, but we'll enjoy bringing the game to you. We'll start by joining Mike Atherton, who's with the captains.
Final match then of Group B, standings still to be decided. Aidan Markram captains South Africa today, and for the final time Jos Buttler for England. The match referee Ranjan Madagala. Aidan, you've got the coin. Heads is the call.
It is heads, England.
We're going to bat first.
It is a head. Jos, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first today. Looks a decent wicket. There's a few cracks in it as well, and having seen the game the South African guys played against Afghanistan, that's educated our decision.
Big personal decision for you yesterday. Just explain why you made that decision ahead of today's game.
Just it felt like the right time, just to wait around and make that decision, just to give clarity and move on, and saves you guys guessing what I'm going to do or when I'm going to get sacked. So it was an easy decision, but obviously honoured to do it for one last time and would like to go out with a good performance.
And as you awoke this morning, feelings, relief, disappointment, or a combination of all kinds of conflicting emotions?
Many conflicting emotions, I think. Ultimately a bit of sadness as well. It's obviously such an honour to captain your country, and it's not panned out how I would have liked it to or dreamt about, but there's been some good moments in there along the way as well. So just try and enjoy all the little things that you get to do as captain today one last time.
Mark Wood injured for the last game, therefore you've got to make a change. What have you done?
Saqib Mahmood's going to come in. Obviously he's a new ball bowler, and really excited for him to get his chance today.
Thanks for your time. Wish you well in your final game.
Thank you.
Aidan, just a question on the toss first of all. What would you like to be doing?
Yeah, we're actually happy to chase. Haven't chased yet this comp, and will be a great challenge against a really strong English team. So not too disappointed that we're chasing this evening.
Obviously some injury or illness or around, given that you're standing here. Explain all.
Yeah, just two guys. We've had a bit of illness around the camp the last week or so, but Tony and Temba are proper man down back at the hotel. So unfortunate to not have them available for today, but hopefully they can recover quick, and if we do progress, they can play a big role for us.
So you're having to rejig your batting order in particular. What's happening at the top there?
Yeah, Stubbo's going to just go straight up to the top for us. So test match batter, technically a good player we believe, and if he can get going in the power play, it can be something nice to watch. So he slots in at the top. The rest of the team remains unchanged.
8 days since you played. How have you been filling your time?
Yeah, it was interesting in Pindi. Obviously got rained out there, but fortunately got back this side. Had some good training sessions, and here we are at game day. So it's gone pretty quick, at least for us. We've managed to keep ourselves busy to an extent, and quite keen for this game.
Go well today.
Cheers, thank you.
Jos Buttler then has won the toss today. England will bat first.
Mike Atherton, thank you. Just walked off with his jacket off, indicating it's extremely hot out there. It's around about 30 degrees, so quite muggy down here, close to the sea, of course, and England choosing, therefore, to bat first. Rather different than they did actually in Mumbai that time 18 months ago, where Jos Buttler subjected them to 3.5 hours in the field, and crikey, it really did. It was a pretty ugly game, that one. Victor's alongside me. Chris Wokes, I can see, stroking his beard thoughtfully back in the UK. Hello, Chris. Lovely to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. A little
all
bit
well
different,
with you?
Definitely different weather here, Agus, let me tell you.
Well, can I just say, on the record, I think it's about the first day of sunshine and warmth that we've had, to be honest. The rain has been playing havoc up in northern part of Pakistan. Let's get your thoughts, first of all. You know Jos Buttler very well. I guess there's this sort of an air of inevitability about it, but it's quite unusual for a captain to fall on his sword before a tournament ends and then still captain the last game.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often, does it? I suppose it's very sort of unique circumstances, but I think we probably could see it coming, I suppose, after the last result against Afghanistan. He obviously, knowing Joss, he did look quite dejected, and I suppose it's one of those things as a captain, you kind of know when your time's up, and probably happy for him to do it on his own terms rather than being pushed. So yeah, feel for him. Obviously a good friend, played for him for a long time, and obviously played under him and with him. And it's such a shame to see him go out, I suppose, in this manner, because he probably deserves a little bit more. Obviously what he's given to the team and what he's given to English cricket. But this is the game, results business, and we move on.
Yeah, and he'll still be around. I mean, hopefully, this decision might release him, liberate him a bit, and get it back to scoring runs. Yeah,
absolutely. I think England are desperate to have the best Jos Buttler out there, aren't they? And when he's firing, he's at his best. For me, there's no better white ball cricket we've ever had. So it's important that we get Jos in that frame of mind and playing that sort of cricket. And I'm sure when he is playing that way, England win a hell of a lot more games, and obviously at the minute particularly in this format, it hasn't been the case. So excited for what's to come, I suppose, because obviously getting him back to his best is only going to be good for English cricket.
Yeah. Interesting to see what happens today, isn't it, Chris? I mean, in this situation, England could either come out, they've lost in the captain's last game, they come out and just actually smash the ball over the place and have an imposing victory. Or they're flying home tonight. They've lost 2 games. They lost to Afghanistan. They're out. They could fall in a heap. Yeah, it's a bit of I feel like this sort of situation as a player, it's never a nice place to be, because obviously you've put yourself in this situation, I suppose, in the first place. But it's never a good place to be, because you're kind of in a no-win situation. People are kind of saying, if you get beat, it's kind of, we saw that coming, and then if you win, it's kind of, there's no pressure on this one anyway. So, bit of a tricky position to be in as a player, but I suppose all you can do is go out there, you're representing your country. Playing for England is a huge honour, and I suppose, a game like today, it still goes down as an ODI cap. ODI runs to be had, ODI wickets to be had, and they'll be wanting to go out there and put on a show for the fans and for themselves as well. Right. Chris, we'll catch up with you during the course of this game. The umpires are, I can see, braced down there. They're coming out for the national anthem shortly. All these youngsters bearing flags and so on lined up. They'll be unfurled in a moment. Victor is alongside me. What are you expecting today, Victor? I mean, I know it's kind of very difficult to predict, really, but that scenario that's talking about with Chris there, I mean, they could come out and just belt this around. But having said that, South Africa are a very good side, by the way. But you could see a liberated England, or you could see an England with a foot on the plane.
Yeah, it's almost, as he said, a no-win situation. But there's 1 or 2 players in that team who have underperformed, whose places are under scrutiny, you would think. Get 150 here, and hang on, you have to have a bit of a rethink. And he'll be penciled in for the next match, whenever that is. But it is a horrible position to be in as far as England are concerned, because there's nothing to play for but except a bit of pride. I think it helps a bit that Jos has cleared it all up. I'm going, so there's not that tension around the camp, and I think there will be an element too that the players will want to sort of give him a good send-off, so that the last match is not a debacle but something quite memorable. As far as South Africa are concerned, they've timed their illnesses jolly well. Yeah. Because they're all, bar the mathematics, through to a semi-final. They don't know which semi-final, so it's a good time to have the illness if you're going to get it.
Bizarre situation that they've all got to fly to Dubai to find out who's going to be in the semi-final, what team's going to fly home again, back here again. But anyway, that's a discussion for another time. We've got some fireworks going off down there. The teams are on their way. They've been following the umpires who are in charge today. Rod Tucker, Hassan Raza. We've seen all the umpires around actually the last few days, sharing the same hotel with them. Umpire Wilson has been on jovial form around the buffet, and he's number 4 today. So England lining up to the left-hand side. As we look at it, it's a change of ends here. It's interesting because they've rebuilt part of this ground in Karachi. Usually the players actually in the same end as we are, but there's a new stand down there which has the players' dressing rooms in, and let's brace ourselves the last time in this tournament at least for the national anthem. And now the national anthem of South Africa. Well, that's the anthems dealt with. A very small crowd here. Very disappointing, actually, on a Saturday, looking around. Sometimes a bit hard to tell because the shade of the stands here in Karachi starts about halfway up the terracing, but even looking up to the very back of the stands to the right there, well, there's virtually nobody here, if I'm absolutely honest with you. I suppose in terms of the tournament, it's a dead game, but they've been so desperate for international cricket here that it's disappointing that there aren't more to watch this match. With England choosing to bat first, they made a change. Saqib Mahmood coming in for Mark Wood, who's got a bit, certainly quite a serious left knee problem. I was chatting to him yesterday. It sounds as if the surgeon's knife will be required there, I'm afraid. England, Salt and Duckett. Smith still at 3. Root, Brooke, probably captain-elect. Butler, current captain for one more game. Livingston, Overton, Archer, Rashid, and then Saqib Mahmood comes in for his first game in this tournament. South Africa, couple out through sickness, including the captain, Temba Bavuma, who's replaced by Tristan Stubbs, who's played 8 of these games. Turns out for Manchester Originals in the 100. He's scored one to international 100, and he's going to open with Ryan Rickleton, Rassie van der Dussen. There's some familiar names here. It's a very strong South African batting lineup. Van der Dussen, Markram, Klaassen, who caused mayhem in that game I was talking about in Mumbai 18 months ago. Miller, Mulder, Janssen can bat there at number 8. Maharaj will throw the bat as well at 9. Rabada and Ngidi. And Chris, are you gesturing just to say something of import down there? I see you waving on my screen.
I actually know I'm trying to get hold of Jack, who's through the window there, but it's all good. It's all good.
I thought you were waving at us. Never mind, it's gone a bit dark in your studio as well.
Never mind. It's to do with the lighting. in here.
We've been having a bit of that problem here as well. But never. In fact, I got rushed back to the hotel the other night. I had to get showered and changed quickly to go out, Victor. I had to do the whole thing entirely in the dark, which wasn't bad for a room I didn't know very well, to shower and change in the dark.
No obvious bruises visible.
But I'm not actually. Wasn't really sure what I was putting on, if I'm honest, or whether it was the right way around. Anyway, there we go. Great to have you all with us, listening to us on this Saturday morning, back home in the UK. It's a sorry tale of England's performance in this tournament, but hey, here we are in Pakistan. Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy some warmth and some cricket as we head towards spring. Back home, 1st of March today, isn't it? So we're kind of getting there. We're getting through the winter. And let's see what England can come up with in their last game. It wouldn't surprise me if they put on a terrific performance here. I really hope they do, as much for Joss Butler's sake as anything else. But we've got to be honest, the first 2 performances, both games that really, well, they certainly could very strongly have won. I'm hesitant in saying should have won, but it's just feel if one of those games, if they had won one of those, Victor,
well, if they'd won,
it might have turned this ship around.
Absolutely,
you know?
But if they'd beaten Australia, I mean, it's a big if. What ifs are not much use, really. But if they had beaten Australia, I suspect somehow or other they would have beaten Afghanistan, and they'd be wondering which semi-final they're going to aim for. But that was not to be. In some ways, it's more frustrating. I suppose losing narrowly is better than losing by a margin of 200 runs, but it's a bit tantalising when you get close, which they obviously did against Afghanistan, and for most of the game against Australia. You thought this is going to be a very tight game until the very end, when there were still about 3 overs to spare.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We're just about ready. Salt is going to face the first ball. There's a couple of slips, and then a third man, backward point, extra cover mid-off. We've got a sort of slightly unusual view here, in that actually much of our view is dominated by the sight screen. So we might be better off standing up to peer over the top of it at times. But anyway, I can just see Janssen's head. He's going to bowl the first ball. Similarly, mid-on, and then mid-wicket is more in view there, and a long leg down in the distance. So it's left arm over. Janssen, who moves in and bowls the first ball, which Salt defends. It's a good length on the off stump, and he plays that carefully up to mid-off.
I mean, I expect we've clarified South Africa's position, but just in case, I will try and do so, which is...
This is dangerous.
They have the same number of points currently as Afghanistan. However, their net run rate is so superior that the sages around here say there's no point actually giving you any examples of what England would have to beat South Africa by to allow Afghanistan a chance. It's not really possible.
Janssen again, tall man, bowls left arm over. He's hammered for 4. Over cover, it's in the air, but Saltz has thrown the bat at that. Some width from Janssen, and Saltz away there with a decent shot. It was wide. He did hit it in the air, but he hit it high enough and hard enough to be safe, and he's away with a welcome boundary. Yes, I think basically England got to score about 1,000 and South Africa bowled out for 2 or something.
Yeah.
So it's not going to happen.
And the other oddity is that South Africa doesn't know what the consequence of winning or losing is, because India have not played against New Zealand, who are the other semi-finalists.
That's
so
tomorrow.
We don't know who is top of that group. We don't know at the moment who's going to be top of this group.
I think you've explained that very well, Victor.
Well, that's best. I don't think I could do it again.
Well, net run rate is a bit complicated. So 4 for no wicket, and Janssen again, left arm over the wicket, bowls far too wide, and there's a swish there from Salt, and it's taken one-handed by Klaasen, diving to his right in front of slip, and we saw a very nervy start. Do you remember about the one thing that made South Africa look weak in that game was that Janssen's actually the semi-final where Janssen really produced a very nervous spell of bowling, and he's bowled a couple of wide balls here. But, Salt missed out on that occasion. 5 for no wicket, 2 balls gone, and goes Janssen very wide again. Well, the umpire's I think been quite kind there, but he's a kindly soul, Rod Tucker, and he's let him get away with that.
He was a batsman though, wasn't he?
Rod is all-rounder.
Was he?
Probably medium pace.
That was quite wide. It didn't deter Salt going after it, of course.
No.
But, borderline.
Yeah, definitely. So Marco Janssen, moustached, turns it with a sight screen obscuring much of the view of him, but he appears now and bowls clubbed into the onside, almost a chance at mid-wicket. It's mistimed. Made a strange dinking sort of sound there. You could hear it from here, but it's gone for 4. But that was not a well-timed stroke out of the middle, and almost gave an acrobatic catch to mid-wicket. He came down the pitch, kind of thumped the ball away through the leg side. He wasn't too far away from that fielder diving there, but happily for Salt, far enough away.
My initial impression of Salt is that he's going to play a little bit more aggressively than normal, which is very, very aggressive.
Well, it was.
Therefore, he's had a couple, one wide which he swished at.
8 for no wicket, 2 balls to go. Janssen bowls on off stump. That's a nice looking shot. He stroked that firmly up to mid-off, where there's a diving save, and there's no run. 9 for no wicket in this first over. I think all the South Africans have got sun hats on. It's a warm day in Karachi. The kite hawks are soaring overhead as they do, wheeling round and round. And Salt prepares to face the last ball of this first over of the match. Janssen runs away, bowls short. Oh, he's hit it in the air. He's going to be caught at mid-wicket by Van der Dusen. And Janssen celebrates there. Very mixed over. and a rather mixed innings. And England are 9 for 1 after 1, with Salt clubbing an easy catch there, or misclubbing, if I'm honest. Misclubbing a catch to mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, he was going to thrash at everything, it seems.
Yeah.
And that ball, I might have shimmied a little bit down the pitch. Maybe Jansen saw him, he banged it in, got up almost to head high, never in control of the shot off the splice, and it went very, very gently to square leg. I don't know. It's, he obviously wasn't setting himself for the long haul today, I don't think.
No, didn't look like it. This is a danger today. We're going to see a rash of these. Jamie Smith's coming out. He played a horrible shot the other night. And he's got to show that actually this responsibility that he's been given at batting number 3, that he's the man to go forward. He's got a lot to play for here. I would suspect another dismissal like, well, actually the 2 that we've seen in this tournament so far, and that number 3 position will be very much at risk.
What about a number 1 position?
Well, opening.
Greg Salt. Oh, not Greg Salt.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you're right. That's one that'll be debated. That innings would have helped him.
Anyway, here he comes. It is.
Yep.
I mean, the thing about 50-over cricket, particularly on surfaces that are essentially batsman friendly, it's the place where everyone wants to bat at the top, because the opportunity to get a really significant score, if you get through the first few overs, is fantastic. But it's almost a privilege to get asked to bat up there. It seems to be in this format, because from there you can get 3 figures and more, as Duckett has shown us.
And Geedy, the big, strongly built fast bowler, sends the first one onto the off stump, and Duckett carefully defends it, plays straight down the pitch. But the disappointing thing is, I know we've said it, but the disappointing thing is that they've been given object lessons from Duckett, not least, in the first match. Ibrahim, the Afghanistani batsman, Joe Root, of getting yourself in. You've got time. That thrash there is just... You're not giving yourself the best chance, are you? Geedy lumbers in, bowls, and that's flicked away in the air by Duckett. Out towards deep square leg, he'll pick up 4. So Geedy strays onto the leg stump, and that's neatly put away by Duckett.
Well, that was sweetly timed. It's not a perfect delivery, but he hasn't tried to hit that too hard. He's just helped it away, square of the wicket, in the air to start with, but no one in the way.
13 for 1. England choosing to bat first. Hot day, Karachi. Just some trace cloud way above. And large birds circling round, swooping on the thermals directly overhead as the slip comes out.
What did you call them? Kite hawks, didn't you? Did you?
Well,
I'm not going to argue.
I think they're kites, aren't they?
Kites. But as things get worse and worse for one of the sides, they become vultures.
Oh, well, they do, definitely. Here's Geedy bowling. Duckett defends, pushes that square into the offside. It's fielded in the gully by Stubbs, who's in the side instead of Bavuma. Well, there aren't so many vultures around, so it's part of the world. I remember Simon Mann doing some fascinating research on the shortage of vultures. You were here when we first came. We said, it was a very quite
we might hear more about that.
Quite a piece of work he delivered during one Test match. I think it was in Ahmedabad. 13 for 1. And Geedy towers over the umpire, bowls, and Duckett flicks it away again. Slightly uppishly, but out towards deep square leg. He's picked up another boundary. And Geedy again strays onto the leg stump. Mr. Raza signals 4. Duckett moves to 8. And England are 17 for 1 in the second over, having chosen to bat first.
Well, that's another lovely shot, isn't it? I mean, he's not being rash here. It's a little bit full on leg stump. He's kept that one down a bit more than the previous one, actually. Timed it beautifully without hitting it at all hard. There's only 3 men on that leg side, and he hasn't quite got his line right.
No.
And Duckett's taken advantage.
In comes Geedy, And he's there now, and he bowls. Duckett again turns into the leg side. Can he get 2? I don't think so, as Rabada sprints back from mid-on to pick that up. He got into the same lift as me yesterday, Kagisa Rabada. And when he first appeared, he was a lean, wiry, young fast bowler, wasn't he? Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's a reasonable sized lift. I was the only person in it, and I felt myself pinned to one side. Immense shoulders. He's just such a strongly built man now. Crikey. It basically took all the lift up. 18 for 1. And what's Jamie Smith going to do here?
Well, the other night he actually played quite carefully against the seamers.
Yeah. In comes Ngidi, bowls to him, and he's beaten by a good one there. Round about the off stump, good length, flies past the outside edge, taken by the keeper Klaassen. So 2 overs are being bowled, and it's 18 for 1. Smith only faces that 1 ball. Duckett has 9. If you're just tuning in, Salt already dismissed the last ball of the first over for 8. Caught at mid-wicket. Not many spectators for the music player to entertain, unfortunately.
See there's a couple St George's sort of flags draped over seats.
Yeah.
More flags than people, almost.
Yes, it's a very, very small crowd. Yeah. Jansen's going to bowl the 3rd over. Duckett pouring at the ground with his boot as he marks his guard. There's 1 slip. Fine leg is up on the edge of the circle. 3rd man is back. And so the other deep fielder is at square leg. Jansen runs in now, bowls to Duckett as a wide down the leg side. He's quite wayward, isn't he? I mean, he's a good cricketer. He's got lots going for him, but
yeah.
When
it clicks,
when you see somebody struggle when the pressure's on, and it kind of lingers with you a bit, because as a cricketer or a sportsman, you kind of mark that person out as possibly being a bit fragile, and I can't help it with him because we've seen him under pressure find it difficult before. It's probably very unkind. Here's Jansen again on the leg stump, tucked away out to the man at deep square leg.
I mean, in a curious way, he's not under huge pressure today. He might be in the semi-final, wherever they play it. Yeah. But he's tall. He can get that ball swinging in sometimes. He gets bounced, obviously. When it all clicks, he's very dangerous. But
he's a bit of a gamble in the power play, isn't he? Let's be honest, from South Africa's point of view, because he is wayward and with the field up. But he has taken a wicket. Salt mistiming that pull shot. 20 for 1 in the 3rd over. And Smith, right-handed, waits for Jansen, who sets off running away from his shadow to his right. Bowls a good one, and is that a good catch? No, it's just dropped short of slip. Almost got there, one-handed, low to his left-hand side. It was a bit of a prod from Smith, the angle there, helping to find the edge of the bat. But just looking at where this went, it was actually quite a good ball, that, and it bounced. Deserved, really, for that to carry to slip. It might have been a bit deep, but it landed about a foot in front of his left hand.
Yeah. So we've seen the good and the bad. You know, almost the shoulder of the bat still didn't quite carry.
No. 20 for 1 in the 3rd. Jansen creeps in, bowls short. Oh, another horribly mistimed shot. Out he goes. Smith goes for a duck. Completely mistimed. If you heard that on the radio, it sounds like sort of the hammer that misses the nail. It hits the plank of wood that you tried to drive the nail into. It was just a horrible clunk. Smith's out for a 3-ball duck, and it's 20 for 2.
Well, it looks ugly, I'm afraid. All I would say, I think I've been there, and you might have been there on the odd England tour. You get to the end of the tour, and there's nothing left there.
No.
Chris might have been there. He'll tell us in a minute. There's sort of nothing, and it looks terrible, and it looks like, well, they're just not trying. You know what? The team's not trying, and I think I can remember playing in the odd England side at the end of a tour which hadn't gone particularly well, and you are trying, but there's nothing left to give, and it all looks awful. Because, bluntly, the 2 dismissals from 2 batsmen under the spotlight after the last game have got out to the first short ball. They've gone for the pull.
I think we can say categorically those 2 positions are going to have to be looked at in much the same way as they're reviewing the captaincy. I'm sorry, Salt and Smith at 1 and 3 are going to have to be seriously reviewed.
Absolutely. I think that's right.
This is a 50-over game.
Yeah. I know it makes absolutely no sense looking on. All I'm remembering is the odd time many, many years ago on tour where things haven't gone well and you got to the last game and you are sort of doing all the right things, but there's nothing left to give. And that, so far, actually, Duckett, man in form, has hit 2 crisp boundaries and played everything on his merit and looking like normal. But those that are struggling, there's just... I'm being very generous in a sense. There's nothing left there, and they just can't function.
Joe Root's arrived, in goes Janssen, bowls to him, and he defends. He got that very good 100 in the last match. He plays this Upton bid off. I should mention that the sound of the hammer missing the nail and hitting the piece of wood is a familiar one. That's why my shelves and so on never stay up for more than about 5 minutes.
Never seen you as a big DIY man.
I do.
I would have thought it's probably banned by your wise wife.
I recognise the sound.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think the modern expression is clothing it.
Yes.
20 for 2. In goes Janssen, bowls to Root on the front foot now.
Well, if I were Janssen, I'd bowl another bouncer because another short ball because the first 2 prompted the simplest of catches on the leg side.
Little ginger cat runs past, very friendly yesterday. I think he's quite a cunning mouser. This
Why
chap.
do you say that?
Well, he's very confident and he's striding round here in front of the commentary box, very friendly. And this is his territory. It's his patch, and he looks pretty well fed. 20 for 2. Root not yet off the mark. Janssen towers over umpire Tucker. Root on the back foot plays that circumspectly into the offside. Some rebuilding required here for England. They're 20 for 2, and we've had 3 overs.
I thought actually, I thought they might actually juggle it around a bit more. I thought Banton might have played this game just to give him a go.
Yeah.
In that he would have actually relished the opportunity, whereas the impression is that the top 2 there was nothing left there.
It's disappointing given that they are under the microscope, and that should be enough incentive, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I know, but it should in theory, but it's never quite as simple as that because it looks like they don't care, and I don't think that is the case. It's just that there's nothing left there. They're sort of shocked. It's kind of a shell shock after the experiences of not just perhaps the last week as far as Salt's concerned. He's had quite a difficult tour of India as well.
Geedy's on his way, moves in, bowls, and Duckett drives into the offside, well fielded there at cover. I'll throw something else into the mix, and this is not being harsh, but it's something that will be discussed about.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps they're not good enough.
Well, what I've been thinking a lot is that I can see the merits of Salt as a T20 player, but I keep suggesting that T20 and 50-over cricket are not the same. No. They are different games, and some of the qualities you need in 50-over cricket, well, they demand that you have the capacity to stay at the crease a bit longer.
And Geedy, right arm fast, bowls, and Duckett's flicked that away very fine. That'll come for 4 because the man out of the leg side boundary is actually a deep square leg. The man inside the circle, actually just out of our view, the sight screen completely blocks out our view of the leg side field. But anyway, he obviously couldn't get near that one, which again was swinging even further into the pads.
It's interesting, the majority of the sides, I haven't done a very careful analysis, but the majority of the sides actually send out their test openers. For a reason. Most players play shots anyway nowadays. If you get through the first 10 overs unscathed, and the runs seem to come anyway, your quid's in, potentially.
Well, England set up their good score against Australia at 350, but being 200 for 2 at 30. 20 for 2 here in the third. Now Geedy Was going to change his line there. He's going to come round the wicket, but he's decided against that. He's going to continue coming over the wicket to Ben Duckett. He's there now, bracing up as he plays that away. He just beats the diving point fieldsman. Ball's running out towards that boundary. It's going to be nip and tuck as to whether it's saved. It is saved, actually. Good piece of fielding, running back by Stubbs. And they take take 3 there. So Duckett goes to 17 from 9 balls. 27 for 2.
On the evidence of what we've seen so far in this tournament, quite a lot hinges on this partnership. I mean, it's the 2 form players thrown together very, very early on in proceedings.
No, I think it's a fair comment, Victor. 27 for 2. Ball was flying all over the place there, looking at the replay. Geekley's got a good sweat on it. It is a warm afternoon here. And Root, you hear him scratching away there, marking his guard. Not yet off the mark. Duckett 17 from 9. Root looks around the field. There's a slip and there's a gully. So there's a third man and there's a fine leg. Those are the 2 that are out. And Geedy runs in, bowls to Root on the back foot, plays that to that gully fieldsman that I was talking about there. It's fielded by Muller. It's 27 for 2 in the 4th over. England are out, but still the question of these semi-finals to be decided, and along with this match and the one tomorrow, India New Zealand, which should be a really good game, actually. 27 for 2. Geedy on his way, bowls to Root with his bat raised. He's sliced that down to third man, doesn't carry, gets there on the first bounce. Van der Dusen finds himself down here, and they take 1 run. 28 for 2.
Well, I think if nothing else, we have to acknowledge that the best 4 sides have got to the semi-final. There's not been any freak advance. And there's a lot to look forward to in terms of, the contest.
Yeah, the quality of the games.
Yeah.
Duckett looks around. There's 1 ball to go. In the 4th over, he's waiting now, and Geedy runs in a measured sort of approach, and he bowls. That's tucked away into the leg side. Wait on, shouts Duckett, as that's fielded at mid-wicket. And that ends the 4th over. So they're rattling along, 7 over, but they've lost those 2 wickets. Both Salt and Smith, the 2 you could argue in the batting lineup with the most to prove. Salt for 8, Smith for a duck, more from Victor, and then Simon Mann.
I mean, the earliest suggestions are too, looking at what we've seen, is that actually it's not a bad surface on which to bat. The ball's coming on. We've seen some glorious shots actually from Duckett already. Jansen's got a bit of bounce, and that's dealt with both the dismissed batsmen. He got them on the splice, so there is a little bit of pace here, certainly by Pakistan standards. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Victor. And good morning to everyone listening, and everyone listening around the world as well. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever. ABC in Australia, the ICC website. By Sports Sector, Jansen bowls, open face, down towards deep third from Root, brings him a single, and takes England to 29 for 2, start of the 5th over. If you want to have a look at those 2 wickets that have fallen so far.
I wouldn't.
Well, you've already seen them, Victor. So but people might want to make their own judgments before they, pile in on social media. They're there on the BBC Sport website. There's also an article from Stephen Shumwell about the current situation with the England men and women's team, where he gets quite fired up as well. It's worth having a look at that, see whether you agree or disagree. 29 for 2. Duckett on 17 from 10. There's a slip in. And it's the left armour, tall left armour to the left-hander. Duckett bends at the knees. Jansen bowls to him. Duckett plays into the onside quietly towards Miller, fielding it mid-on. Markram's at mid-off, the captain today. A bit of sickness in the South African camp. So a couple of changes for them. Stubbs is going to open the batting for the first time in his international career. He's not batted above 4 in a list day game. So that's for later. South Africa in the field this afternoon on this humid, warm day. It's not roasting hot by Pakistan, or by Karachi standards, but it is pretty warm. Janssen bowls, forced away by Duckett towards mid-on, stopped by Miller wearing his green boots, and there is no run. Fair to say the prospect of England and South Africa hasn't exactly turfed them out of their homes in Karachi today. I can see lots of orange, purple, blue, green, yellow and red seats. A very colourful array of seats at this ground at the National Stadium. You stand at the far end since we were last here for England's 3-0 win under Ben Stokes a couple of years ago. Here's Janssen bowling, flicked away firmly by Duckett towards deep back of square leg, so firmly in fact, and so accurately it's gone away for 4. There is a fielder on the deep square leg boundary, but he could not get round. Nice stroke from Duckett, takes him to 21 and England to 33 for 2. A mop of the brow from Janssen in the 5th over of England, winning the toss and deciding to bat first. It was on the pads and Duckett dispatched it.
He dispatched it right out of the meat of the bat, because that absolutely, it's only a flick, but it sped across the turf. I mean, I think he's quite enjoying himself at the crease, Duckett, at the moment. He's timing the ball beautifully off his legs.
And Janssen tries again and bowls to Duckett, and Duckett clips that one away nicely through mid-wicket. Probably get 2 this time. That fielder who's on the deep forward square leg boundary went to his left to start with, and now has had to go away to his right-hand side. It's Rickleton, Ryan Rickleton, who scored 100 in the last match. So 2 more to Duckett. England go to 35 for 2, end of the 5th.
There have been a limited number of pluses for England to take out of this tournament, but one of them, without doubt, I don't want to put the mockers on him.
There's no such thing as a commentator's curse, Victor.
Has been the batting of Duckett.
If he gets out, it's either the bowler's fault or the batter's fault, if you saw what I mean. Something to do with you.
Okay. The big 100. He played pretty well the other night against Afghanistan.
Janssen bowls. Duckett plays defensively into the onside. There we go, you see. Plays it up towards mid-on. Nothing to do with you whatsoever. End of the over. 5 gone. 35 for 2. Duckett has 23 and Root has 2. So it is a familiar tale in this competition. England have been 43 for 2, 30 for 2 and 20 for 2. It's coming down. And similar sort of shots, and now the onus back on Root and Duckett again to try to repair the damage, which they've done, well, once very effectively and the other day reasonably effectively, in that Duckett got out just before the 100, but they did repair the damage. And Root played that really fine innings. I mean, England have actually been involved in 2 of the most interesting games of the competition. And that game the other day against Afghanistan was a gripping game.
They have actually, played in the most watchable 2 games.
There's a new over from Ngidi, guided away by Root towards backward point, and there is no run. I have to say, I think that one-day game the other day in Lahore was probably one of the best.
The Afghanistan.
Yeah, it was one of the best one-day internationals I've seen for a long time.
Yeah. Unless you happen to be a out-and-out England fan desperate for victory, but as a contest for the neutral, right up to the last over, what more do you want?
Yeah, well, even for England supporters as well, it was, it was a really engaging day's cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Australian game was until the last 10 overs.
Yeah. Ngidi bowls, Root drives, doesn't time it, goes bobbling out towards mid-off. And there is no run.
I made this comparison the other day with one of those Indian World Cups when it was an incredibly long sort of qualifying period, and everyone thought, well, it's all done and dusted. We know who's going to get there. Until England lost to Ireland, then they tied with India, and it was a real scramble. And suddenly they breathed amazing life into their group, which everyone thought, we know who's going to qualify anyway.
Well, they were involved in 2 belting games in that tournament. Well, earlier, those 2 games you talked about, but also games against South Africa and West Indies as well. Yeah. They've not got a great overall record against South Africa. South Africa have beaten them 4 times in their last 6 meetings. And that thumping in the World Cup in Mumbai, really stands out. And they were absolutely shellacked that day. Lost by 229 runs. 229 runs. 35 for 2. Root pulls that away, a low pull down towards fine leg. Not getting up there from Ngidi. It's Rickleton in action again. 1 more to Root. Root goes to 3, and England to 36 for 2. And actually, we're talking about net run rate today, and what would need to happen for South Africa not to qualify. Actually, something similar to that, I think, would undo South Africa today. So, England getting, I'm not saying England getting something like 380, 400, and South Africa being bowled out for about 170.
I don't think that. Yeah, well, even that might not do it.
I think that might
get close.
It would get close. I think. Yeah. It's not like unbelievably ridiculous, but it probably is. Extremely unlikely. Based on the fact that South Africa would know what they need to chase. They'd have 2 scores later. I think England are 36 for 2 as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Midway through the 6th over. And Ngidi ran the wicket now to bowl to Duckett, and Duckett plays quietly. Just a bit of grip in the surface there. Might have been a slower ball.
I think so, and he has clipped the ball off his legs in the air, and therefore they've taken their slip out, and they've got a sort of shortest square leg to catch the ball off the meat of the bat, clipped off his toes.
He nearly pushed it to that mid-wicket fielder.
And I think
there.
that might have been a slower ball, but where's our magic machine? Didn't tell me.
36 for 2. It's something called the fruit machine that television usually use, and we've got one for our commentary in this series. All sorts of facts on it. Right, not the speed of that delivery. It's normally up there. And Ngidi, tall man, powerful bowls, knocked away by Duckett, backward a square, down towards fine leg. That's Van der Dusen territory. And there is 1 more run to the total. Root has 3, Duckett has 24. We have had very nearly 6 overs. That's the last ball. Everyone was moving out there, so I thought it might well be the end of the over, but of course it's the left-hand, right-hand combination. Chris Wokes joins us.
Simon?
Salford. Yeah, nice to see you, Chris. I can see you actually on my screen in front. Hopefully you can see me as well.
I can see you bright and clear, which is
excellent.
Nice to see.
That's good news. We can be in sync. 37 for 2 as Ngidi walks back to his mark at the far end. Root settles over his bat. There's a slip and a gully in. And Ngidi goes in to bowl to Root. And Root is forward, playing that firmly away into the offside towards mid-off. There's no run. It is the end of the over, so 6 overs have gone. And England are 37 for 2. You are just joining us on a Saturday morning. Salt out for 8 on the pull, caught by Van der Dusen. And then Jamie Smith also out to a short ball, caught by Markram off Janssen for 0. So it was 20 for 2, it's now 37 for 2. Chris, what have you made of it so far?
Yeah, unfortunately a familiar start, hasn't it? Losing early wickets in the power play has kind of been England's downfall, I suppose, in the last few games, particularly in this competition. Losing Salt and Smith early, puts that pressure on the guys coming in slightly down the order. It means Ben Duckett needs to kind of reassess a little bit and kind of rebuild, I suppose. And far too familiar position, I suppose, unfortunately for England this comp.
Janssen bowls, begins a new over, bowls to Duckett, who hits it firmly up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Now, you've not long come back from South Africa. You were playing in the T20 tournament there for Durban's Super Giants.
Yes.
Which does beg the question, Giants are already giants, aren't they? So they're Super Giants, so it's the sort of hyperbole of T20. But you were actually playing with Klassen, Mulder and Maharaj in that team, so you've had quite a good look at these South Africans in their competition. I also note you got Joe Root out first ball in your final game. Here's Janssen bowling, it's forced away by Duckett. Nice looking shot, but parried at backward point, and there is no run.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that I got Joe out first ball. I really enjoyed that one, as you can imagine.
Well, were you going to bring it up or not?
I wouldn't have brought that up, Simon, so I'm glad you teed me up there nicely. I enjoyed my time in South Africa. As you said, I played with a fair few of the guys in this team, a good few of them. Obviously very good players, and enjoyed my time with Durban. Yeah, we didn't exactly go very well with the team we had.
You finished bottom, didn't you?
Yeah, the team we had, I don't know how that was possible.
Janssen goes in and bowls to Duckett. Duckett defends into the offside, and there's no run. 37 for 2 in the 7th.
But as I said, it was an enjoyable time. And yes, a few of the guys are playing for them. There's some very, very good players, in Harriet Klaassen in particular, one of the world's best, isn't he? But yeah, enjoyed my time, although didn't do very well as a team, shall we say.
No. Well, room for improvement. Finished bottom. Cape Town were the winners. They've got Rickleton, Van der Dusen and Rabada in this South African lineup. Here goes Janssen bowling to Duckett. Is he going to be caught and bowled? He is, leading edge. Duckett, swish of the bat in frustration as he walks off. He slaps his pad. He was looking to play that away into the onside, He's got a leading edge to Janssen, and Janssen, who's got a lot of wickets in the power play of late, gets another one. He's got 3, and England are 37 for 3. Ben Duckett on his way for 24, and England in trouble.
Yeah, certainly in trouble, as you say, Simon. Bit of a soft dismissal. A poor delivery, really, from Janssen going down the leg side. Would have been called a wide. May have held a little bit in the surface. And a leading edge gives a simple return catch to the bowler. But, yeah, just an unfortunate dismissal, really. He'll feel like he could have just clipped that either for 4 or for a single, or missed it and it'd have been a wide ball. But, Janssen's picked up his 3rd. England in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. Winning the toss and batting first today, making just the one change with Saqib Mahmood coming in for Mark Wood. So that 3rd wicket partnership does not flourish today. Presumably, let's wait and see who's coming over the rope at the far end. Harry Brook down to come in at number 5 for England, who's not had a good winter so far, but he is the man that I think it's genuinely expected will be England's next white ball captain. He did the job against Australia in that actually very good series towards the back end of the English summer that Australia won 3-2, and he played a couple of tremendous innings, and England coming back from 2-0 down to level it at 2-2, and I don't know, they could have gone on and won the series as well. We mentioned earlier during this competition about that at Bristol, where they got off to a tremendous start and then rather fell away, got a bit careless. So the 2 Yorkshiremen are out there. They've punched gloves in the middle, Brook and Joe Root, and a lot to do. A bit of focus on Harry Brook today with Jos Buttler standing down. Can he produce something? And he had a great time in Pakistan in the Test tour last time he was here, and well, the time before I should say, and then a little bit this time as well. Well, I mean, it's fair to say a little bit. He did get a 100, although he rather fell away against the spinners as the series went on. He's got Marco Janssen up against him at the moment. He's playing a few shadow strokes. Harry Brook, he's got a slip in, 4 saving one on the offside, 2 on the on, and then there's a deep 3rd and a fine leg. Rickleton at cover, or extra cover, just comes in a couple of steps. Not quite short extra cover, but almost. And here is Janssen moving into bowl to Brook. Is a banks it down the leg side, and that's signalled wide. So England moved to 38 for 3. I should note as well that a certain other team were 37 for 3 the other day and won the match, and that was Afghanistan. So it shows it is possible. And I wonder what it's like, Chris, at the end of a longish tour, because it's not just the Champions Trophy. These England players have been in India as well. There were 8 white ball matches. This is the 11th white ball match. Here's Janssen bowling, and Brook turns that away. What's it like at the end of a tour?
Yeah, look, in the situation England find themselves in, it can be tricky at the back end of a tour when you're kind of playing in a bit of a dead rubber, and you are heading home after the game. But I think you still kind of go out there and put your best foot forward and try and produce a good performance. I think the hard thing at this situation is that generally your confidence.
Here's Janssen bowling outside the off stump. Nothing there from Brook through to Klassen.
Your confidence is almost, it's shot by this point, and then the harder you try, the worse it gets. And unfortunately for England, it kind of is what we're seeing, isn't it? They'll have come out here today trying to produce a good performance and try and really, start the game well. As I think Salt was kind of in that mode where he was like, right, let's really try and put the onus on this game, put the pressure on the South Africans early, and it's backfired, and it can be hard. It's just more the mindset. You go out there with best intentions, but it doesn't always work out. As we're seeing.
Yeah. There is something to play for because you're playing for your country, but you know that the tournament's over. Yeah, it's not an easy one. Well, England's struggling, but they have been involved. They have played some. They batted reasonably well in this competition so far. Scores of over 300. The bowling, that's perhaps something to look at in the future. We talk about changing the captain, but there might be other structural problems as well. Selection issues to sort out as well. You think of football teams that change their coach, it doesn't necessarily make a radical improvement straight away because there are problems elsewhere. Anyway, that's something to sort out in the future. 38 for 3 Here's a new over, and it's Rabada this time, and his first ball nearly gets a wicket. Joe Root back cuts, and it's dropped in that gully region. So it's a life for Root. Rabada, he's taken over 500 international wickets, very nearly got one with his first ball there. Root gets a single, and England move to 39 for 3. It's not totally dissimilar to the shot that got him out the other night, although that was a bit shorter. It's who is it in there in that backward point area?
Vian
Difficult
Mulder,
one,
I believe.
Vian Mulder, yeah, away to his left-hand side. He got two hands to it, diving away to his left. He could not cling on. So a life for Root on 3. And now Brook comes down on strike, 39 for 3. And here's Rabada, replacing Ngidi from the far end from us, running towards us and towards Brook. And Brook forces that away nicely and very well indeed. He finds the gap down towards the deep third boundary, or deep backward square leg boundary, and so Brook is underway with 4, and England are 43 for 3. It's often the way, isn't it? Okay, it wasn't the same batter, but ball after a catch goes down, the next ball disappears for 4.
Always, Simon. Always. As a bowler, I can guarantee you this happens 99% of the time, but that's a world-class shot from Harry Brook. I mean, not a bad ball by Rabada, hits the ball on top of the bounce. Brook showing his class.
Bowls, Brook drives in the air, 4 more through the offside. That's the best of Brook. He hit that well as well. Cracking stroke through the offside, raced away to the deep point boundary. 47 for 3 in the 8th over.
Yeah, Harry back-to-back boundaries. Harry Brook showing his class. You know, that one a little bit more over pitched. Just leans on it, and how quick it goes to the fence. It's a fast outfield here, isn't it?
Very quick. I said it hit it in the air. It did go in the air, but it hit it hard into the surface, and it went bouncing in the air through that point region. 47 for 3. Brook on 8. Rabada goes in and bowls to him, and Brook is in behind that, playing defensively back up the onside of the pitch. And Rabada fields in his follow through, and there is no run. What about that Mulder catch as a bowler? Do you think, well, difficult one, or do you think, oh, just catch it?
Yeah, well, you certainly, the emotional side of you says just catch it. I think in real time it looked like a tough chance, and then you look at it in slow-mo and you think, wow, he's got 2 hands to it. He's behind the ball. You feel like he should have taken it.
Rabada tries again and bowls to Brook, who gets the ball outside the offside. Might have been a slower ball there. One hand off the bat from Brook on the drive. He looked to flay that through the offside. Completely missed it. And done by that one from Rabada. Yeah, he got through the keeper on the second bounce. Heinrich Klaassen. 47 for 3. Brook on 8. Twiddle of the bat. Brushes away some debris and then settles over his bat. Looks up to see Rabada approaching. He's with him now, and Brook is forward towards mid-off. Well, that was a lively over, a drop catch and 2 boundaries. England are 47 for 3. Root has 4. Brook has 8. Rabada's first over went for 9, but could so easily have got a wicket. More thoughts from you, Chris, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, just going back to that catch that's just been put down in the gully by Vian Mulder. I feel like Joe Root isn't the sort of player that you want to be giving too many chances to, especially early on in his innings in a 50-over game. I feel like that is your best time to get Joe Root out, obviously, and to put him down early. I think that's a big chance to go down, but we will see.
Indeed, 47 for 3 then as a new over starts, and it's pushed away into the offside by Root, who's on 4 from 12 balls. Brook 8. It's 47 for 3 in the 9th. It's all a bit frenetic at the moment. But, South Africa at least just trying to keep their really disciplined heads on here, as it were. They've still got plenty of life left in this tournament. And Janssen wheels round below us here. He's taken 3 wickets and he bowls down the leg side. It's another wide. It really is. Must be quite frustrating, I would think, Chris, because he picks up his wickets. He's obviously got a bit of a knack for that, but he is quite wayward.
Absolutely. We saw with the Ben Duckett dismissal, it was a ball that was going down leg side, as we saw. It could have been a wide, but he's got a knack, hasn't he, of getting his wickets. Two early wickets with a short ball, but since then he has sprayed it around a little bit.
There's the next one, just short of a length, played back to the tall left arm seamer, adding under 48 for 3. Root on 4. Goes for a little wander there. He's doing a bit of gardening. Virtually deserted ground. You probably hear the echoing around. It's very disappointing. I mean, it's a huge stadium. It's, I think, 35,000 is about the capacity. And this, of course, is the ground, that famous win in 2000 in which England won a test match in the dark. In goes Janssen and bowls, and it's driven straight down the ground for 4 by Root. Nice shot. Very well controlled. Didn't try and hit it very hard, just knew exactly if he hit it between the stumps and mid-off, that would go all the way down to the boundary. It wasn't quite a half volley. It was a better shot than that, actually. He stood up, wait, right over that, and just played it carefully off the middle of the bat. Nice shot. I can hear Geoffrey Boycott muttering about modern bats when you see a shot like that. They said it flew off, didn't it?
It did. Certainly get value for your runs nowadays, don't you?
Oh, yeah. 50 up. They lost 3 wickets, though, and the 9th over. Janssen again goes creeping in, bowls, and Root's on the back foot, looking to steer the ball through his favourite area between gully and point, but this time finds the fielder there. In the gully, that's Muller. And so no run, 52 for 3. In the 9th over, the run rate's come down a bit since I left 20 minutes or so ago, down to 6 now. They're rattling along at a good rate, about above 7. But having lost those wickets along the way, Duckett the most recent for 24. Janssen bowls short, almost giving a catch there. He's got 4 for it. This short ball of Janssen's, it seems to be rather effective for some reason, whether it's because he's tall, I don't know. That actually came out of the middle of the bat, to be fair. He's rifled that one, but not too far away from the mid-wicket fielder again in the air.
Joe Root was quick onto that, wasn't he, Aggers? He was quick, got back, rocked back and pulled it in front of his face, whereas the other two felt like they rushed him a little bit. The dismissals of Salt and Smith, the middle of the pitch maybe skidding on a little bit more than what the batsmen are expecting. Yeah.
Janssen again moves in, bowls another short one. A Root tucks that away. Well, a higher hook shot this time. I didn't try and hit it very hard, just paddled the ball away down to long leg for a single. 57 for 3. And it might be that when Salt and Smith do look back at their dismissals, I mean, every pitch is different, every bowler's different, that maybe they've given themselves a bit of a look at the way those short balls are going to come off.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Aggers. I mean, obviously, this team do look to put the front foot forward and try and, show the aggressive approach, and that, there's ways to do that, isn't there? But I do believe, a 50 over game, there could be that little bit longer to just have a little bit of a look.
There's Rabada starting a new over. Root stands up and defends the first ball off the front foot, plays out to short cover.
And I think we saw the other day, didn't we, with was it Zadran's innings against England? He didn't start extremely quickly, and went on to score a big 170 off not many balls. So these longer format games, you do have plenty of time to catch up.
Duckett too. He got his 150 odd, but was well behind the balls per rate. To start with, here's Rabada, driven hard, lovely shot from Root, but finds Janssen fielding there, tall man at cover. 4 inside the offside circle. There's 2 in the leg. This is the last over of the first power play, so if they want to, they can drop a fielder or 2 back again, but they're putting pressure on England here, having taken these 3 wickets, another one, and I feel that England really are in shtuck. 57 for 3 in the 10th. There's Rabada running in very easily, bowls to Root, thick inside edge here, looking for mid-off, finds mid-wicket and a misfield, so a charitable mistake there. Brings Root 1 more run. Maharaj sweeps off at mid-on. 58 for 3, with 3 balls to go in this 10th over. So a small crowd, nothing like the teeming traffic outside, which is pretty chaotic actually. It's amazing how, I was saying to Khalid, who takes us around throughout Pakistan, of course, in comes Rabada, bowls and pushed away by Root into the offside. One of the big extravagances and waste of money in Pakistan are actually the white lines that create the lanes on the roads. Absolute waste of time, waste of money. Just don't bother with them.
Certainly people don't take much
well, none of them do. I mean,
those.
there are 2 lanes officially marked out on the way back, and there were 4 lanes of traffic, and the motorbikes and everyone else as well. But just save yourselves some money. Here's Rabada. Bowles always come down the pitch here and driven beautifully for 4, I must say. He's freed himself up there and played an immaculate square drive, and Brook through the offside has looked extremely powerful there. He just gave himself a little bit of room, opened it up, bang.
Not much you can do as a bowler there, I don't think.
No.
Rabada's popped the ball on a really nice length. Harry Brook using his feet, but very late. Hits the ball under his eyes and smokes it through the offside for 4. Great shot.
Yeah, really fine shot. 62 for 3. Here's the last ball of the 10th. He tries to do it again, but Rabada saw him coming and follows him and just drops the length a little bit as well. And that actually missed the leg stump with Brook playing an offside shot, so you can see how far he's retreated. 62 for 3. 10 overs gone. That is, you know, it's an opportunity here for Brook, isn't it? Everyone's talking about him being the next captain. Well, you know, let's see how you bat with that sort of talk going along, because you're going to have to do it when you're captain.
Absolutely. It's also, you know, as we spoke about at the top, Aggers, is, you know, there's no such thing as a dead rubber when you're playing for England. There's always an opportunity to impress. And as you said, there's potentially be some changes moving forward. So it's a great opportunity for guys to put their hand up and want to be a part of that moving forward.
Change of bowling at this end for the first time. So Jansen's bowled his 5 overs, 3 for 29. Now we've got Mulder coming on now, right arm seamer, wearing number 24, not as tall as Jansen. Appeal flag before wicket, first ball. Rod Tucker's not interested. Just cut back a little bit there at Joe Root. Clarkson from behind the stumps is saying, "Oh, what do you think?" It did nip back a little bit, but he was on the front foot, and I don't think they're interested actually after a short consultation in reviewing this. The DRS time is ticking away. 3, 2, 1. There it goes. So they're not going to do that. But I think probably struck him outside the line. We'll have a look. He took a pace down the pitch.
Funny, I guess the only person interested was the bowler.
Well, that's usually the way, isn't it?
Surprise, surprise.
I mean, that was a very ambitious appeal. But yeah, he came down the pitch for a start. Root's on 14 from 21 balls. Waiting bat raises. Mulder runs in again. Bowles to that almost bowled him. Short of a length and a pull shot. And I had to see if they just held that back a little bit or not, but it certainly went underneath Root's bat, who's lining up that pull shot. Was it a slower ball? Yeah, he just rolled his fingers over it. Just a whisker away from hitting the top of off. 62 for 3 in the 11th over. Have they put another fielder out? Yes, they have. They put actually a deep square leg and a deep point. So deep point, third man, long leg and a deep square leg, all on the boundary. And then inside the circle, there's 5. Mid off cover. Backward point, mid on and mid wicket. All walking in now. As now what's going on there? There's some talking going on, because I heard it in my headphones. Root's pulled away. I'm not sure where that is coming from. It sounds like a strong South African accent to me. And Root's pulled away. We have a feed of the stump mics here. But someone was talking there, literally, as the bowler's about to let the ball go, so I'm not surprised that Root pulled away. 62 for 3 in the 11th, so bowler's got to come back and try again. 62 for 3. Runs in again, bowling a bustling medium pace. Root works him in off stump or thereabouts and finds the fielder at mid-on. And there is no run. 62 for 3. The men out. Salt 8 in the first over. Smith 0, third ball. Both the pull shots mistimed. Duckett caught and bowled for 24. So what can Root and Brook do to try and salvage something here? And they can't get home having lost every game, surely. Bowled up over the wicket, bowls, and Root's got hold of this. Out towards deep mid wicket it goes, and it bounces off the fencing. So crowd protection fencing, if you like, and back. Well, it rolls back in about 20 yards into play, so you can see how hard it went. Really got hold of that, just short of a length, really. And that's come out of the middle of the bat. He's smashed it over mid wicket for 6.
Not really a shot you would usually see from Joe Root, is it? It's very much a shot you see from the guys that tend to hit sixes more often than not, but He's got under that one, hit a great shot just on top of the bounce, really. Wasn't that short, was it? Great.
Mulder again bowls to him, cuts back, played off the back foot to mid-on. And there's no run. It was a wonderful shot.
It was similar to the first or second ball in the over that just scooted through him. He's almost that. He's looking for that shot earlier in the over, and then finally got the length that he was after. And hell of a shot that.
Poof. So it bounced back off the fence.
He'll be happy with that one, Joe.
Yes, very. I think that bat might be promoted if it was number 2 or 3 in his bag. It might come up to number 1, this one. It's got a lovely middle. 68 for 3, 1 ball to go in the 11th. Mulder runs in, bowls, and he drives into the offside. There's a fielder out there deep. He might be able to stop the second. He's picked. Oh, he's fumbled. Bad fumble out there. Rickleton. It's a really bad miss, an inexplicable miss, really. It's the sort of thing that if you're a South African and the South African coach and so on looking on, you think, come on, mistakes like that going forward, semi-finals and so on, we really can't afford fumbles like that. 70 for 3. You can't blame the outfield. The two we've seen, Chris, probably Lahore and here.
Yeah.
They'd be like billiard tables.
Yeah, it looks
good pitches.
Looks gorgeous. No excuse for the outfielder there, Rickleton. Just an unforced error, isn't it? Which you just you don't need. And you, like you say, obviously not the biggest game today, but moving forward, those little 1%ers can make a big difference to a game.
Yeah. Well, South Africa are 8 minutes behind on the over rate at the moment. They'll make that up. They've got Maharaj to come on, but they are behind at the moment. And we've got Brook, who's played some handsome shots so far. Waiting for Rabada. Comes in from the far end. Oh, there's one that bounces. Really took him by surprise. And almost giving a catch into the gully there. The fielder not quite able to come in and catch that, but that was a fine delivery. Really climbed.
Rabada just bending his back.
Yeah.
Really effort ball, like you say, just lifts off the back of a length, surprises Brook. And lucky that didn't balloon up to backward point.
$70 for 3. And that's turned away by Root. To mid-wicket, and there's no run. 70 for 3 in the 12th over with Salt, Duckett and Smith all dismissed. Rabada walks very slowly back to his mark again. He hasn't obviously seen that warning on the screen about being 8 minutes behind, because he always has been very slow actually back to his mark. And he's just really taking his time about this. Finally, having juggled a few catches to himself, he's going to come in again. Past umpire Raza. He doesn't run very far. It's quite a short run, actually, for a man of his pace. And he thumps into the pad there, or rolls away into the leg side for a leg by. 70 for 3. And Root now down on strike on 22. Some younger crowd members appeared by the sounds of it. Enthusiastic schoolboys and girls out there, but really there's just acres of empty seats around this big concrete bowl of a stadium. Rabada bowls full, tucked away out to the man at deep square leg by Root. Pick up a single.
That must be surprising, isn't it, Aggers, that there's a small crowd there today? I know it's a dead rubber, but England versus South Africa, big, two big teams.
Very disappointing. I mean, if you think of, they're desperate for international cricket here.
The other grounds have looked pretty full, haven't they?
Yeah, I think it's the smallest crowd of the tournament.
Yeah, shame.
In a big city like Karachi. 72 for 3. 2 balls to go in the over. Rabada bowls short. He's pulled this one away. Now, has that beaten the fielder? No, he's just scrambled on his knees there. Rickleton making amends for the earlier mistake out on the boundary. They come back for one, but yeah, it's a Saturday. You'd expect people might come in. 73 for 3. And Root. They're disappointed with Pakistan's performance, of course, as well. There's lots of post-mortems going on there, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Here's Rabada bowling, and Root turns that last ball away past the diving mid-wicket. There's runs here for him, way down towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. Oh, it's gone for 4. I don't believe that. It just kept going. And I think that's Ngidi there. He's not Usain Bolt by any means, but he rather escorted that to the boundary, and the ball just kept going. That's a remarkable shot.
Glorious Joe Root batting.
Yeah.
It's that ball as a bowler where you think that it has no right to hit that ball for four. It clips it just past mid-wicket, on top of the bounce, beautiful timing, and the ball keeps running away from the fielder to the boundary for four. But it's what we've seen Joe Root do for a long time now. Another boundary to his name, and he's just rebuilding England's total nicely.
Well, they were 37 for 3. It's now 77 for 3. They've had 12 overs. Again, England scoring at a good rate, 6.42. The wickets column. That was what really undid them against Afghanistan early in the week. Here's Mulder moving into bowl outside the off stump, guided away by Brook towards Rickleton on that deep cover boundary. So one more to the total. 78 for 3. In terms of the crowd, I mean, it's no. What we did see a little bit in Lahore was people turning up later. Well, that was weekday cricket as well, but also the fact that you're sitting out in the warm sunshine in the afternoon. You don't necessarily want to do so, but there's no excuse for that here because there's a lot of coverage of this ground. You get the protection from the roof. Mulder bowls now to Root. Right arm over the wicket, bowls a ballooning bouncer, and that's called wide. Root hoofed him away in the previous over for 6. That time he just ignored it. That was a bit higher, actually, that one. And down the leg side a bit high as well. So one more to the total, 79 for 3. There are a few spectators, though, sitting in the open at the far end in the Majid Khan enclosure and the Zahir Abbas enclosure away to the left-hand side. A couple of batters there that I'm sure Victor wouldn't have enjoyed bowling at. Certainly, you would have bowled at Majid? I'm not sure. You definitely bowled at Zahir, wouldn't you?
I bowled at both of them.
Yeah.
They quite enjoyed it.
I'm sure. Mulder bowls, well, they were class players, both of them. Root comes forward and plays that towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Janssen, and there is no run.
Probably more at Zahir, who's played a bit longer. But whether he was playing for Pakistan or Gloucestershire, he didn't seem too threatened by my off-breaks.
How many times did Zahir hit you into the graveyard at Taunton?
He used to hit it mostly along the ground.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, they talk of him playing against Derek Underwood, probably at Bristol. Just watch this.
Yeah, here's Mulder bowling down the leg side. That's going to be another wide, I think. Yeah, signalled by umpire Rod Tuckey. Yeah, and 80 for 3.
Underwood would have, plucking out Underwood is one of the best left-arm spinners England have ever had, and he would have possibly 5 or even 6 men on that offside, and he would still find the gaps. So found the gaps fairly easily with me too, come to think about it. I did play against Majid, who was a gloriously graceful player, patrician sort of batsman.
Shahid Afridi enclosure away to our left-hand side, slightly different sort of player. Mulder bowls, and forward comes Root, playing that into the onside straight. There's no run, that one's collected. So 80 for 3, midway through the 13th over. Now this final game in England's group. There's one more group match tomorrow. We'll bring you that on 5 Sports Extra. India against New Zealand.
It's significant for who wins what, or who plays where.
Yeah.
We know actually where India are going to play, and we know where New Zealand are going to play. Come to think about it, we know.
Yeah, we'll see New Zealand in Lahore on Wednesday, won't we?
Come what may, but we don't know who against.
Mulder bowls, strikes the pad there of Root as it goes into the onside. Janssen's after it, at least felt like a leg by. Yeah, umpire Tucker is about to stroke his right knee. There we go. One more to the total, 81 for 3 in the 13th over. Yeah, so India are waiting. I mean, it's worth repeating for those who might just join us that both Australia and South Africa have to fly to Dubai tomorrow. Well, Australia might have already gone, but South Africa have to go to Dubai and then might have to come back for Lahore on Wednesday. They have to wait for the end of that match tomorrow to find out which team they're going to be playing. Strikes the pad there of Brook as it goes into the onside. There's half a shout from Mulder. Might be an inside edge on that. No, umpire Tucker's ready to stroke that right knee again. There we go, 82 for 3. Coming to the end of the 13th over. I mean, it seems crazy, but there is logic in both teams going to Dubai in that if one of them is playing there, well, one of them will be playing them, we don't know which one, they wouldn't have much time to prepare. They'd actually, if they waited behind, they'd fly on the day before the game, so you get no preparation in the stadium.
Yeah.
There is logic, but it just seems sort of cracker situation.
Because it's the first semi-final, isn't it? The Tuesday semi-final.
Mulder goes into bowl outside the off stump, driven but not really timed there by Root up towards mid-off. Miller bends down and picks up, and there is no run. 82 for 3. So, well, why can't that be the second semi-final then? Well, the problem with that is they quite like to know where the final's going to be staged, so they've got to have that Dubai semi-final first. I mean, it's such a frustrating situation that all sorts of compromises have been done, but there is another compromise down the line which involves Pakistan not playing in India next year in the T20 World Cup. So that tournament is being hosted by India and Sri Lanka, so Pakistan will play their matches in Sri Lanka. And if Pakistan, it seems a bit of a long shot the way they're playing at the moment, if Pakistan were to make the final, as Rabada moves in, that one bounces a bit as well on Brook. Takes one hand off the bat as he shovels it into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 82 for 3. If Pakistan were to make the final, say, against India, then, well,
it would take place in Colombo.
In Colombo, you imagine, yeah.
Who knows? But
well, that's the deal that's been done. There's also a women's World Cup as well in India. That's in September of this year. Well, September-ish. We don't quite know. It's in India. Don't quite know when. There's Rabada bowling, guided away by Brook down towards deep third for a single. 83 for 3. The Pakistan won't be playing their games in India for that tournament as well. I presume those are in the UAE, but again, who knows? No one knows. That's the deal that's been done to make this tournament work. But from a Pakistan point of view, it's been hugely disappointing. I mean, you've had 3 games washed out. Who would have thought that at the start of the competition? Pakistan have got only 1 point, only played 1 match at home in a tournament they're hosting, and India are playing in Dubai and might well win it. 83 for 3. Root waits. Root flicks that away, backward a square against Rabada to Rickleton, who's on the fine leg boundary now. Left-handed return to Klassen. Kept wicket in the last game, but Klassen wasn't playing. He's fit for this game. Heinrich Klassen, who saw in the IPL last year, absolute devastating hitter, well, and the World Cup as well. He's such a good striker of spin bowling. 84 for 3. Brook on 15, Root on 28. Brook now on strike. Well, it's warm afternoon. Rabada bowls on leg stump, turned away towards deep backward square leg. Protection out there. Another run to the total. It's Miller who's fielding at deep square leg. Rickleton at fine leg. Then they're going to go to 85 for 3 in the 14th over. Just switched on 5 Sports Extra, ABC or the ICC website. Salt out for 8. Duckett for 24 and Smith for 0. And you can see those wickets on the BBC Sport website, highlights throughout the day. I'm not sure Jamie Smith and Phil Salt will be logging on. Rabada bowls, and not for the first time in this innings. Root pulls away at the last moment, then points out towards square leg.
He's having a word with one of the fielders. I don't think he's the culprit here.
He's hearing something that's distracting him, whether it's the South Africans talking out there or I don't know, something in the stadium. I certainly didn't hear anything in the stadium that time. Jonathan said he heard something before when Root pulled away, but I didn't hear anything that time. Well, there aren't that many people here. But
because it's worse if there's only a few people. You can hear the individual shouts.
Rabada bowls and Root stands up in defence on the back foot and plays defensively towards Janssen at short extra. No run, 85 for 3 in the 14th.
And he's girding himself, Root. I mean, he's just played a major innings 3 days ago, I suppose it is now. Hold the innings together, and glory be, he's got to do it again.
Do it all again. Rabada. Oh, he goes into ball, and Root pulls away once more. Well, I'd like to be able to solve the puzzle for you. I can't solve it for myself at the moment. I don't know what's happening out there. And that's 3 times that's happened. And 3 times, just as Rabada was about to bowl as well. And no one seems that bothered. I think they've all accepted as if they can all hear it, whatever it is, they all heard it themselves. Curious. I mean, there is someone walking above the sight screen at the far end.
Maybe it was that.
Could have been that, yeah. But if that's the case, there's someone still doing it. And Root settled over his bat. Rabada moves into bowl, and Root again plays that as if it bounced a bit more than expected. Brooks done that twice now. Extra pace from Rabada. He picks up the ball, lobs it to the umpire, Hassan Raza, at the end of the over. 14 gone. England are 85 for 3, and it's time for the ground staff in their purple tracksuits to come on and remark the creases, because the drinks are coming onto the field. So we've had an hour and 10 minutes cricket. 85 runs, 3 wickets. It's been an action-packed start again. Root 28, Brooks 16.
Well, it's England's usual start, by hook or by crook. They've actually put together quite a handy partnership. 48 runs from 48 balls. This time it's Root and Brook, who's played 2 or 3 glorious shots. Brook through the covers. He's run down the wicket or given himself space to hit Rabada once or twice, and once or twice he's missed it. I think that spurred Rabada to bang a few in short to him to try and keep him honest. So as ever, the run rate is ideal. It's over 6 runs per over at this relatively early stage. But the wickets column is a bit dodgy, 85 for 3. So much, therefore, depends on Root and Brook and Butler to come to get England to the sort of total that you think might be competitive. And that total, from what we've seen, well, as ever, in Pakistan, it's another good-looking pitch. We haven't seen the spinner yet. I don't know whether it will spin much here, but historically, it's tended to spin a bit more in Karachi than Lahore. But you feel that the competitive total, well, it probably begins with a 3 again. England have got 300 plus in every innings. They'll do quite well to do that again today, given all the circumstances, but it's not impossible. They're going fast enough.
Yeah. And 300 has been scored in the 2 previous games on this ground, in this competition, and it's been good enough to win the game. So the 2 matches that have been played here before, New Zealand making 300 against Pakistan in the opening game that really, you feel almost snuffed out Pakistan's chances of qualifying, simply because then they're going to play India and Dubai, which is always going to be a tough assignment for them. And then South Africa against Afghanistan, they made 300 and Afghanistan fell about 100 short. So the recipe here is score 300 and win the games so far. And if England repeat what they managed in their previous games, they might come out with a victory. But it's a good South African side. They've got a lot of devastating hitters in that lineup. No Bavuma today, but they've got Tristan Stubbs opening the batting. Stubbs and Rickleton, Van der Dusen, Markram, Klassen, Miller. It's not a bad top 6, that, in terms of ball strikers.
Nope.
And then some useful all-rounders as well to come after that, Janssen and Mulder, and Maharaj, Rabada and Ngidi. So,
well, they're quite well equipped, aren't they, South Africa? They've got Maharaj, who's proven himself over the years now to be a very good international, calm, perfectly orthodox left-arm spinner. So we'll see him. And if they want him, in fact, we're going to see Maharaj now. Yeah. Markham has bowled some handy off-breaks as the sort of 6th bowler. And we'll probably see a bit of him as well. But let's see what Maharaj does. Let's see if he finds any spin. There's going to be a slip for him. And otherwise, a relatively sort of orthodox one-day field with both long off and long on in situations. So there are 2 of the boundary fielders, and the others are at square cover and deep square leg. So there's that enticing mid-wicket area that's empty.
Maharaj bowls to Brook. Brooks forwards his first ball, playing it back down the pitch.
Very easy, simple action. Quite a veteran now. He's played a lot of cricket in both formats.
Walks into bowl to Brook. That's on leg stump, flicked away by Brook through square leg. Hassan Raza steps out of the way of it. The square leg umpire picked up in the deep. Brook is through for a single. 86 for 3, England. Start of the 15th over. Root 28. Brook on 17. Root will be having a bit of a break after this. Big year ahead. Harry Brook off to the IPL, along with quite a few of his England teammates, and a few of the South Africans as well will be there. Here's Maharaj bowling. Root is forward, playing that back to the bowler who bends down to pick up. Maharaj bowling to both Brook and Root with a slip in. 86 for 3, because Root has been playing T20 in South Africa. Maharaj bowls, Root comes forward and guides it past the diving fielder at extra cover. Miller has to run round from long off. It looked like 2 there for a moment, but then they suddenly realised Miller was there and decided against it. The boundaries feel quite short today.
Well, they're not huge straight boundaries. They're fairly big square of the wicket, I'd say.
It's difficult for us to tell because we're quite low down. We've got an unusual position where actually the batter might actually tell us to sit down in the commentary box with the window open here. As forward goes Brook, thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It depends who the batter is.
Well, Joe might do it in this current move.
He's pulling away, and I hasten to say he pulled away when the bowling's from the other end, so it wasn't us standing up. Here's Brook trying to fiddle a single into the offside towards backward points, too close to the fielder, so no prospect of a run there. It's the end of the 15th over. 87 for 3.
Nice for, he's a quality bowler, and he's hit a length straight away and quite a lot of variety straight away. And also, I think, perhaps unlike Smith the other night, they're just having a look. Brook and Root, both, we know are capable of taking the attack to the left arm spinner. Root get his sweeps out sometimes. Brook gets amazing power without appearing to be at all violent. So he's due, Brook. He's threatened a couple of times, and he started quite nicely here. Got 17 from 23.
Here's Mulder now from the far end. Bowls to Root, and Root swings it away down towards fine leg, and Geedy is there, gives it the long barrier, gets around quickly and stops it, and Root is limited to a single. He goes to 30. Brook to 17. England 88 for 3. Start of the 16th over. Who do you think, in the ideal world, do you think South Africa would prefer to avoid India and Dubai, but having got to Dubai, they necessarily won't want to schlep back to Lahore?
Well, I think South Africa are the favourites. India are the favourites, understandably, partly because they're used to playing in Dubai. There's a bare surface there, there's spinners.
Mulder bowls, Brook gives himself some room, hits this to backward point, there's no run.
So I guess that South Africa and Australia would prefer not to play India in the semi-final. But New Zealand are a pretty good unit too. They played well in this tournament so far. But that would be their preference. But they don't want to clock up that many air miles as well.
Mulder, right arm over, bowls to Brook. Brook turns it away firmly, but straight to mid-wicket. It's a nice looking shot, would have been 4 if it'd beaten the fielder. A tumbling save there by Miller, and there is no run. Just fancy against Mulder, both these players, not so much against Rabada, but against Mulder, they feel they can take him on. He's not. Well, he's not so experienced. He's not as good as.
He's not quite so quick either.
Rabada, so it makes a difference.
I mean, he's lively. He skids it on. He's not a huge man, but he's coming in at around about 138 kilometres.
He's playing his 24th one-day international today. Vian Mulder, playing at Leicestershire, of course. He goes in bowls and it's played away towards mid-wicket by Brook, picked up by Miller. And again, there is no run.
He's having no truck with clever slower balls at the moment. It's all in the mid-130s. Where does that take us? To sort of early 80s, roughly, is it? Oh dear, I've asked the wrong person. Where's Agus?
I also 100 miles an hour is 160k, isn't it? This is Mulder. Got quite a long run, moves in again. Brook goes leg side, anticipating a ball that he can hit through the offside, but Mulder follows him, digs it in, and it's too short for the umpire's liking. Flies through to Klassen, and a widest signal. And I don't think Mulder was that enamoured with the umpire's decision there. Just for a moment, he sort of looked with his hands on his hips to say, "Come on, that's not a short ball."
Our research team, we've got a research team here, and one of the youngsters has come up with 135 is about 83 miles an hour.
Right. So probably
lively, but
84 in this over then. 89 for 3 with that wide. Mulder bowls again. Brook goes leg side. He follows him. He slams it out to deep backward square leg. Goodness me, hit that hard. So Brook is going leg side, looking to hit him offside. The bowler's following him. And Brook trying to take it on through the leg side. It's a good battle, actually. I mean, it's clear that they do think that Mulder is the bowler that has to go or could go. 90 for 3. Brook goes to 18. Root back on strike. There's a look over his left shoulder. Let's see where Ngidi is at fine leg, and also the deep square leg fielder. Brook very still. Then he raises his bat. Mulder bowls to him down the leg side. Brook, Root tries to swish that away. Misses. It's another wide in this Mulder over. It's kind of a warm day to be bowling 8-9 ball overs.
I guess I wasn't there, but it's not quite as warm as it was in Mumbai when South Africa batted first and knocked up 399.
Well, that was one of the issues that day. Is you thought
you were there, were you?
Yeah, it's going to be so punishing today. Bat first, England put them in.
Yeah. Had the analysts not taken in temperature?
Well, 91 for 3. Root flicks that through forward square leg, and they're through for a single. 92 for 3. And the thing is, it's always pretty warm in Mumbai, isn't it? It's always warm and sweaty. Anyway, they put them in, and they paid the price. 92 for 3 after 16 overs, just the 200-run defeat. More from you, Victor, and then Jonathan's coming back.
Well, it's a significant partnership now. Normal cricket has resumed, if you like. They've got 55 runs between them. At a good rate. I mean, decelerated a bit, but the field's spread. Just got to find the energy to look to play a big innings, both of these guys.
Maharaj then continues, and his first ball's tucked away into the leg side by Root, who runs the first one quickly, but they're not going to get a second. Fielder's already picked that up, coming in from the deep, and so it's 93 for 3 in the 17th over. And everyone's wondering, yes, we shall be remaining here, of course, for the semi-finals and the final, wherever that may be. Also contingency plans. Well, mind you, Dubai is at least on the way home. 93 for 3. Maharaj bowls, and he's down the pitch here. Brook driving him out to point. And they take one more run. 94 for 3. It's been quite quiet in Lahore for a couple of days, though. You got much lined up, Victor?
Well, I know you've got to go to your tailors to see whether they've done what you've asked them to do.
Don't say it quite so sniffily as Maharaj. That's a reverse sweep, very well played by Root. He does play that shot well. It doesn't look frenetic or rushed or uncontrolled. It looks like it's part of his normal repertoire, which indeed it is. He just plays it so easily. He goes to 36.
He just got it fine enough too. He middled it, raced away, and it beat the guy who was at backward point, which came square leg once he turned round.
He's still so balanced, isn't he, when he plays it? That's the point. The others fidgeting around a bit and losing their balance and so on, but not Root. He does it again. It's in the air. Shall he catch it? But that might have been a very low chance to Rabada at that sort of reverse sweep, backward point position.
I think there's disappointment expressed in the
South African
camp there.
I think our pitch microphones need turning down. I think it's Mr. Clarkson. That was a low chance to Rabada's left. I think goes Maharaj, tossing that up. He's hit it high. He's going to be caught here, I imagine. Is he? Or has he got away with it? Let's have a look. Oh, it's an excellent catch. Excellent running catch by Marco Jansen. That was in the air for ages. And Brook is out. He's caught out at, cow corner, really. And Jansen set off from long on. They're all running up to congratulate him. That was a very, very good catch indeed. Running flat out and taking that with two hands. And every single South African has come all the way down to this end of the ground to say well done. It was an excellent, excellent catch. And Brook is out for 19. Again, he looked promising there. 19 from 29 balls. He's perished to a catch in the deep. And England are now 99 for 4.
Yeah, he got underneath it. It went up a long way, but Jansen probably had to run 25, 30 yards away to his right from long on towards the deep mid-wicket area. And you're sprinting and the ball seems to be bobbling up and down as you're doing that in the air. He got there just in time and caught it cleanly. He's had a good morning, Janssen. It was till afternoon, unless you're in England. With 3 wickets, a few ropey deliveries, but 3 wickets, and they're an excellent catch.
Yeah.
Here comes Butler. It's not his last innings by any stretch of the imagination, but it's his last innings as captain.
Let's see how he goes. He is still captain, but the burden, if that is what it is, has been taken from his shoulders now, and he's going to come out and hopefully he's just going to play like Jos Buttler can do so. And he's walking out, he's holding his bat in his right hand. He's such a destructive player.
As ever, he's coming in with a tricky situation.
Yeah, facing him. 44 his ranking place. I mean, he should be so much higher than that.
Yeah.
Should be the top 10. Certainly top 15.
Well, he has been. I mean, he's been an incredible one-day player, but there's no reason why he shouldn't touch those heights again. What a great catch that was.
Yeah.
He had to keep sprinting, keep going.
Yeah. Really good catching. And sprint like that, but without ever taking your eye off the ball, obviously. No, it was excellent. Just showing how far he ran. He ran 30 metres, full tilt, while watching the ball up on a pale blue sky. And grabbing that catch. So really, really good catch from Janssen. 99 for 4 in the 17th. And we've got Butler facing his first ball, which is tucked away to long on. Janssen again fields. And Butler's off the mark. First ball. 100 up for England, but they've lost 4 wickets. 17 overs gone. But the tailor, Victor, really, I've been encouraging you all these years to try and freshen up your wardrobe. And if you really don't want a made-to-measure shirt for £16, made to measure, £16.
I'm a very orthodox sort of shape, I thought.
Well, but it's that you wore that shirt in the mid-90s. I've got still got visions of it on a tour somewhere. £16.
This is my Glenn McGrath shirt, actually. You know, for the Glenn McGrath Day in Sydney.
Yes, that was about 1997. 100 for 4. Yeah. So I go, £16 for a shirt, and beautifully.
I'm going
made to
soon. I mean, they may not have time to do a made to.
And it's part of the experience is going there and choosing the material. Now, start of the new over. We've got Mulder bowling from the far end. First ball steered away down to third man. The only problem I have.
But you've got a double. I mean, you keep telling me you've got this double. I think. Well, what century are you in? A double-breasted suit.
The issue I have is that I haven't been to Lahore for a long time, and I'm unfamiliar with local tailors. So I did a little bit of research and found one that looked. You know, the name at least sounded promising. So I mentioned it.
So what's the name?
Well, no, I mentioned it to Khalid. I said this looks like a Menswear Limited or something. This looks like the place to go. And Khalid said, I'll do some research.
Right.
Disappeared. Here's Mulder bowling and bounce there. And his brushed glove or thigh pad probably, and comes down towards fine leg. They come back for a second. And what's the signal there from Mr. Raza? Leg byes. 103 for 4. And Khalid said, no, I've done some research. This is the company that we need.
Which is? Oh, were you allowed? I mean, without doing any advertising, obviously.
I don't think it'll necessarily. I hesitated. Dandy Designs Limited.
So you're still confident then?
Well, we went to Dandy. I said to Khalid, I don't know what dandy means here in Lahore, but 103 for 4. He's bowled him. Root's gone for 37. Trying to shovel a straight ball through mid-on, straight mid-wicket, that sort of area. He closed the face, and you'll have heard the clatter there. The off-stump is lying absolutely flat. England are 5 down, and it feels like it's going to be a short game, this. We said at the start that there's 2 options here. They're either going to come out and somehow get everything right and be released and free, or they're going to fall in a heap. And at the moment, the latter looks likely. Unless Butler and Livingston could do something, but they're 103 for 5. The one-form batsman is out for 37.
Well, what a great sight for Mulder. I mean, the stumps have been destroyed. coloured bales are flashing. And Joe, well, he was working that fullish length ball, middle and off, through the leg side, and he missed it.
Yeah. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Might have brushed the pad on the way through a little.
Possibly.
But, yeah.
So, I mean, he was trying to dig in. He got his top scorer at the moment, 37 from his 44 balls. And he'll be disappointed to get out like that. But, you know, he's played one epic innings in this series so far.
Can't blame him for what's happened here.
No.
103 for 5. So, Monday morning in Lahore, the trip is on to Dandies. So come and see what they've done. All I will say is
what did prompt the idea for it? I thought double-breasted suit.
Oh, they're timeless.
Are they?
Timeless.
Okay.
Especially when they cost about 30 quid.
Well, I suppose.
But Khalid is crafty because he saw. I went back for a measuring up, sort of a fitting with the master tailor, and Khalid.
Master tailor.
The master's brought out for these. And Khalid he was very cunning. He waited until he'd seen how mine looked on the first fitting, and when I took it off again and ready, Khalid's being measured up for 2 shalwar. He's got the full summer suits coming on, so he's impressed with the Dandies. But I don't know. I'll report back. It's a great name for it.
What colour is it?
Well, if I say grey, you'll go, "Oh, how boring!" But it's got a little bit to it.
Okay.
No, it's it'll be smart. 103 for 5. In comes Mulder, bowls the new batsman, Livingston, who stands up, plays his first ball back up the pitch. And Mulder fields. But it's the whole experience. It's like going to carpet shops here, isn't it? When they roll them all out and you try and give the impression that you know what you're talking about, but you're counting the knots per square inch and so on.
Have you done your bartering, or did Khalid do that for you?
Well, Khalid I think mostly did that. But I was badly let down by one of our very close friends who I messaged and said, "I'm here to go to the tailor, and I know my friend is from Lahore, and I thought he'll come up with a local tailor." Here's Mulder, pushed away out to cover. There's no run, but disappointingly, he said that his tailor actually is from Karachi. Right. So he was of no use to me at all. My old friend Ramiz, who just walked into the commentary box. Well, I don't know if he's been to Dandies Design. Have you been to Dandies, Ram? No.
He's never heard of it.
It's in your hometown. I'm going there on Monday to pick up my suits. Dandy Designs. I'd love to see you, Ram. It really is. I haven't seen you all trip. You've been keeping your distance from us, but it's lovely to catch up with you. 103 for 5. In comes Mulder, bowls, and steered away through backward. Point down to third man for a single. You haven't heard of Dandy Designs?
Dandy Designs. Well, I know when you wear one, whether you look dandy or not in that.
Which semi-final are you doing?
So. Probably one in Dubai. Are you going to Dubai?
Well, I think no. I'm definitely doing the Lahore semi.
Lahore one.
If you're there, I will come in my full dandy outfit.
Fantastic.
Okay. You need to let me know.
Absolutely.
Send me a message. I'll get it all on.
Right. Okay. What colour?
Well, it sounds dull to say grey, doesn't it? But it's got a bit of something about it.
Okay.
But it's all the business of going in, isn't it, and getting measured up and all of that. And the master tailor comes out. There's like a fanfare when he appears, and the red carpet comes out as the master appears. He gets his tape measure out, all done in inches, of course. Here, 104 for 5, and we've got Maharaj continuing. He's bowling to Livingston. He's forward. Plays that out towards cover. So I'm looking forward to Monday. And I was just saying to Victor that Khalid, our fixer, he waited till he saw how mine looked on the first fitting.
Right.
Didn't do anything himself. Had a look, and then got himself measured up for 2 shalwar.
Wow.
So the Dandies are not bad, I would say. This is played away down to backward point. One of them is quite a nice sort of light lilac.
Right.
So that's the dandy element. I would think.
Stripes?
On his shalwar. No.
Yeah, no. Plain one.
Do you get a stripy shalwar?
Of course.
Do you?
Yes.
I don't think I've seen a stripy shalwar.
No. I mean, you find them more in the ladies' corner, but...
Well, they could be in the men's in Dandies, but there you go. 104 for 5, and this is played off the bank down to
these
mid-on.
days, anything goes, actually.
Well, even in Dandies in Lahore. But anyway, we did have a lovely time in Lahore, though.
Right, okay. The weather was nice. Weather was
mixed. But we did the Wagga border.
Oh, you did?
Which was bonkers. I mean, sort of entertainment and yet geopolitics. It's crazy, isn't it?
It is actually.
Face painting and all the guards and the strutting. I mean, it is extraordinary. Maharaj bowling again, tucked away for a single down to mid-on, and then we went and for evening meal up on that open roof restaurant, looking down over the mosque and the fort. And
All right, okay, yes.
Lovely.
Yeah, the interior part of Lahore.
Yeah, really. I mean, just really, you can feel the history, can't you? And yeah, it was great because we haven't been to Lahore for some time. So no, it was
Sorry,
lovely.
I missed you actually.
I know.
My schedule.
There's one that runs away
Karachi
past
and
slip for a couple. No, you've not been in Lahore at all?
No, not on this Champions Trophy.
Oh. Well, I assumed that you'd invited us out for a nice
100%.
meal in the you know, yeah,
In Raja household.
in Raja House,
Absolutely.
yeah, Raja Towers, as it's called.
Right.
It wasn't coming, so I assumed you weren't around. But no, next time. 108 for 5. Maharaj again creeps in, bowls, and that's steered away into the onside. What about England then, Ram? I mean, I know that,
it's like
let's face it, Pakistan would be much better.
sure. In the same boat actually.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of England. I mean, you know, 2 of the batsmen have been amongst the top 3 as highest run getters, and yet somehow the team has not clicked.
Yeah.
Because I think the bowling has been all over the place. You can't go for 70 or 80 in 10 overs. I think that's been a problem. We did see, I guess, the Yorkers also as a strategy, or the wider angle Yorkers. Or, I mean, against Afghanistan, I mean, hats off to Afghanistan because their batting against extreme pace was outstanding.
Yeah.
You know, for a team that...
There's Milner bowling, and his first ball's defended by Butler, back up the pitch. They've gone for 7.5 and over, the quick bowlers, you know, over the course of the tournament.
Yeah,
I mean, I know they bowl at the death and they bowl as power play. I know that, you know, there's pressure on them, but
it's just too many runs leaked.
Oh yeah, yeah, they went, and the faster the bowl, the further it went, I think. But yeah,
New captain now.
Yeah.
Who do you think?
Butler, Harry Brook, I suspect.
Harry Brook is the vice captain, right?
Yeah, I think that'll be. There aren't any other obvious ones within the team anyway. There's Mulder bowling, push up to mid-off. At least no one obvious who you'd think would be around in 2.5 years for the World Cup. What about Pakistan? Another
yeah, I mean, another introspection, another charge sheet. I don't know what they'll do. I mean, sources say that it'll be kind of a 70% new team going to New Zealand.
Wow.
They have that tour, white ball tour, immediately after the Champions Trophy.
Right.
And then the PSL, and then, I mean, they have a series.
Sorry, not sure what that noise was, but in comes Mulder again. Bowls short, pulled hard by Butler out to deep square leg as a fielder there in the shadow of the floodlight. So they take one. 70%. That's a fair old
massive
clear out.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Yeah, I mean, he probably will take a risk. Shaheen probably, not too sure. But you know, the problem was that the bench strength was also exposed. So you have options, but the options at the global tournament at this level has to be better.
Yeah. Mulder bowls and play very late by Livingston out to backward point. And as a whole, I mean, this crowd's disappointing. What's happened here?
It is.
Saturday.
Actually, always Karachi disappoints us as far as crowds are concerned. Only for the first couple of matches, I think, it was South Africa and Afghanistan. We had a reasonable crowd, more so because of Afghanistan fans. But I think it's the parking. It's something to do with the parking and the security and how tough they make it.
Just getting in.
Yeah, getting in. Compared to Lahore,
easy,
for example.
Yeah. Mulder bowls, thumps into the pad, rolls away out to cover, and there is no run. Yeah, the security is interesting because we actually came in your convoy today, and we haven't in Lahore. We were just travelling ourselves. We weren't in a convoy, but they seemed keen today that we should. But it must be quite exhausting for a spectator to come in and
it takes a lot of effort actually.
Yeah.
For a neutral game, you know, it's 30 degrees. It's pretty hot.
Yeah.
It takes a lot.
109 for 5. Livingston's on 4. Mulder bowls to him. Inside edge there, which almost dragged into his stumps. Mulder holds his head in his hands there theatrically. On another day, that would have cannoned into the wickets and Livingston would be out. But he's moved to 5. Butler 4, 110 for 5. But I mean, how do you think that Pakistan will view the tournament as a whole? I mean, It's going to be strange if the final is not held here, isn't it?
They'll be very
all that
disappointed,
politics is
actually.
one thing,
Yes,
but
absolutely.
It's a bit
Being
odd.
host and not being
Yes.
able to
host the final.
host the final or conduct the final will disappoint the fans, actually.
Yes. But if it's here, if India do get beaten, and it happens here in Lahore, that'll be a good turnout for.
Yeah,
a
I'm
neutral
sure
final.
we'll have a house full. I think a lot of people would be interested.
Yes. 110 for 5. There's a drummer who's come in now. He's making his presence felt somewhere round and about. One of the South Africans leaves the field. There's been a bit of illness in the camp. Young Bosch is on the field. Remember his father, Tertius.
Yes.
Bowled fast. And then died in mysterious circumstances.
That's
I was
right.
reading about that today. It's Maharaj bowling, and there's a little sweep there, paddling away into the leg side. The ball runs down towards fine leg boundary. I think it's going to get there probably. The outfield's been so fast.
Oh,
Lahore's
it
the
is.
same.
Billiard table.
Yeah, very quick.
Do you know that this is this pitch has Australian soil? Do you know this?
No.
Yeah.
Is it?
So when I was at the PCB, and because the flack of the dead pitches that we were getting, so this was an idea that was kind of out of box, and in a desperate move, we then got the soil in from Australia. It took about year and a half.
How extraordinary.
Yeah, for it to get fixed.
Well. This is Livingston playing forward. What, this is one strip or?
No, this is they've got two pitches,
Right.
Australian soil, and so the first game that was played, it had more grass, and so it had more bounce.
Maharaj bowled again. Oh, almost creeps through. Livingston on the back foot, picked up at mid wicket. So where did it come from?
I think from Western Australia.
Did it?
Yeah.
So it could be quite lively then.
Yeah.
Proper
We're-
sort of whacker
yep,
sort.
absolutely.
Maharaj. Oh, it's a full toss. Oh, it's a horrible shot. Oh dear. Down the pitch. Full toss, really. It's gone under his bat, I suspect, at the end. Livingston's bowled in the most, well, I was going to say the most horrible fashion, but he's vying. He's got good company for that today. There'll be some awful dismissals. And we said, Ram, at the start that England today are either going to post something special. Oh, he's stumped, actually, not bowled. He's way down the pitch. Or they could go down in a heap. And it looks like they're going down in a heap.
Yeah, I mean, that was always a question, whether they'll be able to concentrate in such a scenario when the captain has decided to not be the captain of England anymore, and then, you know, it's kind of a dead rubber for England.
I'll catch you. Simon's coming in. Nice to see you, Ram.
Cheers. But it was
I'll see
nicely...
you at Dandy's on Monday.
Okay, I look forward to it. It was nicely bowled by Maharaj also. He flighted it and bowled at a lesser pace also. We're talking about 74 clicks compared to 91.3. And so he clearly beat him in the flight and lack of pace.
Well, Victor at the back of the box there, an old spinner. Oh, it's a lovely piece of bowling. But if you're a batter to get out to that, you do not want to see the
You'd be
replay,
gutted.
do you? It was like
Absolutely.
tossed up,
Yeah.
the old fishing rod out, reeled in.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks a horrible dismissal from a batting point of view. You love it as a bowler when you do something like that. Just felt, this level just felt a bit too easy, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Santner has done such a great job with sort of slackening the pace and holding the ball up more in the air and dipping it on the batsman. This was pretty similar to that ball at 74 clicks.
Well, England in big trouble here. 114 for 6 in the 21st over.
This is such a good batting surface. It doesn't have any grass. It's pretty solid. I don't know what's happening. It's just not in mood really to be competitive.
No, well, I think it might be that. You know, it's been quite a longish tour. They had the Indian tour before this one, where they played 8 white ball matches, and then 3 more here. Here's Maharaj bowling. There's a shout for LBW against Overton first up. I think just outside the line there, was a long way forward. Goes out towards cover, and there's no run. 114 for 6. I'm not making excuses, I'm just saying, when you've out the tournament as well, I know how do you get yourself up for it? And against a confident and a good side, Overton plays that way towards extra cover, and there's no run. 114 for 6. Now they'll all be going their separate ways pretty soon. Some thinking ahead to the new English season and the India series coming up.
Yes, 5 tests.
And a few people going off to the IPL. Everyone goes their own ways. The team sort of breaks up for a while, for 2 or 3 months now. 114 for 6, and then there might be a few next time they gather who are not there, not selected after a tournament like this. It's not been
I don't know whether you need to find new talent or new approach. I don't know. I mean, or mix of both.
Yeah, probably a mix of both.
Yeah.
It's the batting today that's let England down, but it strikes me the bowling just a bit thin. A lot of times recently they've just gone around the park or not been able to hold a side. Here's a new over, and Ngidi back into the attack, bowls to Butler, who tries to tap it away into the offside, goes out towards cover, and there's no run. So the two former Somerset players together at the moment, Jamie Overton and Josh Butler. Butler in his last match as England's white ball captain. Then England's next white ball cricket is against West Indies in late May, early June time. They've got a test match against Zimbabwe around that time as well. 114 for 6, 4-day game at Trent Bridge. Here is Ngidi going into bowl to Butler, and Butler forces that away nicely towards deep mid-wicket. And get a single swept up in the deep. 115 for 6. Butler to 5. Now Overton comes down on strike. Just looking at the Pakistan situation, Ramesh, every time you look at your look at the website or phone, it says Pakistan are about to sack their coaching staff again. This lot are being turfed out as well, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the
word, is it?
bed decision. That's like they love this. Yeah, I know. But this time I think probably you'll have changes as well in the team.
Ngidi bowls, Overton is forward, playing that towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Is there the talent in Pakistan cricket? Or are they actually just going through a fallow period? I know it's an easy shot to sort of put across the bows of Pakistan cricket. You know, when people say, "Oh, India could pick a second team that would beat Pakistan at the moment," and I don't know how true that is. We won't know because they won't pick a second team to play against them when they come up against one of those rare occasions.
Yeah, there's this lack of talent in spin department, certainly, because you can't afford to have just one spinner in the squad. Every other team have looked to sort of strengthen their cupboard with spin options. But Pakistan of late, in the last 4 or 5 years, we really, after Yasir Shah maybe, he was the last leg spinner who really did it.
So you're talking about white ball cricket here.
And white ball, we didn't have any. So, I mean, there were bits and pieces kinds of sort of talent. But clearly, I mean, spin department needs a massive uplift. I don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe under 19s, under 17s.
Ngidi bowls, and Overton plays that way forcefully on the onside through backward square leg. Picks up a single, that's him off the mark, and England to 116 for 6 in this final group game for them in this disappointing Champions Trophy. Focus for Pakistan on that. Pakistan Super League schedule was announced earlier this week, wasn't it? So they're fitting in a New Zealand tour before then. Yeah,
they're going to New Zealand, and so it's another month before they start PSL. So there's a little bit of gap.
Time, Forward goes Butler, drives that way into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. Of course, the PSL this year is up against the IPL.
That's right. Yes, it'll be interesting actually. PSL needs a bit of cash injection to make it worthwhile for players even going to IPL to have a look in, because if you get a good contract of $500,000, for example, I'm sure that there'd be few players who'd be interested for a shorter format to come in, quick in and quick out.
Ngidi bowls Butler, miscues, that goes away into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ngidi stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head there in frustration and not getting through against Butler. It's 116 for 6, 22 overs, Butler 5, and Overton 1. Oh, yeah, it's actually an interesting point, because the IPL does go on for a long time.
Yeah, it's 2.5 months or something like that. So this is a 3-week gig.
Yeah.
You want to be on a 3-week gig, and there's less pressure on you from franchisee point of view. And from all accounts, players have generally found quite a nice environment to be part of a league. So, I mean, there quite a few things working for PSL, only if they could inject more money.
Maharaj bowls, forward goes Overton, new over, drops it onto the pitch, and there's no run. I mean, not everyone gets the super contract in the IPL. I mean, obviously the star players do, and if your star is in the ascendancy, that happens. Here's Maharaj bowling to Overton with a slip in. He eases it up towards long off. And there's one run. Miller there, who fielded the ball at long off. He was indicating he was going like that with his hands from bottom to top with his hands, as if to say to Maharaj, go on, toss it up. Toss it up. I think that was the implication. I'm not sure. Anyway, I just try to interpret his body language. But as he went to field it, he was going like that with his hands. Overton on 2, Butler on 5. That one is tossed up, more by Maharaj. And it's driven up towards Miller, but all the way along the ground. I think they were just hoping one of these two would knock it up in the air, as Brook did. A really fine running catch from Janssen.
Brilliant catch.
Superb catch, wasn't it? Picked up 3 wickets earlier as well. A fine catch.
For a guy who's 6'10", to be so athletic, I mean, and he approached it as if it's his.
Maharaj bowls, Overton sweeps, controlled sweep, taking the ball from outside the off stump towards deep back with square leg. Van der Dussen sends in the return to Klaassen. 119 for 6. Overton moves to 3. Overton stroked the other evening, Wally, out towards long on, just perhaps deceived by a slower ball, going hard at it. Butler goes back in defence and plays it away into the offside. He had the chance to win the game for England, but of course some of the got England back in the game, but they had an opportunity when he was there in that partnership with Archer, as Butler pokes that one back to Maharaj, who's away to his right to pick up, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Maharaj on 5 overs, taking 2 for 21. England are 6 down for 119 for 23 overs. Overton 3, and Butler there on 6.
Butler at 6, I think whether that was a position for him or not, I mean, so the general opinion is maybe not, because rebuilding the innings in the middle phase of the bowling innings, and so you've got to construct, you've got to rebuild, and then you've got to read the situation. So and when you're not winning matches, that puts extra bit of pressure when you're
so
batting.
You'd like to see him bat higher?
I think so, yeah. Oh, he would have taken a chance in a game or so.
119 for 6. Well, that's something for them to think about post this tournament, that batting order. And Geedy bowls to Overton. Overton plays that way into the offside and picks up a single to the left of cover. And Jamie Smith was the kind of a big punt for the tournament, putting him up at number 3. I mean, they had to take Bethel out. Well, Bethel was injured, so I think he was earmarked to play. So what they would have come up with if Bethel had been available, it might have been a bit different. I mean, what do you do with Phil Salt? Who keeps wicket? They went with Smith rather than Salt, because Butler has done it in the past. I think that stat, they actually had as many wicket keepers as frontline bowlers in their first match.
3 and 3.
Well, there's 4 as well. I mean, if Duckett can keep. Here's a full delivery, driven up towards mid-off. It's a nice looking shot there from Butler, but it's a good piece of fielding as well. Prevents it from going for 4. Butler gets a single. It wasn't cleanly stopped, but the point was it was stopped rather than going up to the long off boundary for 4. So Butler goes to 7, and England to 121 for 6. The Root leading scorer so far with 37. Duckett making 24. Brook 19. Salt 8. Smith 0. Livingston out for 9. Archer, Rashid, and Mahmood to come. So this is the last serious pair together, as dug in short and swatted away by Overton out towards mid-on, and there's no run. It specs the bottom of his bat. He's just a curious cricketer, Jamie Overton. I don't know how much you followed his career or otherwise, but I mean, fast bowler who batted at number 11 for Somerset, but you saw his potential as a batter. And he went to Surrey, and Surrey said to him, well, we think you can bat as well. And so they've given him more responsibility, pushed him up the order. He's won or helped win white ball games for them. And so England have picked him as an all-rounder in that lower middle order. He's on 4. He plays that away quietly into the onside for a single. He's a dangerous hitter.
He is, actually. He almost won the game against Afghanistan.
It's that moment when he was deceived by that slower ball, because he went hard at it. I mean,
he just couldn't sort of pull it back.
Yeah, he went hard at it, hit it out towards the long on, because that shows what a powerful man he is, that he was able to just, not check the shot Because he could have dabbed it into the onside. He probably would have got 2, actually, wouldn't he?
100%.
But he went at it, deceived slightly, and powered it out to long on. And that was the game, as it turned out. Grim faces on the balcony. You probably have seen the photographs of Root and Butler, stony-faced, on the England balcony, watching that. Geedy bowls, played away by Butler. Goes down fine for another single. Butler to 8. And England to 123 for 6. So a bit of regrouping from these two at the moment. So much time left, only 4 wickets left.
Yeah, it's the difficult part in the middle phase to construct a partnership. Never easy, because you've got to be sensible. You can't be yourself. Butler 8 from 15. In normal circumstances, he would have absolutely laid into the bowling.
Back with Overton, and Geedy runs into bowl to him, and Overton hits that away in the air towards deep mid-wicket. It will be picked up in the deep. A strong shot from Overton. The ball seems just ping off his bat. He does, when it hits the middle of his bat, it does fly away. 124 for 6 at the end of Ngidi's over. 5 overs, 0 for 26 from Ngidi. We've had 24 overs of this England innings on a warm, quite breezy day. See the flags fluttering on the top of the pavilion at the far end. The flags, the 8 competing nations, showing us what strong breeze is blowing across this ground.
Out of all the grounds in Pakistan, Karachi would give us the maximum chance to reverse this ball because of the sea breeze, especially after 2 p.m. I remember some magnificent bowling spells there in the afternoon of the last session where the sea breeze helped the ball to reverse. But obviously with 2 hard balls at each end, you don't see that often in ODI cricket.
The square is quite green as well. Is. There are a few, obviously a few pitches.
But it is rough. It is green, but it is
there's some roughness out there as well. Right, it just looks from a distance quite green, but some sort of hold up. Not quite sure what that was about, but we're about to get underway. Maharaj is going to begin a new over. His 6th over. Overton on strike on 6 with a slip in. Maharaj bowls to him. And just a bit of flight there, and Overton comes forward and gets a thickish outside edge along the ground towards backward point. So how far would we be from the sea here? About 5 miles?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Maharaj to Overton, outside the off stump, forced away, square with the wicket on the offside, good contact, chase around the boundaries, unsuccessful. That's gone away for 4. And the power of Overton takes him to 10, 128 for 6.
It was quicker from Maharaj, 85.3 compared to the 74 clicks delivery that got that wicket. Stubbs is a great outfielder, he's really athletic, but this is such a fast outfield here at the National Bank Stadium.
Maharaj goes into bowl and Overton pulls away. It's about the 5th time that's happened today. Maharaj not so far to walk back, bowls to Overton, just tempting him outside the off stump. Overton leans forward and defends it, runs away towards backward point. It's a great opportunity for him actually, day like today. Okay, you haven't played much one-day international cricket. Okay, it's the end of the tour, you're out of the tournament. It's a day to show what you're made of. You get an opportunity at this stage of the game. You're in early, plays that off the back foot towards extra cover. That one, and there's no run. Captain at the other end, or as Overton comes forward and plays that carefully into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Familiar face as well. They'll play cricket together at Somerset, these two. 128 for 6. Maharaj rattling through this over. Bowls to Overton, who turns this for a single through square leg. 129 for 6. And that over just flashed by from Maharaj. Well, I suppose they need him. When they got these pace bowlers, you need him to get through the overs quickly.
That's right.
Yeah. 129 for 6 at the halfway stage. So what are you feeling about the final, Ramesh? Pakistan desperate to host it?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know whether it can happen or not. India look a very strong side. And so I don't know who they'll play also.
Well, yeah, that's to be decided, isn't it, in the next couple of days, actually. We'll find as Ramiz departs for his TV duties. Thanks very much, Ramiz. See you later. 129 for 6. Halfway stage then of the England innings. Well, in theory. Rabada goes in and bowls to Overton, who drives the ball outside the off stump. And it goes through almost on the second bounce to wicketkeeper Heinrich Klaassen. Rabada back into the attack. Yet to take a wicket. Start of his 5th over. Overton on 11. He walks away, then settles, ready to go again. Rabada into bowl to him, and Overton plays solidly up towards mid-off, and there is no run. On the verge of a double change here. Jonathan's going to come in at the end of the over. Chris Wokes is back with us from Salford in the UK. Well, things have taken a bit of a turn since you were last with us, Chris. 129 for 6 as far as England are concerned.
Yeah, unfortunately lost a couple of quick wickets whilst I was away there. Obviously losing Joe Root was a big one.
As Rabada bowls and Overton plays it down the ground. Is he going to be caught? Oh, what a magnificent catch. It's Ngidi this time. That's a fine catch. Overton miscuing it down the ground. Overton just standing there waiting to see whether the catch was taken. He was running back, it was over his head, and it looked like the ball was favourite, and they've all gone to mob him because that was an excellent catch. He was shoveled away down the ground. Ngidi running back. That is an excellent catch. Tall fast bowler running back, and England have lost their 7th wicket. 129 for 7, and Rabada gets his first with some real help there. Well, the deceit to start with the delivery, and the fantastic help from his colleague, and Ngidi taking the catch. So Overton is on his way for 11. 129 for 7. We are going to have that double change now. Chris and then Jonathan.
An incredible bit of fielding from Lungi Ngidi there. As you say, Simon, big fast bowler over his left shoulder. Probably money was firmly on the ball. An incredible catch over his left shoulder, and I think Rabada was as surprised as anyone that his fellow fast bowler had taken the catch. But 7th wicket falls for England, unfortunately. Looking like a tough day at the office at the minute.
Well, we said at the start, Chris, didn't we? It might go 2 ways today.
That's right, Aggers.
And I think it's option 2 that is coming out here, unfortunately. It happens. It happens a lot of end of tours and stuff when people just kind of run a bit dry. But what I'm disappointed with, I'll be honest, is there are players here who have got actually reputations to make and positions to try and nail down. Salt, Smith, Brooke, the one they're talking about as being the next captain. I mean, and they've squandered those chances.
Yeah, we did. We said at the start of the day, didn't we, that it's an opportunity to put a front foot forward and stake a claim, I suppose, for this team moving forward. As you say, potentially a couple of places could be up for grabs, and certainly hasn't been the performance that we would have liked to have seen so far.
No, it's been poor. South Africa look pretty good. They've got good in the field, some good catches. Rabada's on his way, and he's bowling now to Jofra Archer, who's in already in the 26th over, and he plays that back to the strongly built fast bowler, and there is no run. So Jofra would normally expect to come in around about over number 45, 46, come and play a few shots. But he's in about 20 overs early.
That's right. He's a guy that really does enjoy his batting, but I'm sure he wouldn't like to be in this early, obviously with the team situation. But an opportunity for him to show us what he can do with the bat.
And there's Rabada. He just plays that quite nicely, actually, turning it away out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run there. It's really by one of the substitutes. A bit on and off today. I think, as they were saying, there's some illness in the South African camp. They was without their captain today, with Bavuma. But it's a substitute there, fielding at mid-wicket. 129 for 7. The run rate has dipped below 5 now. Rabada on his way. Bowles. Archer plays him carefully, watchfully down to Ngidi, who will still be living on that catch. I'm sure it's a very good catch, Steve, for a big man too, to move as he did. It was a really good effort. It was in 2 very good catches today. 129 for 7. 26 overs gone, and that was a wicket maiden, in fact, bowled by Rabada. And South Africa, as we know, will be in a semi-final. We don't know which one it'll be yet. That'll depend on tomorrow's result, which is India against New Zealand. That'll be a good game. I know England are out of this, but don't give up on the tournament. There's some good cricket to be played.
That should be a great game, I guess,
yeah,
realistically.
It really should.
Two very strong teams.
New Zealand could beat India there, you know. They could do. 129 for 7. It's Maharaj bowling, and it's played off the back foot by Butler out to the field on the deep point boundary. And they take 1 run, 130 for 7. Right, what's Archer going to do here? He's got the captain at one end. He's got some spin bowling at him. And what have they done with the field? Let's have a look. Mid-on is up, by the look of it. It's hard to see. I'm going to have to stand up because of the sight screen. It goes Maharaj and bowls to Archer, who plays that little flick, and mid-on must be back. Yeah, he appears now because they've taken a single. So just a little nudge along the ground from Archer. And he's off the mark. Butler 9.
I have a feeling that he might look to bat relatively normal for a change.
Oh, do you think so?
I'm going to suggest that Joff's going to take this opportunity to have a bit of a net.
Well, we'll see. Butler at the moment hasn't played a shot in anger either. He's just prodded that one back. Oh, well, we'll see. I've not seen Jofra in that mode before.
I'm not sure I have either, to be honest with you, Agus, but today could be the day.
There's Butler driving hard to cover. Well, he might as well. But yeah, he does like his batting, doesn't he? But he normally goes out there. He batted well against Australia. He put some good blows together there. He got 20 odd. 131 for 7. Maharaj, Breeze tugging at his shirt, bowls, and Butler defends it, pats it back up the pitch again. Warm day, the flags fluttering on top of the newsstand at the far end. There used to be a big scoreboard down there. This is played away down the ground to long on. 132 for 7. Did you play here, Chris? I can't remember now. Did you play here when the Test match a couple of years ago?
This is in Karachi, right?
Karachi. Yeah.
Yes. But when did we were there in October, wasn't we? We played 2 in Multan.
We didn't play here.
We didn't play here. No, right. I wouldn't
the
have
first
done
tour
that,
back we played.
I'll tell you where we did play there. We played the T20 series before going to Australia for the World Cup.
Yes.
We played at this venue.
Karachi, yeah. Well, you wouldn't recognise the far end. In fact, the players have changed ends too. They're all
is that right?
This new stand down there. Yeah, there used to be an old scoreboard down there, and it's all gone now. There's a big white and green stand there. Here's Butler standing up and driving Rabada to Ngidi, fielding at mid-on. They take a single. So Archer, there's got 5 balls to face here. What's he going to do? They haven't got a slip with it, I don't think. Looking in a peculiar arrangement. This we are so far behind the arm that the sight screen has been extended in height. Actually blocks off half the field. So no, they haven't got a slip. I thought they might might do. It's a no ball free hit, is it? Come on then, Jofra.
We might see Jofra open the arms here.
Have a proper swing now. It's a change of batsman, so they can change the field. So fine leg third man come up, and I think Ngidi's going to be pushed back there at mid-on, surely. They've got a long off. Ngidi's waving at Klaasen, saying, "You sure you want me here?" No, he's being dispatched. He'll have to go. So what's he going to bowl? He can't really bowl short with this field. Long on, long off, back they go. And in comes Rabada. That bowls really well, right in the boots. Terrific free hit delivery, that. Full leg side. Archer inevitably backing away a bit to give himself some room. A terrific ball.
He's one of the best at that delivery, isn't he? He's done that for many years now. Got his Yorker in. Does a very good job of making sure the free hit doesn't go to the boundary. I was just about to think there, Agus, at this stage of the game, 135 for 7, Rabada's got to get some slips in here.
Well, I thought so. He's turned away to mid-wicket now, and followed by a substitute to take a single. What do you think for Archer, surely?
Especially to Jofra, yes.
Yeah. 136 for 7. Archer back on strike on 2. 2 lone cries from the crowd echoing round this near empty stadium. It's got a roof that runs all the way around. I guess makes the the echoing sound even more hollow, as it were. 136 for 7. Rabada's on his way, bowls to Archer. He's gone for a slog, and he's got it away through deep mid wicket. He's gone for 4. Well, there you go. He can't block for too long. Was a bad shot, actually. It was perhaps not absolutely out of the manual, but he's got it away over mid wicket.
Yeah, although it was slightly agricultural, it was still well controlled by Jofra Archer, hitting it flat over mid wicket for a few bounces and rolling into the fence. A nice shot off, obviously a very good bowler in KG Rabada.
Yeah, good shot, Archer. Rabada again. He won't like that very much. He bowls. He's gone for another one. That not quite so pretty. Mistimed. A clubbing, mistimed heave to mid wicket, and no run this time. I'm looking at Joss Buttler, who's leaning on his bat at the other end. He's not saying anything, but I just wonder if he's thinking what's going on down there. But I think he's just letting Archer get on with it. Butler's leaning on his bat. He's been very becalmed so far. 12 from 22 balls. What's Rabada going to serve up here? Archer's ready for him. In comes Rabada. Bowls a slower ball, and he's got that away down between third man and backward point for 4. No, it's been booted in. Just got his boot to it. Very well stopped. And so 2 runs it is. There's Janssen down there. He's having a good day in the field. He just got a right boot on it.
Some proper fast bowling fielding that is, isn't it, Agus?
Yeah.
You'd have done that in your time, wouldn't you?
Well, I was thinking more of Bisham Bedi actually back in the day. Did we see all that? The old, his boot might have been touching the boundary there at the fateful moment. Yeah. Well, wait, it's one of these tortuous slow motion replays where we're going to watch on a blown up piece of film, which is virtually impossible to see. Well, I think he might give this as 4. Yes, he has done. It was the toe of his boot was just in contact with the sponge, and so 4 runs given. Which is a shame from from Janssen's point of view. 144 for 7 in the 28th. Then comes Rabada, and he bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side by Archer. He's playing very nicely here. Gone on to 11 now. At 145 for 7. If you watch the footage of Bumble, David Lloyd getting his double 100 at Edgbaston, you'll see some outstanding 1970s fielding from India at the time, especially Bishan, who would be cruising around the boundary. I mean, it wasn't Bishan's thing to sprint. I'm not sure that he could really anyway. But then he would just stick out a left boot, which would miss the ball by 5 miles and roll into the boundary for 4.
I imagine the bowlers were extremely happy with those.
Well, I don't think they were really. It's just the way that they seem to do it then. But I say Bumble played very nicely that day, however. 145 for 7. Archer on strike. He's even stolen the strike there. And Buttler still leans on his bat as Maharaj bowls to him, and he's opened up his shoulders there a bit and then clipped the ball along the ground to long on. Just for 1 run. So I wonder if Buttler might be tempted to play a few shots now. He's watched Archer having a go. They're both on 12. Archer from 10 balls and Buttler from 22. So Buttler waits. Maharaj bowls to him. Oh yes, he comes down the pitch, but then Maharaj saw him coming, so fired the ball in a bit, and Buttler just defends it, plays out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 146 for 7 in the 29th over. Maharaj bowls. Buttler just punches that back at him. And there is no run. What's going through Buttler's mind here? He's resigned as captain, but he is still captain. His team's 7 down in the 29th over. Apart from obviously crushing disappointment, but I wonder what he's thinking about the sort of innings he's going to play here. Maharaj bowls to him, and again he just prods that off the back foot and finds cover. It's him who's having the net really, rather than Archer by the look of it.
I may be completely wrong here, but it almost feels like Maharaj, he's got a couple overs left. He's been quite handy today. Might be looking to
again, let's push for a single this time through the 2 cover fields with Maharaj dropping a little bit shorter. So yes, Maharaj has bowled. This is the last ball of his 8th over. He's got a couple left. So they've bowled. All their 5 bowlers have got a few overs in the bank. Maybe Maharaj will continue. He's bowling to Archer, who's on 12. Maharaj bowls to him. Oh, there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Tucker says no. One of those rather retracted appeals. It might have just been drifting down the leg side, that one. As Archer tried to swing it away towards the boundary. 147 for 7. Archer has 12. And Butler has 13. A bit of a touch of gloves there. An exchange of views. It's always rather nice batting with a proper batsman, though, isn't it? We don't often get the chance, do you?
Well, absolutely.
Well, you batted with Joss, of course, the match you won up at Old Trafford, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really enjoy batting with the so-called batsmen when you get a chance, and you get an opportunity to, especially in this position where you can actually build an innings, an opportunity to put a score on the board and get your team slightly out of trouble and put a score where we can actually have a bowl at.
There's Rabada, and he's bowling to a sliced drive from Butler, ends up down at third man. He was aiming there over cover, trying to hit it in the air, I think, but didn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat. Thick edge and a single, so again it brings Archer down on strike. 148 for 7. Well, I suppose it makes you play try and play like a batsman, isn't it, if you're actually batting with one?
Yeah, I always found that really helped my batting. Put me in a better mindset rather than batting with the so-called tail, to be honest. Makes you think you are a batter for a change.
Rabada bowling. Oh, that's more like Archer. Dancing down the pitch, great swipe. Ball went over his stumps. Slower ball, I think, was it there from Rabada? That would have gone a long way, but they have got a long on out there. Archer settles over his bat again. Rabada on his way once more, bowls to him. Oh, that's very, very nicely played. Out towards extra cover. Nothing wrong with that. 148 for 7. 3 balls to go in the 30th over. I don't think we're bothering to double and so on with 20 overs to go at this stage. I've only got 3 wickets left. Rabada bowls, very wide. He saw Archer stepping away there, so he fired it wide of the off stump. But umpire Raza's not letting him get away with that. Signals that as a wide.
Nearly missed the cut strip there.
He did. He saw him stepping away, didn't he? 149 for 7. Rabada waits for the ball to be returned to him. Now he's ready again. What's Archer going to do here? Is a long on. Rabada's on his way. He comes in, bowls to him, and he's pulled that, and he's pulled it quite firmly too. And there's a fielder who's racing round that boundary. I don't think he's going to get there. The ball disappears into the shadows. And that was not a bad pull shot. That bit of a short arm variety. He's poked it through mid-wicket.
He gives his fair share of short balls out when he's got the ball in hand.
Yeah.
He was probably waiting for that one. Great shot. Pulls in front of square. I think there's a bit of a misfield there, isn't there, at mid-wicket?
Yeah, it was.
Maybe he didn't quite see the ball. It almost looked like a sub-fielder. But a great shot from Jofra Archer. Quite enjoying himself out there.
Now, the next one, not quite so elegant. A swipe that's hit him, the edge of the bat, they seem to have hit him on the arm. A bit of a stinger. Rabada looked a bit cross about everything there and bowled the ball with more intent, shall we say, and that was on to Archer before he was ready, really. He's got a nasty bruise on his arm. Again, trying to hoik it out to the leg side boundary. And, bat, arm, and then up in the air. That'll hurt. Rabada again. Here he comes. Bowls. But he gets well behind that and just pushes that away out to cover, almost exaggeratedly. And there's no run. 153 for 7. 30 overs gone. So normally you'd be doubling the score and working stuff out and so on, but it doesn't really feel like that sort of situation here today. England have had a very disappointing outing. Salt 8, Duckett 24, Smith 0, Root 37, Brook 19, Livingston 9, Overton 11, all dismissed. And that with about 25 overs to go. I think I'd make a note of that last wicket, but about 25 overs, 7 down. Maharaj then will continue from this end. It's going to Butler, who goes on the back foot, plays that hard, hammering it away out towards deep cover. Chase for the fielder, who does well to keep that in. Double hands there. And thrown back gets Tristan Stubbs out there in the deep. He's playing because there is some illness in the South African camp. It's taken 2 down. Maharaj rolls, tucked away by Butler. Just be 1. So the deep square leg rushes in and fields. Butler to 17, Archer 16. He's to put on 27 now. And 31 balls. It's a good pitch. Interested in that business about the Australian soil. I must say, I didn't know that. Ramiz, of course, the time but 1 ago was chairman of the board. Now he's back to commentating again. We've got a slip. It's Maharaj bowls and Archer comes forward, drives him down the ground to long off. I never quite know what's happening in the topsy-turvy world of Pakistan cricket, but I think there'll be a few who'll be culled after this latest outing.
Yeah, I think we're used to things happening after ICC events with Pakistan.
Definitely. Maharaj again, and Butler gets that leading edge. Might just have held its own there a bit, just perhaps turned slightly. But the ball runs out to point rather than to mid-wicket. Yes, I think Akib Javid might be struggling. He seems to be have a target on his back, certainly in the media. He took over from Jason Gillespie, of course. Here's Maharaj bowling, played off the back foot by Butler, finds a cover fielder. Jason resigned after the Test series with us because he wasn't allowed to do his job, basically. Couldn't select the team, had no input in selection. There's a selection committee of about 30 people, which didn't include the coach. Here's Butler, pushed away up to Maharaj, and there's no run, 157 for 7.
Yeah, that didn't sound like it was the job he'd signed up for, had it?
No, it wasn't. No, they could hardly get all the selectors. They showed a photograph of the selection panel missing, and they could barely squeeze into this enormous conference room, and there was no sign of the coach. So, Chris, give us some thoughts.
Yes.
They're going to have a drink, actually, as well, because 31 overs have gone, and Simon Mann's coming in here at 157 for 7 with 19 overs to go.
Yeah, the last drinks break before the innings finishes, England at 157 for 7, creeping towards something which they're going to be able to bowl at, hopefully. It's not been their best day out, but hopefully with Butler at the crease and Archer playing okay, hopefully they can get up to a score where they can at least have a bowl at and give their bowlers an opportunity to maybe get a win on the board in the last game of their competition.
Yep, both players on 17 at the moment. Sort of 19 overs to go. And they do say, look at the 30 over score and then double it. Well, I suppose it depends how many wickets you got left, really.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's happening today, is it, Simon?
No.
It's a shame, isn't it? I was just looking at some of the reactions on their faces as they lost wickets. They did a little piece on the television monitor not too long ago, and it just looks and strikes me that they were desperate to perform today, really come out here and put a performance in. It just hasn't happened for them. We spoke about the end of tours. When it goes like this, it can be difficult to find a performance and put in a strong one, but it just looks like they're desperate to do it, and it just hasn't quite worked for them. It's just on the back of a bad run, confidence is low, and they're finding ways to lose their wickets at the minute.
You've played plenty of white ball cricket, Chris. Do you fancy being interim captain or something?
Are you looking for a headline here, Simon?
I was asked to ask you by the producer.
Yeah,
I think he was looking for a headline.
Yeah, no, I think that isn't something I would be looking to do. Absolutely not. But I do feel for Joss. He does wear his heart on his sleeve, and he's put everything into the job, and it obviously hasn't quite worked out. And having said that, he is a T20 World Cup winning captain, isn't he? So he's obviously done something right, and that was a hell of an achievement. I'm grateful to be a part of that win, and it's more probably the ODI format where it hasn't gone as well as he would have liked, and that's probably down to many different reasons. Taking over England's best ever white ball captain in Morgan was always going to be a difficult thing to do. I also think look after the 2019 World Cup, that team never played together again, and probably has never actually had his best team on the field. Well, particularly, leading into competitions. Once you get into the ICC events, you get probably your best squad, but you never really got the team together to be able to produce some form, leading into these competitions.
Right, play's about to resume after the drinks break. There's going to be Janssen to bowl. He has a big part in this game so far. He's taken 3 wickets. He also got a brilliant catch to get rid of Harry Brook. You can see that on the BBC Sport website. Also the catch from Ngidi to get rid of Overteam was a superb catch as well. Janssen bowls, and first up goes past the outside edge there as Archer leans forward. Yeah, just Josh Butler's record, 44 one-day internationals in charge, 18 wins and 25 defeats. Of course, England lost their last 6 matches. The T20 record, 26 wins and 22 defeats. So yeah, the T20 record is better. Here's Janssen going into bowl to Archer, short, pulled away, hit hard towards deep backward square leg. And they go through for a single. Archer goes past Butler now. Archer 18 from 19. Butler trying to give himself some time and get in, but running out of partners. 17 from 32, 158 for 7. Well, 2 glorious days out really, but talk about England's best ever one-day international performance, probably being that match against Australia in the semi-final in Birmingham. So pound for pound, best ever one-day international performance. Here's Janssen going round the wicket now to bowl to Butler. Butler opens the face and plays it away through backward point. Attempted diving saves unsuccessful. Goes out towards Van der Dusen on the boundary. They go through for a single. Pound for pound, the best ever T20 performance was in that semi-final as well.
Absolutely.
Here in Adelaide.
Yeah, and Josh was a big, obviously a big part of that, wasn't he? Especially the T20 win in Adelaide. As you said, that win over India was huge, and led by him and Alex Hales chasing down that score. And that's the Josh Butler that England need, isn't it?
Definitely. As a short ball down the leg side, Archer flaps at it rather, misses it. Just for a moment I thought that might be signalled wide, but probably with the angle it was over the top of leg stump. And the umpire Hassan Raza signals a 1 for the over, 159 for 7. This is now Jofra Archer's longest innings for England in one-day international cricket. He's been out there for 20 balls.
Which would
Janssen bowling, defended into the offside, no run.
Which would probably suggest that, during Jofra's career in particular, obviously the amount, I'm not sure how many ODIs he's played, but in the majority of his ODIs that he has played, England will have batted extremely well. And that's when the ODI team have done well, is, our batters, especially top order, top 5-6 players, have scored majority of the runs and batted for the whole 50 overs. And that's part of this format.
Janssen bowls to him, and forward he goes, playing that carefully back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run. His highest one-day international score is 38 not out. So obviously that came in fewer than 21 balls. I mean, he does give it a whack, doesn't he? At the end,
he can do.
Give him a licence. Actually, just of late, he's been in good form in one-day cricket. He's got some runs at the bottom end. Actually, nearly took England over the line the other night. I mean, it's ifs and buts, isn't it? But that dismissal of Jamie Overton, just when England were looking likely winners for the first time almost in the game. 159 for 7 at the end of the innings. He scored 122 runs, an average of 41 in one-dayers. No, his last 10 one-dayers, but a few knockouts obviously give you a bit of a boost. They help
just
you
suggest he's in good form.
Yeah. Here's Maharaj bowling to Butler. Butler's forward, playing it back to the bowler, who bends down to pick up. There's no run. Maharaj, where is he? This is his final over. He's taken 2 for 35, and he's certainly helped South Africa's over rate. Walks back and goes straight in again to bowl to Butler. And Butler's struck on the pad. There's a yelp from behind, but nothing from Maharaj. Just perhaps a fraction of grip there. It's not easy for us to tell. We're actually a long way away and quite low down. It's a strange commentary position, this. But here is Maharaj. Bowls to Butler, who bends and he tosses that right up. It's drilled out into the offside. Goes out towards extra cover. Not that dissimilar there, Maharaj, from the one that got Livingston, just tossing it up a bit and inducing the drive. Have a look at that Livingston dismissal on the BBC Sport website as well, where all the highlights are. Maharaj to Butler. Butler nudges it away into the onside. Diving save at straight mid-wicket. That prevents a single. Maharaj, it feels as if he's on the verge of like the record quickest over ever in a one-day international. He's just
racing through.
Here he goes now and bowls to Butler. And Butler plays that defensively into the offside. He is helped by the fact that England are not scoring off him as well. Well, not really much, not in this over anyway. So this is his last ball of his spell. 2 for 35, 159 for 7. Maharaj bowls. And it's nudged away with an open face towards backward point, and there's no run. That's the end of Maharaj. England have seen the back of him. 10 overs, 2 for 35 from him, 159 for 7.
He's bowled beautifully well there. Plenty of control, and England have struggled to, I suppose, find a boundary option off him. And obviously with wickets down, it's hard to take that risk. But Simon, I'd just like to touch on the point about you saying that, you know, England obviously nearly got over the line the other day against Afghanistan, and it's amazing, isn't it? Particularly in these Champions Trophy events, whereas you can't afford a loss. Well, you know, okay, you can't afford 2 losses, but you just need that one little bit of shift of momentum. I feel like England, I know we haven't been in great form, but I just felt like if they'd got over the line against Australia, we'd be in such a different position right now.
It's Janssen beginning a new over. Bowls to Archer, takes it away into the leg side, down towards fine leg. Fielder runs round. They're going to look to come back for 2. Yes, they've gone for the second one. The throw's over the head of the wicketkeeper. It's backed up at cover. I think score goes to 161 for 7.
Yeah, I just look at that Australia game really in particular and thinking, you know, if we had them in such a good position, you know, at 140 for 4, and them going on to chase 350 was just real, I think, soul breaking really for the team and their confidence going into that Afghanistan game.
Janssen bowls, Archer drives, miscues it. He was looking for extra cover, hit it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I just feel had we have managed to sneak over the line there in that game, you know, coming off the back of India and obviously taking a bit of a batter in there, I feel like, having spoke to a few of the guys in camp, they were actually quite excited about coming up against a new opposition, obviously in different conditions. And I think that first game, had they got over the line, the confidence would have been through the roof and would have really helped.
Janssen bowls down the leg side, tries to flick it away there. Archer misses, but it's a wide signal by Hassan Raza, taken by Klassen. Well, you score 351. I mean, you win many more one-day internationals than you lose. In fact, I think it's the 9th highest successful chase. It was a flat pitch and a very quick outfield. And the other thing I think slightly frustrating about that day was that you feel as though England left a few out there.
Yeah.
Probably 20, 25 out there. You know, 375 was certainly possible at one stage. Janssen bowls, a sort of clubbing stroke from Archer that gets him nowhere. Somehow manages to get it behind square on the onside, straight to the short fine leg fielder. And there's no run. And
also, so in the following game against Afghanistan, having them 30 for 3, you know, in the power play, you know, it's a perfect start to a game, you know, in an ODI. You know, to then allow them to go on and get 300 plus, 320 in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, 325. Yeah.
Again,
Janssen
it's just
to Archer. Archer again. He's big wind up there. He's almost trying to hit the ball too hard at the moment. Hits it hard into the surface, goes bobbling away, and there's no run.
At the same time, again, it was just a hammer blow to, I suppose, a team that is kind of searching for a kind of a little bit of, as I keep saying, confidence, but a bit of confidence and a bit of kind of form to find that. Sometimes you just need that little bit more, you know, and we just let games slip away from us rather than grabbing them by the throat.
Janssen to Archer, again down the leg side. Archer swishes at it, misses that one. It's another run to the total with the wide signal. So what's this going to be, an 8 ball over minimum? 163 for 7 in the 34th.
I think it comes back to this ODI format, which we've obviously struggled in more recently, is the best teams do it for longer. You know, you have 50 overs and it's the guys that do it for the long periods of time. You know, how well can you bowl your stop ball for as long as possible?
Janssen to Archer, gets in a bit of a tangle there. The ball goes into the onside. Janssen's after it. I'm not quite sure where that came off. Archer, he got a smile on his face. And he managed to play that away somehow into the onside. 163 for 7. What did this come off? Let's see the replay. Oh, he actually came off his bat. It was a swishing shot without looking at it. And he was tiptoeing down the pitch and then onto his pad, and it went into the onside. And there was no run. not the most conventional way to play a shortish delivery. Janssen bowls, and Archer gets this over the keeper's head. That's not the conventional way either, but it's going to bring him 4 runs. Top edge over the keeper. And Jofra Archer moves to 24 at the end of the 34th over, 167 for 7.
A little bit of a wayward over from Janssen. We were talking about this earlier, how he's got a knack of taking wickets and finding ways to get wickets, which is obviously a huge skill, but in between that, he does bowl a hell of a lot of extras and bowl plenty of loose deliveries. So, yeah, interesting over that one. Bit of a highlights package.
Definitely. What about this? The idea of England England players not playing 50-over cricket because the 100's on at the same time as the 50-over competition. Is that a valid observation?
I mean, of course, naturally you'd like guys playing 50-over cricket, but at the same time, I do believe that all the other nations are only doing exactly what we're doing. Indian players certainly don't play any 50-over domestic cricket. The South Africans, very, very few would. Australians the same. So it's a bit of it's an easy thing to point at that, but I don't think that really is the big thing. Personally, I think that this team needs to get used to playing ODI cricket better.
Mulder is back into the attack, replacing Maharaj. His first ball is driven away into the offside by Buttler for a single. Miller throws at the stumps. Buttler had to get skates on there to get through. The throw missed. 168 for 7.
And I believe, I look back to, obviously 2015, 2019, there was a more of a focus on ODI cricket. And we kind of took bilateral series extremely serious. We tried to win them. We tried to play a certain way. And picked around a similar squad to try and get used to the rhythm of ODI cricket, and that worked for that period leading into the 2019 World Cup.
England played a lot more games, definitely in that period as well. Here's Mulder bowling to Archer. Archer takes off his hip down towards fine leg. Another run to the total, 169 for 7. And there's also the other thing as well. I saw Michael Vaughan make this point. It's a valid one. England played a lot of 50-over-ish, 40-over cricket in the 90s and the 2000s, and they didn't get anywhere in the World Cups. After 92, they had a terrible time until 2019. It was a real fallow period. So that the fact they played a lot of that sort of cricket then didn't help them then. So I don't know what you make of that, but it's it's something to throw into the pot. Just a hold up here where Mulder gets his fine leg a bit finer. Josh Buttler's on 19, Archer's on 25. Butler's been there for 40 balls. Mulder bowls to Butler's a short ball. He doesn't really get hold of that either. A bit like Archer in the previous over against Janssen on a couple of them. But somehow, again, gets it down fine. Helping it on its way. A slower ball into the pitch. Trying to miscuing it down towards fine leg. Anyway, Buttler to 20. 170 for 7. I suppose the other thing, how much can you focus? They got 3 formats, and the other thing, when you were doing well at one-day cricket in the after 2015, it did feel as if the focus had shifted onto the one-day cricket because the World Cup was coming up and away from Test cricket, and it felt as if the Test team was a bit denuded and undermined, or not undermined. That's not quite the right word, but the focus certainly wasn't on it during that period as Mulder bowls and Archer plays defensively towards extra cover.
Yeah. I always look, you obviously naturally look back to tournaments when we went well and when we've done well, and to be quite honest, it comes down to clarity of roles as well, doesn't it? Guys know their roles within a team and have performed well performing those roles. That that breeds confidence within the team to then be able to know what's required in certain situations on the field. And this team haven't probably been together that much in these situations, in these competitions.
Mulder bowls another short ball, short slower ball into the pitch and gets it wrong again. It's another wide. 171 for 7 going down the leg side. Archer ignoring it.
And I don't like to think that as the excuse, because other teams are in similar positions as well. I think we've just got to. I think it purely in this format we need to get better at producing better performances in this format in major competitions, and the way to do that actually is by having a settled team, I believe, because I'm not sure we've had that leading into the last 2 ICC events.
Mulder bowls to Archer, low pull, and he's caught at mid-wicket. Low down at mid-wicket. And Archer turns and departs. Out for 25. It was Janssen there, I think, who took the catch. He's slightly obscured by the scoreboard. Archer making reasonable contact. Yeah, Janssen away to his left-hand side. Another good catch, falling away to his left, but Archer not really getting hold of that. And England have lost their 8th wicket, 171 for 8 in the 35th over.
Jofra not quite getting hold of that one. We saw him hit some lovely shots in his innings of 25. But that one, just a bit of a cloth, really. Didn't get high up on the bat, near the stickers. And a good catch by the diving Janssen at mid-wicket. A nice innings of 25 from Jofra. He's obviously helped build a partnership with Jos Buttler. But England 171 for 8. It'll be interesting to see how Jos tackles this moving forward.
Yeah, because it's probably time for him to go now. 20 off 41 balls. Thanks very much to Chris for now. He'll be back with us later. So Buttler's 20 from 41. With Adil Rashid walking out to bat at 171 for 8 and still 15 overs left. And he has played very carefully. Trying to cobble something together. He's taken his gloves off, his helmet off, and he's come to meet Adil Rashid now. Big Marks alongside me.
Yeah, well, actually he played quite well, Archer, didn't he? And he hit that one quite well too. But the catching here has been phenomenal, has it not? 2 brilliant outfield catches, and that was a pretty good one too. So I'm, along with Chris, I think I would have thought now that Jos Buttler, he hasn't hit a boundary, I don't think. Nowhere near. And he's played adroitly, given the situation, without any great ambition. He's just trying to bat the overs, and there's still 15 to go. However, with just 2 wickets left, I think it's them or me, really, for Jos now.
Rashid faces Mulder, and Rashid plays that quietly up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Rashid's dismissal the other night was the last nail to be tapped in. And the end of England's run chase up in Lahore. So 171 for 8 after 35 overs. I'll give you the scorecard after a few more thoughts from Victor.
Well, I was half expecting Rashid to come in higher up because I don't quite know what a batsman he is now. But of course he was, and it's about 10 years ago. He was a really proper number 6 for Yorkshire. He got, I don't know how many centuries he's got, but he's got a lot. 6, 7, 8.
I think it's 10 first-class hundreds.
It might be that. But I wonder when the last one was. It was quite a long time ago. He hasn't played a first-class game for some time. So I don't quite know where his batting's at. Just at the moment we see him come out.
Geedy bowls to Buttler. Buttler nearly plays on there. He's looking to force that into the offside. Thickish inside edge. Down through backward square leg. 172 for 8. Buttler to 21. I wonder how often Butler's batted with Rashid in the one-day international as well. That's the other thing.
Well, you think that might have happened, but Rashid is right down the bottom nowadays, and he can. Obviously, he had great skill as a batsman. He was prolific for Yorkshire for a while, but it is a long time ago.
Geedy in his 6th over. Goes in now and bowls to Rashid, who plays a lovely wristy flick.
I know. I think he may still have it.
Goes to deep square and get a single. Hit that shot the other night as well. He hit it pretty well, didn't he? That just needed an extra club to take it over the rope. For a moment, I thought it was going for 6 out to long off. He didn't quite have enough on it, and it was quite comfortably taken by Ibrahim Zadran, rather appropriately actually. Take the catch after that brilliant innings earlier. 173 for 8, 36th over. South Africa heading through to the semi-finals after this. Geedy bowls, that's in the air to mid-off, and Buttler's gone. Hit it straight to mid-off, neither one thing nor the other. And Butler's batting career as England captain comes to an end with a rather tame dismissal. Butler's out for 21. England are nearly done. It's 173 for 9.
Yeah, it is nearly done now. I mean, I think Butler, he tried to do the right thing on his last game, and he played very sedately, picking up. He hadn't hit a boundary in his 43 balls. You want to liberate. He didn't look liberated today. I mean, the situation was hopeless when he came out, really. England were about 99 for 4, having lost early wickets again. So he tried to do the right thing, as he always does, which is play the situation. The situation was bleak. Someone's got to stay there. He stayed there, picked up his singles, but there was never any spark there. And I think he thought, well, it's time to try and do something, but it was a sort of half-hearted drive that went straight to mid-off. It's been a week for him to forget.
Indeed. Saqib Mahmood is in at number 11, a man who has made 49 in a test match.
Has he?
Yeah, in the West Indies. 173 for 9. Jonathan's coming in for, I presume, the end of the England innings and into the interval. We'll see. 173 for 9.
So, I think half of us thought, well, anything could happen today. England could subside fairly miserably, or they might come out, launch themselves at the bowlers, and anything could happen. Well, it's the former, I'm afraid. Those 2 early wickets set the tone. Those missed pulls off Janssen from Salt and Smith, they were both gone within the space of 3 overs. And then we've seen the old brigade, if you like, Joe Root and also Jos Buttler, try and do the right thing, try and repair the innings, but they hung around, but ultimately to no great effect. And I mean, it's such a cruise for South Africa, who have been, of course, excellent in the field. They've taken some brilliant catches.
Yeah, they have. In comes Ngidi then, and he bowls to the number 11, Mahmood, who gets behind that, plays it away out into the offside. What a time to come in as a number 11. There's 15 overs left.
Well, I would have thought you'd relish the prospect. Well, not that you batted number 11 that often, but I mean, I think, when Jamie Overton came out, you sense he was a victim of one of those great catches.
Yep.
You sense that he thought, well, hang on, I've got a real chance here. I'm going to play. He played very sedately himself, and he was settled in quite nicely. He got to double figures, but then had to go from the leading edge, brilliantly caught.
Ngidi thunders in bowls, and Mahmood, he got there reasonably well forward, plays that away down towards mid-on.
So I got the sense that Overton was really quite up for it, really. He sensed that, oh, look, here's a chance. There's 25 overs or more to go. I could do something here. And that's partly why I'm slightly surprised they didn't just, although this may be my West Country bias coming, why they didn't say to Tom Banton, who would be fresh and very eager to have a game, come and have a game.
Yeah.
But anyway, they didn't. I suppose they want, you got us into this hole.
Ngidi bowls a slightly slower ball, and Mahmood tucks that away for a single, so he's off the mark, playing the ball out to point. But you mentioned Salt and Smith. I mean, there's 2 players who actually had a reason to do well today.
Yeah.
Their positions are going to be very much under review. The way they've batted in this tournament.
I mean, in a sense, what's more tricky is whether one takes this into account when considering Smith's position in the Test team. He played in the Test team. He's done very well, batting down the order. He's kept pretty well.
I don't think Test, but I think number 3 in the one day is.
Well, that might, yes.
Yeah, that has not worked.
No, it hasn't worked. And it's not something he'd ever done before.
No.
Either.
No, I mean, sometimes you take a punt.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In goes Mulder, and he bowls outside the off stump, a swish and a miss from Mahmood, taken by Klaassen. I think you respect people for taking a decision like that in McCullum's case to see if it works. But then, if it doesn't work, you've got to do something about it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's such a pity actually, given the Champions Trophy coming up, which is an IC tournament. You want to win it. Smith got injured and was not around to play many of those games in India.
174 for 9. Mulder bowls outside the off stump. And again, Mahmood misses that. Collected by the wicketkeeper. Shadows lengthening. Where are we? 10 to 5. Here in Karachi, still those big kites wheeling round overhead. They're not the dive bombing type, so you sometimes see those around and about. Some of the other cricket grounds have swooping down low, but these seem to.
I suppose there's not much debris around this ground because there's not many spectators.
No, that's true. Yeah. Mulder Right arm over bowls as a swipe and a miss from Mahmood. Collected by the keeper again. They're amazing birds. They're all different levels, aren't they? There's some who are lowish, just above the standard. Others are like little tiny specks way up in the sky. They got some height. I wonder what they can see up there.
Well, they've got fantastic eyesight, haven't they?
Yeah. 174 for 9 in the 37th over. Mulder's taken a couple of wickets. 24. He runs it again past umpire Tucker, bowls. That does get the thick edge. So Mahmood scores his second run, and England limp on to 175 for 9 in the 37th over. I'm going to talk Jos Buttler in the interval, but, reflect on that decision of his last night to give up the captaincy. And a couple of members of the press are going to come in. It's only a fairly short interval, but we'll get their thoughts. 175 for 9. Mulder again bowls to Rashid this time on the back foot. Or rolls away to Rickleton at cover. 175 for 9, because we turned up expecting Joe Root actually last night. I've spent the bus journey wondering what I was going to ask him, because we interviewed him a couple of days ago.
I'd imagined you'd been working all morning on your notes for that, but
well,
obviously not.
Well, I thought it was a half hour of the bus, it was long enough. And then, of course, he wasn't there, and Jos Buttler walked in, and we knew immediately what it was going to be.
Yeah.
175 for 9, Mulder bowls, and Rashid almost caught there at cover off the back foot. He's hit that quite firmly, but it was in the air. It went on the first bounce to the fielder. To end another over, Mulder 2 for 25 now. 37 overs gone. There's still 13 to go if they bat out. Two numbers 10 and 11 having a conversation there. And, wondering how to play it, I suppose. Jansen's taken some very good catches, and he's also taken 3 for 39. And Geedy 1 for 29 and a good catch. Rabada 1 for 42. Mulder 2 for 25, and Maharaj 2 for 35. He's the only bowler to have completed his allocation of 10.
I mean, it's been a cakewalk really for South Africa. This it's just almost a middle practice before the serious stuff to come.
In comes Ngidi then, running in from the far end. He bowls to Mahmood. He gets a thick edge. Another single to third man. Just, his head popping up above the sight screen in front of us here, just to our right. It's, Jansen down there, wearing number 70. Ngidi wanders back, the flags fluttering up on that new stand. He wheels around in the distance. Comes in again with a heavy tread that he bowls, and Rashid plays that straight back at him quite firmly. And there's no run. England team already booked onto their flight at 3 o'clock in the morning, I think, coming up to close another disappointing tournament. Indeed, he swings round up there at the far end. In past the umpire, long stride is there, and he bowls, and Rashid squared up, ball pops away out to cover. In the meantime, back to Lahore we go, Victor. On, I think, a new airline. Have you ever been on Air Jinnah before?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think I have.
There'll be a bit more intensity about the next match we watch. I
think there will.
Lahore.
I think there will. Yes, there's not much happening out there, if we're honest on this one. 176 for 9, and Geedy comes in, bowls to Rashid, who pulls, rolls along the ground down to the fielder to our left. Throws it back in again at long leg. 177 for 9. Rashid 2. Mahmood 3. Dismiss, Salt 8, Duckett 24, Smith 0. Root 37, Brook 19, Butler 21, Livingston 9, Overton 11, and Archer 25. So second top scorer Ngidi bowls. Oh, horrible swipe and a miss there from Mahmood. And Ngidi's he's doubled up. He can't believe how that didn't bowl him. Might have kept it a little bit low, unless it was a slower ball, but it somehow just missed the off stump. I'll take it a bit off that perhaps, but it was a right old swipe from Sajid. On 77 for 9. Ngidi swings round again. What's Sajid going to do to this one? Ngidi comes in, bowls straight, he tucks that away neatly into the leg side. He's almost bisected the field there, but he'll get a couple. The fielder manages to keep that in. 179 for 9, 38 overs gone. 12 scheduled to go of England's innings here in Karachi. Very small crowd, and you got to be honest, a somewhat lacklustre performance. Shorn of anything really competitive out there. South Africa already in the semi-finals, and which semi-final they have is out of their control too. As long as they just win today and get it organised, it really depends on what happens in the game tomorrow.
They go to
India
Dubai
against New Zealand, but they've got to go to Dubai anyway. And then
I wonder. I expect in many ways they'd like to probably come back, I think, and play New Zealand.
Think so?
Wow.
Yeah. Mulder's on his way, scuttling in bowls, and Rashid defends the first ball, playing it carefully out to cover.
I think the straight choice between New Zealand in Lahore or India in Dubai, you'd go New Zealand. This is not to disrespect the Kiwis, who played really well, but
very good pitch, as we know, in Lahore.
Yeah.
Very quick outfield. It doesn't look to be a game that's affected necessarily by conditions, unless they get a really dewy night.
Well, yeah, the dew's the only factor that we've talked about.
The pitch is good. 179 for 9. Mulder bowls, and Rashid nibbles, and he's caught behind.
And a tuck, almost an Alex Stewart tuck.
Yeah, bat under the arm, marches off, and so ends a pretty horrendous England performance, if we're honest. And it rather sums up, well, in fact, it completely sums up their performance in this tournament. They've set South Africa 180 to win from 50 overs. Who knows? Some miracle might occur, but it just doesn't feel like it. It feels absolutely flat as a pancake.
Was that the pitch or the performance?
Well, both. I'm not sure which is flatter.
I think the performance.
I think probably as well. I mean, that's just... It looks as if the heavy roller's gone over it a number of times. Rather like a Tom and Jerry cartoon, and something comes floating out at the end, and that's England at the moment, utterly deflated. And well and truly beaten. Time to go home, and for those who have to make some decisions and reviews and everything else, not only to do the reviews, but to do something about it. And we shall see how that comes out. But there's still South Africa's innings yet, but it's hard to see this immense batting lineup. Rickleton, Stubbs, Van der Dussen, Markram, Klaassen, Miller, Mulder, Janssen, even Maharaj at 9, somehow managing to slip up on this one.
No, it's been a cakewalk for South Africa, and they set about this target in the knowledge. I mean, we probably could find out how many they'd have to get in order to guarantee their semi-final slot. And I'm guessing, I have no idea what the answer is, but I'm guessing it'll be about 50 or something like that, maximum. So an absolute cakewalk, no pressure on South Africa. And one of these horrible end-of-tour games where, I mean, don't get us wrong, I think they're sort of trying. They are trying, but there's nothing left to give. They were so knocked out, mentally shattered by the two defeats, the narrow defeats too. And the knowledge that they are now out of the tournament when they could have actually won both those games, and it's like been hit in the solar plexus. There's nothing left to give, and it's the most tepid performance I think I've seen, probably in the McCullum era. I mean, they've been a bit up and down, obviously, in Test cricket and in one-day cricket, but there was never a moment really in this innings so far, in this match so far, where you thought England were at the races.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because he picked up the job, the Test match job, when England were again absolutely flat. The Test match team, when they were beaten in Grenada by the West Indies, he stepped in. Obviously, the captain went as well.
And transformed things. I remember the wonderful press conference Stokes gave when someone asked him. Oh, do you want to hear it?
Well, we're going to hear from Keshav Maharaj.
A little bit sloppy in the field, if you're honest, but we brought it back nicely with some brilliant catching.
And your own performance, 2 for 35 and bowling straight through?
Yeah, I was quite happy with the way I bowled today, but the foundation was set by the fast bowlers in Plunk and KG and Lungi up front, and Vesey did a stellar job from the other end, so it made my life a little bit easier to settle in.
I was going to ask that, because spinners often in white ball cricket come on and you're under tremendous pressure. Nice to come on the back of those early wickets in the power play against a team just a little bit low on confidence as well.
Yeah, very much so. We know the English batting side can really take the game away from you, so the foundation with the wickets that we took up front does allow the spinner to settle in a little bit easier and bowl with a little bit more flight and guile during the middle period. So yeah, fortunate enough to have the frontline bowlers that we do have.
First wicket owed a lot to Marco Jansen in the deep, but how happy were you with the wicket of Liam Livingstone? A beautiful flighted delivery.
Yeah, on the first one with Plunk, took an amazing catch over there. We know Brookie is a dangerous player, and you give him a little bit of sort of flow in the middle and he can really hurt you, so brilliant catch from there. And then yeah, I think that the ball to Livy was a nice setup. It came out really nicely and sort of got the reward.
Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Right, there we go. That's a view from South Africa, who need 180 from their 50 overs just to cement their place in the semi-final. We know they're there. Just a quick run through. Salt 8, Duckett 24, Smith a duck, Root 37, Brook 19, Butler 21, Livingston 9, Overton 11, Archer 25, Rashid 2, and Mahmood was 5 not out. Janssen took 3 for 39, and Gidi 1 for 33, Rabada 1 for 42, Mulder 3 for 25, and Maharaj, who you heard there, 2 for 35. Coming out, they need 180 to win. 50 overs, of course, in which to do it. Vic Marks is going to offer some poignant and sage observations after that conversation, and then Simon Mann will get us underway here.
Well, I'm just looking at the moment what seems quite a packed slip cordon, but there's 2 or 3 people loitering around Jamie Smith. Whether they'll stay there, Jofra Archer's marked out his run, or he probably did that at about 11:30 this morning, and we're going to see how the new South African opener, Tristan Stubbs, never done that before, and the established one now, Ryan Rickleton, who got a century earlier on in this tournament, are going to get on. I have to say that England are not looking as if they're buzzing out there just at the minute. I think the inevitable is around the corner, but they've got to try and get a few wickets, maintain a bit of discipline and show what they can do. But it's not easy. There is in fact only going to be 1 slip and a short extra cover for Archer. Simon's here.
I am. Yeah. 5:30 local time, and this is about the time the first innings is supposed to end. I say it's 5:25 local time. 5:30 is the cut-off, and then normally we go to about 5:45, but England are in the field already after being bowled out for 179 in 38.2 overs. Archer's going to bowl the first ball to Ryan Rickleton, the left-hander, who's got himself into this South African side. He's got a curious Test career in that he's scored 200s, very little else, but his last Test match he made 250 against Pakistan. Got 100 in this game, in this tournament I should say, and he faces Jofra Archer from round the wickets. A poor delivery first up, way down the leg side, and it's taken by Salt. Now Rickleton is signalling in our direction.
I'm going to sit down.
Well, we've got an open window here, and I was standing up so we can actually see the action, but
I don't think it's us.
I hope it's not. I mean, there's normally some random person strolling from the sight screen, completely oblivious to the fact there's a cricket match going on. It's done by Tucker. We saw at breakfast this morning.
He's waving now, but not at you, Simon.
Is he asking us to shut the windows? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, no, they seem happy now. That's good. Right. Stubbs at the non-striker's end. 1 for no wicket. Archer bowls to Rickleton. That's way down the leg side again. He's testing out Phil Salt here early on. dived away to his right-hand side to collect that. And so South Africa already 2 for no wicket. Archer walking very slowly back. Archer picked up those 3 wickets the other day to give England so much hope against Afghanistan. Well, Afghanistan were 37 for 3 and recovered to win. England were 37 for 3 and limped to 179 all out.
I think it would have been different if England still had a chance of qualifying. Yeah. I think it's fair to say that.
Archer bowls and stuck on the patch. Shout for LBW. That looks quite close. Umpire Tucker moves away from the stumps. Just high angle, something like that. He's bowling right arm round the left-hander.
Don't think they're going to review, are they?
He got a good one in that he was caught on the crease there, Rickleton, but they're not going to review. The time was ticking down. Of course, an early hat-trick or something would make the game interesting, but do England have that sort of early wicket sort of feel about them? Let's have a look at that.
It's going down a bit.
Yeah, I think it's going down. But height was okay.
Yeah.
But it's just going down. Back with Archer. And goes in now to bowl to Rickleton. That's down the leg side again. They'll get them in wides. No way get them singles. It's another wide. 3 for no wicket. Archer's bowling round the wicket to the left handers. Everything's being fired down the leg side at the moment. What was that in terms of kph? That was 136.4, which we'd established. That LBW shot, by the way, was missing. Just
it's about 83 miles.
Yeah,
83 miles an hour.
So are you conscious? There's a cat down there, just wandering in front of us.
Yeah.
What do they call that? Tortoiseshell, is it? Or
no, ginger.
Ginger. Archer bowls guided away by Rickleton into the offside towards extra cover. It's picked up by Root, and there's no run. It's actually been a feature of this tournament, the resident cat on the grounds, whether it's to deal with other animals that might encroach, I don't know.
He's employed.
Employed cat, yeah. They pay him a wage. Probably feed him, don't they? Or do they actually need to keep a cat hungry? Yeah, keep a cat hungry to do the other job they're employed to do. Archer down the leg side again. This time Salt doesn't take it. That's going to be 2 wide because it's gone down fine. Salt got a glove on it, prevented it going for an extra 4. So umpire Tucker spreading his arms out wide a lot in this opening over. Is that 5? Yeah, all 5 runs have come from wide so far. I mean, it kind of
sums it up
a bit, doesn't it? They're not quite on it right from the start. You're trying to defend 179 notionally. You want to be right on every run. But how much belief is there out there that England can defend this? They're off out of Pakistan in the middle of the night tonight. 3 a.m. flight from Karachi on to Dubai. Archer now over the wicket. Perhaps this will help him. More familiar territory. Bowls there to Stubbs, and Stubbs gets a good ball on-off stump, which he defends. Plays away into the offside. There's no run. Tristan Stubbs, he's a strong striker of the ball. We saw him in that white ball game in Bristol a couple of years ago. Play a devastating. From memory, I don't think it helped South Africa win, but you thought, hold on a second, here's an emerging player in their team. Now he's opening the batting in the Champions Trophy. Archer bowls to him outside the off stump, guided away by Stubbs towards extra cover, and there's no run. Well, South Africa were last on their tour of the UK, and the Test team, comparing the 2 Test teams from then and now, it wasn't that long ago, was it? It was only a couple of years ago that South Africa were over. I was looking at it last night, and it looks a considerably stronger batting lineup now than it did back then. David Bedingham coming in as one addition. Zorzi at the top of the order. Here's Archer bowling, played away into the onside by Stubbs towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, South Africa will be in England next summer, playing in the World Test Championship final.
Yep.
At the same time as earlier in this cycle, they sent their second team to New Zealand. It's quite a feat. Their second team didn't do very well at New Zealand, I don't think, but they still managed to get to the final.
Yeah. With Archer, this very long first over. Should be the last ball. Goes in now and bowls, and it's defended in into the offside by Stubbs. Just having a look early on. Stubbs, well, they got plenty of time. 5 for no wicket after the first over. All 5 of those runs from wides. So that was what, a 10 ball over from Archer? Yeah.
Yep.
4 wide balls, one of them which went for an extra run. Salt couldn't take it. Sun beginning to set in Karachi. End of a very pleasant day. It's a nice temperature at this time of the year. Not roasting hot, not really high humidity. South Africa asked to field in the afternoon, but England not making the most and not baking them as South Africa did to England that World Cup match in Mumbai. And they were on their knees by the end of it, flogged here, there and everywhere on a punishingly hot day. Around about, I think it was about 36 degrees, high humidity. 5 for no wicket then, and it's going to be Saqib Mahmood to bowl. He's playing his 13th one-day international today. His opportunity because Mark Wood is out of the game, that knee injury. That's something to keep an eye on the next few weeks, how that works out as Mahmood bowls outside the off-stump. Rickleton goes for a big drive and gets it into the onside with a thickish inside edge. It nearly goes for 4 towards deep mid-wicket. It's hauled back just inside the rope and they come back for a couple. So the first run's off the bat in South Africa's innings. 7 for no wicket.
It's a good inside edge, that. I mean, very nearly went for 4 and you nowhere near middled it.
Rickleton brushing away some debris from the crease. A nice situation for him to be in. 100 behind him. Opportunity here to guide South Africa close to victory. It goes down the ground there. That's a nice shot. Bunting it back over the bowler's head, or non-striker's head. It's gone away for 4. No trouble at all. Well, we see he's got a good inside edge. He's got not a bad middle as well.
Well, that is a terrific shot. It's not quite a hard volley. It's a sort of length ball, what he's aiming to do. And he just flicks it straight back over the bowler's head. Out the meat of the bat. Economy of movement. He barely followed through.
One-handed as well by the end.
I mean, it was, remarkable shot. He played like a man who's got 100 already recently.
11 for no wicket. Got that 100 in the match against Afghanistan. Mahmood into bowl to Rickleton. Outside the Austin, just a fraction of away movement there. Rickleton flicked at it and missed it, and it went through to Jamie Smith. If South Africa to win this game, and it looks likely that they will finish top of the group, and they might think, therefore, avoid India in the semi-finals, because you'd think India would be favourites to beat New Zealand tomorrow, but nothing's guaranteed, so that everyone will have to wait and watch on to see how that match between India and New Zealand works out tomorrow. If India win, they'll top the group and they'll play the second place team, which you'd think would be Australia. So a repeat of the World Cup final as Mahmood bowls, Rickleton up on his toes, pushes that away into the offside towards short extra cover. And there's no run. Although England are out, we will bring you the rest of the tournament on 5 Sports Extra, the ABC and the ICC website. We are going to Lahore for the second semi-final as our team that's in Dubai tomorrow, Dan and Henry and Alex and Atif. They will be doing India's game tomorrow and the first semi-final involving India on Tuesday. We'll bring you those matches from 8:45 in the morning on 5 Sports Extra. Mahmood bowls to Rickleton, and Rickleton plays that a bit like Brooke was playing Rabada earlier, just a bit suspicious of the pitch, as if there was some extra bounce in it. Anyway, he rode it okay, went to backward point, and there is no run. So at the moment, I think, if you were thinking what's most likely to happen, you probably think South Africa, New Zealand in Lahore on Wednesday, India, Australia in Dubai on Tuesday. That's how it feels.
Well, that's
nothing guaranteed.
We're making only really one assumption there, which is that India slightly favourites to beat New Zealand.
Mahmood bowls, played away by Rickleton into the onside towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
There's no need for any assumptions here.
No. 11 for no wicket after 2 overs. South Africa require 180 to win this match. Of course, teams have lost in one-day matches, chasing scores like 180. You think the game's in the bag, and then team comes out and bowls well, but he doesn't have that feel about it from England. The pitch, it's not one of those. I think that match we were talking about earlier, that India World Cup about a decade or so ago, when India won at the end against Sri Lanka in that tournament, England had to. They played in Chennai, they played against West Indies, they played against South Africa, and I reckon in that game against South Africa, I'd have to go back and really check the scores. But I think England made this sort of score in their innings. And it was a really tricky pitch.
That was at Chennai, wasn't it?
In Chennai, yeah.
Yeah, they were in with a shout. But the point is, too, that in this contest...
Here's Archer beginning new over, bowls to Stubbs. Stubbs is bowled, he's played on the back foot. Well, there's one of them. No great celebrations from Jofra Archer or the England team. A few pats on the back, but they've got through the first one. Stubbs, makeshift opener. He has not lasted long. He's gone to his 5th ball, and South Africa are 11 for 1 in the 3rd.
Yep, well, that'll cheer Jofra Archer up. He got a good bounce on it. It almost came off the meat of the bat. He was a little bit late on it, playing defensively, and I think that slid off the face, which was late coming through, or coming down, and straight back onto the stump. So the experiment of having Stubbs, enforced experiment because of a bit of illness in the South African camp, has not worked. And Archer's got a wicket, and he's got a smile. Haven't seen many of those lately. He could be England's leading wicket taker in this tournament. But we should reinforce what we were saying earlier on. I think that South Africa could lose this match quite comfortably and still qualify. No great hopes for Afghanistan, though. But it obviously would change the equation about who comes top of the group. I don't think they are going to lose this match, but they are 11 for 1 in the 3rd. And we've got a new batsman, Van der Dussen, coming out.
Yeah, I've just got that match up in
that World Cup
in Chennai. England 171 all out,
right,
from 45.4 overs. And South Africa, in reply, 165 all out in 47.4.
Who bowled him out?
Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad took 4 for 15. Jimmy Anderson took 2 for 16. Graham Swan was playing. Michael Yardy was playing. Tim Bresnan was playing. That was England bowling line. Actually, Kevin Peterson bowled 8 overs. It's not for 30 as well. England's leading run scorer that day was Ravi Bopara with 60. Is Archer bowling wide of off stump, and that was a thick inside edge there onto the pad there from Van der Dussen. Ball rolls away into the onside. And the other man who made a half century in that game for England was the man who orchestrated their demise in Lahore in midweek.
Jonathan Trott.
Jonathan Trott made 52. Yeah, Strauss, Peterson, Trott, Bell, Bopara, Pryor, Yardy, Bresnan, Swan, Broad, Anderson. That was England's team that day. South Africa had Callis and de Villiers and Duplessis and Graham Smith and Amler. Archibald, a remarkable ballooning bouncer there. We saw a few in that first innings. That was the biggest wide of the day for a short ball, well over Van der Dussen's head through to wicketkeeper Smith. So how many wides is that now? 6 wides from Archer.
But 1 wicket. It's a good ratio. That was, keep going with that.
Yeah, I mean, look at that South African side. They had Steyn and Morkel as well. Imran Tahir. And then Morne van Vyk and Robin Peterson, JP Duminy made up their team. Winning that game by 6 runs. To stay alive in the competition, Archer bowls. Van der Dussen turns away into the onside. Good diving save to his right at mid-wicket by Overton. Prevents a single or even indeed a 4 off the bat. I think it would have gone for 4 actually if he not stopped it. 12 for 1 South Africa in the 3rd over. Archer with that wicket. So it shows you what is possible in a one-day game. You think it's going to go one way, and it has a habit of surprising you. I mean, this is kind of random in a way, but probably it might have been a game if you played in it. Here is Archer, played away by Van der Dussen towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. For some reason, it just sticks in my mind about low-scoring first innings, and you think a team's out of it. It was a Somerset-Essex domestic semi-final at Taunton, when Somerset didn't get very many, but then Ian Botham and Joel Garner Just
nearly right.
Just ran through them.
Kent it was.
Kent, was it? Kent. Yeah.
That's right.
Sorry, Essex supporters.
Did
Did you play in that game?
No, I was 12th man.
12th man.
It was a
Marks out of 11.
Yes, yet again.
Archer bowls, dabbed away by Van der Dusen into the offside, and there's no run. If anyone wonders what that reference is about, actually, it was a book that Vic once wrote called Marks out of the 11. He's a very self-deprecating man, rather than Marks in the 11. Yeah. Actually, it's a better title, isn't it? Marks out of 11. Anyway, you're out of the 11 that day, but well, it's the right decision then. Your team won.
Yeah. Well, they were. I think Somerset were. It's a long time ago, but Somerset were defending about 170, and they did well to get there.
Yeah.
Thanks to Graham Burgess, who got half a century, and then Joel
bought a slight speed of light, didn't he, that day?
And the Kent players got paler and paler as they came out.
Archer bowls, Van der Dusen forces that away, square of the wicket. That's a boundary. He's found the gap there. Very similar to some of the boundaries Archer was conceding against Afghanistan the other day. A bit of width outside the off stump and just using the pace, eased away towards deep point. And so 16 for 1 after 3 overs, South Africa. And Van der Dusen is there on 4. Van der Dusen, who played, I think, one of the most physically demanding innings I've seen in that anyone who's there that day in Durham. A very hot day in 2022. I think it was the 19th of July. It really sticks in my memory when it was about 40 degrees in Durham. And he made 133, and he had to run quite a lot of them. He hit only 10 boundaries. There's a lot of running there, and he had to run a lot of others as well, with runs at the other end.
He didn't have to run any there.
No.
It was a beautifully timed punch off the back foot.
Here is Mahmood. Bowling to Rickleton, full. Rickleton drives. Oh, it's a misfield at mid-on, but no damage done. Butler, the captain, he then picks the ball up and hurls the ball into the surface on its way back to Jamie Smith. 16 for 1, South Africa, needing 180 to win this match. Just trying to work out if they were to lose. Yeah, they would be the runners-up, wouldn't they? So Australia have 4 points, South Africa have 3.
Yeah.
Mahmood bowls. That's clattered away by Rickleton. Fine stroke, on the up. Not much foot movement, but very good hand-eye coordination. Cracked through the offside for 4. Takes him to 10, and South Africa to 20 for 1 in this 4th over. And sort of stand and deliver straight from Rickleton, just leaning on the back foot, allowing the ball to come to him.
Yeah. Almost played with a vertical bat off the back foot.
Rickleton into double figures then. England have got no slips. They've got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover for Mahmood, who's coming round the wicket now to bowl to Rickleton. Mahmood bowls, and he's up on his toes again. It's a nice looking shot, stroked away. Square with the wicket, but this time he picked out the fielder at point, and there is no run. Archer getting the 1 wicket to fall so far of Tristan Stubbs playing on for naught.
It was an unusual dismissal because it hit his bat in the middle of the bat, but it was still coming down. It hit the top of the bat, but it was off the face of the bat and then onto the stump. So he surprised him with the pace. I mean, he's not been in the team up until now.
Forward goes Rickleton and plays it back past the bowler. They've gone for a quick single. Butler hurls the ball at the striker's end, and Van der Dusen there suddenly realised he was in danger, and there were a few arms in the air. If he'd hit the stumps, you can see where he was, Van der Dusen. It was a very sharp single. It was one of those, as a batter, you think, oh, I'm running to the danger end, but it wasn't like that. Just having another look at it now. Yeah, Butler runs behind the umpire. Van der Dusen
he would have been all right, I think, but not by much.
Let's see, we're seeing the side on replay now. Yeah, he'd been home. Yeah. But as a non-striker there, your inclination is to go back into your crease.
Well, he did, and that's what he did. And he had a long way to go, therefore.
21 for 1. Van der Dusen on 4. Faces Mahmood, short ball, another one of those ballooning bouncers. We've seen a few of those on this surface. There's another wide.
I'm not sure Jansen's were ballooning bouncers, so they got the wickets. They're a bit quicker than that.
Yeah, he picked up a couple of wickets from short balls, Salt and Smith. He also had Duckett caught and bowled at the leading edge. Van der Dusen, right-handed, waits for Mahmood, covers up, ball runs away towards a point, and there is no run. The crowd has built up a bit since the start, but it's not a big crowd. Imagine under the roof here, if Pakistan were playing and they were going well, there'd be a real din on this ground, because the noise just stays in because of the low roof around this ground. That's not quite a smattering of spectators, probably
a few more have come in.
Yeah, it's 3,000 in the ground, something like that. 2,000 to 3,000. Saqib Mahmood bowls, played away by Van der Dusen. He's found the gap there, backward of squares, and chase out towards the boundary. I think it will be stopped inside the rope. Indeed it is. Salt was after it. Sends in the return, and they have time to come back for 2 runs. 24 for 1 at the end of Saqib Mahmood's second over. 2 overs for 14 from him. 4 overs gone. South Africa need a further 156 runs to win from 46 overs. More from Vic, and then Jonathan Agnew's coming back in.
Well, England doing their level best, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. And they were pleased to get the wicket, but there was no great jubilation. It's that end of tour, end of term feel to it. They know they're on the flight tonight. South Africa, though, well, they're going to be hanging around and doing a few more flights in this tournament. Trying to think if South Africa have ever won the Champions Trophy, but I'm looking to...
Archer's bowling. It's tucked away from leg stump down towards deep backward square leg. That'll go for 4, I think. 2 fielders giving chase, but he's perfectly placed that. And Archer, who has taken the wicket, but he's been a bit wayward, certainly, in this opening spell, and that was on the leg stump, and very easily picked off for another boundary. So 28 for 1. We're in the 5th over. Just 152 runs needed now by South Africa. England just looked flat, as you can imagine. Even when that wicket fell, quite a bit of energy for the high fives, to shake hands and that sort of thing, but nothing more celebratory than that. 28 for 1. Rickleton waits. This is short of a length, played away up towards Bidon. Nicely taken single there, as Butler throws at the stumps and hits them, actually. Flashing bails there, lying on the ground, but Van der Dusen was in his ground. 29 for 1. It's vital that South Africa actually just finish this off and do it. If they do this at a canter, do it well, do it positively, it'll set them up nicely for a semi-final.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of your buffet supper.
No,
of course not.
They want to forget what happened to England. They've just got to
do
this game and do it ruthlessly. And then set themselves up.
And not get into any bad habits as well.
I don't want to grind to this target in 35 overs or something. They just need to get there, get it done, and do it with a lot of confidence. In goes Archer, bowls on the off stump. Van der Dusen carefully plays that into the covers off the back foot.
I'll just answer my own question about have they won the Champions Trophy. South Africa, and Simon's helped me out with. They won what effectively was the Champions Trophy, maybe called something different in '98.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a while ago.
29 for 1. Well, they've got this reputation, of course, of choking, haven't they, when it comes down to the crunch.
Well, that's not an issue today.
No, not at all. Archer glides in, bowls a good delivery, which beats Van der Dusen outside the off stump. Looking to guide the ball towards third man, but that went past the edge. And South Africa 29 for 1, having bundled England out for 179. They have lost Stubbs, bowled by Archer, without scoring. Floodlights are coming on, one by one. And the one that's shining directly at us, which is it's very bright, isn't it? Just sparking into life now. Coming up towards 6 o'clock in the evening. Archer again kicks up his heels, bowls. Van der Dusen defends that resolutely. Archer picks the ball up in the follow-through. And there's no run, so 29 for 1. Archer walks thoughtfully back to his mark once again, and to do some right-handed, fine player. Twiddles his bat. I mean, they've got some excellent batting, haven't they, South Africa? Exciting and exhilarating batting. Archer bowls it short, steered off the back foot, only as far as point, where it's fielded by Salt. To end Archer's over, 5 overs gone, it's 29 for 1. South Africa need 151 more runs to win this game, and they'll be heading off to Dubai. We have a black cat on the field now. Is that good luck or bad luck? It seems to depend who you talk to, doesn't it?
Well, good luck for South Africa or England.
Well, I was always taught, and it has gone slightly in front of us here, that cat in the picture.
Well, we've had the ginger cat, but this is...
Well, the ginger's the mouser, I think. I met him yesterday.
Oh, right.
This is a black cat. I was always told if a black cat walked in front of you, it's good luck. But then some people say it's bad luck.
Well, he's walked off the field.
Well, no, if you look at the screen, he came across the screen in front of us, so I'm counting that as walking in front of us. Dandy designs are going to fit. In comes Saki, bowls round the wicket, bowls keeps a bit low, and played off the front foot by Rickleton.
From what I've been hearing, they don't need good luck, it's absolutely guaranteed.
They need a bit of good luck. As long as they hold together.
They're quite tight, the picture you showed me.
Well, they're quite tight, actually, weren't they? Yes, a little bit of weight to come off. 29 for 1. I did go to the tailor that Andrew Flintoff's lot went to in Calcutta.
Oh,
on his programme, the master tailor of Calcutta.
That go well?
Well, it actually, yes. Saki bowls, and he's dropped it. A return chance, hit firmly back at him in the follow-through, but he had both hands. It bounced out again, just short of Duckett coming in from cover. More than just a half chance, that. It was firmly struck at him.
Straight back at him.
Yeah.
He's still in his follow-through. And it did go quite a long way after it hit him.
It's one of those that, on a replay, I'm not sure actually got a hand to it. I think it went straight through, it hit him on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Awkward height. One of those in slow motion.
Well, he needs to get his fingers pointing upwards rather than down. But you're still in the follow-through as far as Saqib is concerned. He's not at all balanced.
Saqib again round the wicket, bowls. That's flashed away for 4. Nice shot.
Always happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, bit of gower about that. Flash of the bat, and Rickleton picks up 4. So Steve, Phil and I went to the Master Tailor in Calcutta, and I couldn't believe it. Watching Freddie's programme, he popped up, and he was kitting out all of Flintoff's players for a visit to the High Commission. So they went down to the Master's shop. I thought, crikey, all those tailors in Calcutta, and that's the same one. Sure enough, the Master Tailor popped up and was giving his thoughts on the suit. Now, the only problem I had with the Master's suit in my case was that the fly zip keeps dropping. In comes Saqib again and bowls. That's guided away down to third man. Archer's down here to our left. They'll take 1. But I happened to be wearing it when Andrew Flintoff appeared at the Oval last summer. And I hadn't seen him for ages, obviously not since his horrible accident. So I thought, I'll go and see him. So I potted down in my suit, caught up with Freddie, who came running across to say hello. And I said, you wouldn't believe this, but this suit, I went to the same tailor that you went to in that excellent programme that you did. I mean, congratulations on that, but this is the same suit, the same tailor. And he looked at it, so at least mine fitted. It's quite a Flintoff line, really. Saqib bowls, Van der Dussen defends it, thinks about a single, but it's not on there as the ball rolls up to mid-on. You ought to get yourself more into these. I've been Christmas shopping with you on these tours, which has almost always been a disaster.
Exactly. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Are those days over?
Well, I think those days are over now.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the one where you ordered and they said, oh yes, Mr. Marks, we'll send it back to you, we'll deliver it back at home?
I told you that in strict confidence.
Well, I think it's worth airing. It's a very flat game. I think our listener deserves something. So where were we? We were Sri Lanka?
No.
Or were we in India?
I think we might have been in India.
All right. Saqib bowling gets an edge here. Run down to third man. 35 for 1. So what was it you bought? Nice carpet.
Well, no, it wasn't a carpet. It was some lovely garment, possibly a pashmina.
A shawl of some sort.
Shawl or some such thing. Looked very expensive.
Yes.
Probably was quite expensive. And they said, so would you like us to pack it all up, wrap it up? And I thought, that would be very helpful. Take it home. Might have been just before Christmas.
Oh, so they didn't post it home, they gave it to you wrapped.
Yeah. They completely wrapped it up, beautifully wrapped up, very securely.
Yes. So
I took it home.
You put it under the tree.
And I thought this will get home well. And they hadn't put what I'd purchased inside this package, but there was just an old tablecloth that they put there, which I haven't been able to forget, actually. And I stupidly mentioned it to you the other day.
You did. It was a good story.
Yeah.
How did it go down at the time? Because presumably, was it for your wife? She presumably thought it was actually your present to her, did she?
It probably was to her. She hasn't forgotten that, she said things like, actually, I won't tell you what she said.
No, I think I can imagine what she said. 35 for 1. You've bought some, jewellery you've been purchasing from there. Here's Archer starting a new over. Van der Dussen picks up a single, driving it firmly back. And 1 run taken. You were sent out, I think you were sent out to buy some quite specific jewellery.
That worked. That was the one that worked well, because I had very, very good instructions.
Right, but we covered some miles finally, didn't we? We walked all around something like Cuttack or something.
It was a snake necklace, I think.
That's right.
That was the solitary success story.
It all comes flooding back.
Anyway, it's probably time for me now to disappear.
That's a nice story, though, Victor. Nice story. 36 for 1. Rickleton 21. Van der Dussen has 8. He's at the non-striker's end. And Rickleton, left-handed, looks around the field. We're still in the power play here. We've still got 4 overs to go in this power play. So there's not so much gaps, but there's opportunities out there at the boundaries. Archer around the wicket, bowls, and Rickleton tucks him into the leg side, finds Duckett at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Chris Woakes listening to that unfortunate story of one of Victor's shopping expeditions. Chris, it's always very tempting as part of the world, though, isn't it? Go out shopping for things, especially we're often round here just before Christmas. I can't hear you at the moment. We need Chris is on silent mode. We'll find him in a minute. I can see him, but I can't hear him. 36 for 1.
I believe you've got me. Is that right?
I've got you. No, that's better. Here's Archer bowling short down the leg side. It'll be a wide, I imagine. There's a lot of wides so far. I've lost count. But there's another one. Yes, have you had any unfortunate experiences of shopping around here?
I haven't. It's one of the better ones, to be honest with you, Vic. You're expected to come back with something, though, aren't you, when you've been away on tour like that? Absolutely.
Oh, no, you are. But it's funny. I've spent days walking the streets around India and Sri Lanka with Victor, looking for his all-elusive Christmas presents to take home. 37 for 1. Archer again, bowls short this time, quite lively, tucked away to third man, who's on the edge of the circle, where Rashid fields. 37 for 1. England trying here, but they've got to do the basics right, haven't they? Just do it. Running hard.
Absolutely. I try and make something happen, isn't it? It's these sort of moments where the game can easily just fade away from you. So it's a matter of you've got to try and be aggressive, try and do the basics well, and try and pick up wickets to give yourself any sort of chance of winning.
Archer bowls again. Now, he got rather away with that one. I thought it was short and leg-side-ish, and umpire Tucker's been fairly ruthless with the wides so far, but he's let him off with that one, rather. And flew down over the... Well, perhaps it's over the batsman's shoulder rather than missing the shoulder.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, I guess, where you turn around and look at the umpire and just kind of hoping he's not going to put his arms out wide. And
he's a good man, umpire Tucker, though.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the better umpires, and I enjoy a bit of a chat and a bit of a chinwag with him at the end.
Here's Archer, moves in, bowls, driven up to mid off, and they take a single there. He has to move a few yards to his right hand side. 38 for 1. I played grade cricket with him, club cricket in Sydney. With Rodney.
Did you? Where was that? You say
that was in a place called it was Cumberland, which is basically Parramatta, so it's way out west.
Okay.
And Chris Cowdery was in the same side as me, and out we went as youngsters, going and play. John Benno, so Rich's brother John, was captain.
Yep.
Yeah, really, really good experience. John, completely different to Richie. John's a big extrovert, and it was good fun playing under John Benno, who did play for Australia. I think I'm right in saying, someone will correct me. He goes Archer bowls, and that's steered away towards third man. Doesn't reach there, goes to backward point. I think that the gap between Richie Benno and John Benno playing for Australia is the biggest of two brothers in Test cricket history.
Really, that big?
So John's much younger, yeah. But he fell out with the selectors because he refused. He was insisting on wearing the half-track shoes.
Oh, right.
I don't know if you wear those or not.
No,
spikes in the front, a bit rubbery on the back. They were in
spike.
for a while.
Yep.
Yeah, half-spike shoes. And so, but the selectors, Australian selectors, basically banned him from wearing them. So John got very cross about it, insisted on wearing them, so they
Seems a
dropped
bit
him, and that was
extreme to drop someone on on their footwear.
Yeah, and he got a score. I'm getting Adam to look up John Benno's. I think he got a bit of a score in the last Test match. He didn't play that many Test matches, but I think he got a good score. And then there was dropped because he refused to wear full spike boots.
Wow.
Those were the days. You wouldn't have got away with your beard. Let me tell you, that would have had to come off.
Bring them days back. There'll be no one playing.
No, I know. That is true these days. Here's Saqib bowling, and that's driven out towards cover. And I'll take a single. That wasn't very well timed, but the fielder had to move rather to his left. I mean, tattoos, you got no chance.
Yeah.
So that's half the team gone as well, I suppose. Definitely. But no, they had a thing about designer stubble, as it was called. And you couldn't. I mean, Graham Gooch, you couldn't possibly bat with having not shaved. If he got told off, he was captain. Oh no!
How times have changed, I guess, eh?
Well, I think so. I mean, most people have got a beard now, it seems. But Saqib certainly has. And so's Phil Salt, I've just seen on the screen. 39 for 1. Here comes Saqib. Bowls quite full. Van der Dussen on the front foot, or rolls back up for Saqib to field. And there's no run. So John Benno coming. I think he got at least 50 in his last Test match and was dropped. But I'm happy, as usual, he proved completely wrong. He might have got more than 50. Let's have a look. He got 142, did he? No. Wrong. I'm looking at the wrong column.
That would have been a hell of a drop after that, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be. I'm sure he got a score. 39 for 1. He got 36 and 70. 36 and 70. No, hang on. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. He got double figures anyway. So, but he was dropped. Anyway, that's the John. But did he score 100 for Australia? He did. He did. And he only played how many tests? 3 tests. He scored 100 and still got dropped for wearing the wrong boots. So I'm almost got there. It's a sort of a seniorish moment, but you know there's an element of truth there.
Yeah. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Well, no, but there's an element there.
Yeah.
So in 3 tests, he did score 100 and got dropped for wearing the wrong boots.
Yeah.
So 39
seems
for 1.
Pretty hard done by.
Well, I think so. Saqib comes in and bowls, and that's driven firmly. That's a lovely shot from Van der Dussen. He's a good player, this fella. Remember when he first came into the South African Test side, it was against England. In his early games, we weren't quite sure, but crikey, he's really developed well, isn't he?
He is a very good player, and this sort of situation is kind of tailor-made for him. You know, he's not a guy that's going to strike, 150 strike rate, for instance, but he will bat long periods of time, make it hard for you to get him out, and he'll wait for a ball like that, which is just over pitched, and he shows the full face of the bat and a great shot down the ground. Yeah,
perfect placement there. It was a nice half volley, but he's just played that very carefully, making sure he didn't hit mid off. And he's down to the boundary it goes.
Prickly character to play against. He tends to rub people up the wrong way, just from the way he kind of carries himself. Really, not necessarily vocal, but
yeah. Here's Saqib bowling to him. Short, doesn't get that pull shot at all, and the ball bounces away to the offside. Well, there's been a little bit of colourful language out there. We've turned our microphones down because. We heard a few bits and pieces.
Was that when he came to the crease, by any chance?
No, it's when they were fielding.
Oh, okay, right.
That's the one drawback with pitch bikes. You've got to be careful, Chris. Well, you've never utter an oath.
No such thing, I guess.
But what I do do, it's nice to hear Nick, so it's nice when you're commentating and hear a nick off the bat or whatever, or a double sound if there's an LBW, but sometimes you can pay the price if wicketkeepers standing up to the stumps. 43 for 1, Van der Dussen on 12, just waits for a moment. I think it's an adjustment to the field. Anyway, he's twiddling his bat. And Saqib again moves in. bowls, pushed away by Van der Dusen up to mid-off. They've got third man up on the edge of the circle. And the two deep men are on the leg side there for fine leg, a deep square leg. But that ends that over. 43 for one. Nice to see Saki running in and fit again. He was very promising on that West Indies tour that he went on and played in the Test matches. And of course he's had injury after injury. Just getting himself back now. But again, rather like Mark Wood, when you see him in shorts out there, he's got a lot of tape strapping his knee up.
Yeah, I mean, strapping is part and parcel nowadays. He kind of guys do strap up sometimes just as precaution, and other times obviously it's a little bit more of a reason behind it. But yeah, as you say, Sakib has had his fair share of injuries, and it's good to see him back fit and playing a big part. And, you know, I'd imagine he'll be a big part of this England ODI team in particular. I think he's a very good ODI bowler. Going forwards, absolutely. Here's Archer around the wicket, bowls, and that's very well played by Rickleton. From round the wicket, that's angled in at him, but he's still managed to force that square through the offside from, well, hard to tell from our angle, but I don't know, Midland leg-ish, maybe even leg side-ish, but it's that angle from Archer as well, bringing it in, but he's really played that well. He's a beautiful placement. Tough guy to bowl at, Rickleton. He's in good form at the moment, coming off the back of a good SA20. And he's kind of burst onto the scene for South Africa over the last couple of years, and really is a strong player for them in all formats now. But he's just a bit awkward, you know. He's hit that through backward point and the ball's on middle stump. Nice bowled him now though. Bowled him, playing all round it. And Archer takes his second wicket. And Rickleton looks very disappointed. He can barely drag himself off the ground. But if he looks to his right, you'll see his middle stump leaning back. And I'm not quite sure how they got through. In fact, maybe that's what Rickleton was saying to himself. How on earth, what happened there? How did I miss that? He just played a lovely shot to the ball before. And just looking at Archer here, it was an orthodox delivery. Oh, it kept low. It kept horribly low. Scuttled through. And so a sense of disappointment there, I suspect, from Rickleton more than anything else. It really did, and he's shaking his head now as he walks off. Bit of a scuttler. Bowled for 27, and it's 47 for 2. Yep, straight underneath the bat, wasn't it, Aggers? Yes. It kind of played it with the full face of the bat and just kind of shot underneath the bat. Jofra Archer really happy with that one after, you know, the ball before not being a bad ball, getting hit to the fence. You feel like he's got kind of his just rewards there with that wicket. But yeah, unfortunate for Rickleton, but just gives England a little sniff of a window of opportunity. Well, a few more of those. Absolutely. And you think maybe 250 might have been a good score, but we haven't seen too many misbehave. There have been one or two keep low in the course of this innings. Heinrich Klaassen is coming out. We know all about him. Hard hitting, right-handed. He smashed England all around the park the last time that we saw him in Mumbai, and so he strides out. We've got the hard-hitting Chris Wokes giving his thoughts, and then the even more hard-hitting Simon Mann coming in to pick up commentary. It seems appropriate. Hard-hitting, that's probably the first time I've ever been called that, Aggers. But Henrik Klaassen walking to the crease for South Africa. A big player for them. Everyone knows his capabilities. Obviously gave England a hard time back in the 2023 World Cup in India. A big 100 in Mumbai. Put us to the sword. So England will be hoping to see the back of him fairly early.
That one kept low, didn't it?
It did.
To go underneath his bat, that.
It did.
Let's have a look. Klaassen 109 from 67 balls in that match in the World Cup in Mumbai.
Yeah, tough day for England, that.
399 for 7, 170 all out. Sorry, remind you of that briefly, but we'll not talk about it anymore. Archer bowls. Klaassen's in behind that, playing defensively into the offside, and there is no run. I'm watching him in the IPL as well, and he had a great season for Sunrisers Hyderabad, and devastating against spin bowling. And actually, you don't necessarily think of a South African player being a devastating hitter against slow bowling, do you? Not necessarily. Okay, there was AB de Villiers, but they don't have loads and loads of spin, or historically they haven't. Yeah, like as you say, that you wouldn't. Here's Archer bowling to him, and he drives. That's a nice looking shot to get off the mark. That's 4th for extra cover. Nicely hit, crisply out towards the boundary. So he's underway, and South Africa are 51 for 2 in the 9th over.
Very much like that shot, a class shot when you've only just walked to the crease. Just leaning on that through the covers, very nice. But just to touch on your point there, Simon, about him being a very good player of spin, and I think what really stands out is he plays a lot of balls off the back foot, especially when he's trying to play aggressive shots and to score boundaries. He plays a lot off the back foot against the spin, and very clear when he's trying to hit the ball for 6 and when he's trying to hit it for 4, and he generally executes well.
Archer Bolston, he stands up and punches that away wide of mid-off. Butler fields to his left-hand side, sends in the return, but not before they are home for a single. 52 for 2 South Africa in the 9th over. They need 180 to win. The two teams are neck and neck in terms of where they were at this stage of the power play, although England lost that extra wicket. 62 for 3. Where are we? Yeah, Duckett was out at 37. Third wicket to go down. South Africa 52 for 2, but of course England rather folded after that. Archer bowls outside the off stump. Dewson drops his hands down, allows that to go through. Archer's overs finished. 5 overs, 2 for 27. 52 for 2 after 9 overs. The floodlights begin to take over here in Karachi in its final game in this Champions Trophy.
It was a good opening spell from Jofra Archer there. It's what England fans one positive to come out of this tour, especially, I suppose, is the fact that we're seeing Jofra Archer, back games up from a fitness point of view, bowling relatively quickly and bowling pretty well as well. To see him backing up ODIs is really, really positive for England moving forward, I think.
Yes, he's played all 3 games. What's that? 3 games in a week. This time last week we were in Lahore for that game against South Africa, and then a game in midweek, one today. Klassen on 5, waits for Mahmood, who bowls to him now, turned away firmly, very well stopped at square leg, parried at square leg, prevents the boundary there. It was Phil Salt's his right hand side, excellent piece of fielding, and that went very quickly off the bat. And Klassen already 6 from 4, South Africa need 127 to win. They've got over 40 overs to do it. Rod Tucker, the umpire there, was actually, if Salt hadn't saved that to his right hand side, it might have hit Rod Tucker because he had to scamper out of the way, and he might have got there too quickly. You have to be alive as an umpire to what's the possibilities in the one-day cricket, not least at the striker's end. Mahmood bowls, that's on the pads, tickled away, just lost his line there. Van der Dusen played it down fine, again very quickly away for 4 off the bat. Bit of a bonus there for Van der Dusen, goes to 16, and South Africa moved to 57 for 2. Almost a low full toss. It's almost full toss stroke half volley right in the block hole, but on his pads, and he got it down fine, got some bat on it, and absolutely no chance for any of the fielders. Van der Dusen to 16. Looks up to see Sakib Mahmood approaching. Bowls to him now, very full and driven, but not timed, up towards straight mid-on, and there's no run. What's the agenda for you now, Chris? Are you in some kind of pre-season training, or are you having a rest after T20 in South Africa?
Yeah, very, very much a bit of a rest period for me. So I mean, it had been a pretty busy one, really. Obviously last summer, busy Test summer, into Test tour of Pakistan, into Test tour in New Zealand, and then obviously had SA20 just gone in January. So I was always looking forward to February, March, to be brutally honest with you. Bit of downtime, bit of time at home, and a little less travel, and just trying to stay fit, obviously keep up with some fitness, but just have a little breather from the cricket side of things, ready to hopefully hit the summer running probably mid-April onwards, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's just a problem at the moment with the bowlers' foot marks, I think, so we might need the ground staff out there to come on and do something or other. So do you have to keep ticking over? Do you have to just so your body is still slightly in the groove, that do you have to bowl every week or anything like that? Yeah,
so I try, to be honest with you, Simon, it's probably a better place for me now when I kind of don't stop bowling as such. If I have longer breaks off bowling, it kind of makes it more difficult to come back up and niggle here or there. So it is very much that, really. Just tick over weekly, maintain the fitness side of things, and keep gymming. And it's actually quite nice to be able to bowl less and gym a little bit more, and actually be in a better opportunity to probably improve your strength, improve your mobility, improve your fitness. Because actually during season and during performance, it's more a matter of just trying to keep yourself on the park and making sure you do the right things to stay on the park, rather than windows of opportunity to improve things from a fitness point of view. So yeah, quite a nice little change, really. Can't remember the last time I actually had an opportunity to do this.
Yeah, I mean, could you say it's a break? The ground staff are out there actually hammering away at the crease at the moment. Anyway, so obviously Saki Mahmood's complained about something on his follow through, so a bit of a halt to the game at 57 for 2. So you say a rest, but actually you still have to maintain your fitness. It's not like most people think of a rest or sitting in front of the TV eating popcorn for a couple of months or something.
Yeah, certainly not down the pub and just doing everything that probably some normal people would do with some time off, but certainly just trying to enjoy that mental break, I think, more than anything. Than the physical one is obviously a little bit less strenuous when you're not playing matches, but it's more that mental side of things where you can switch off from the competitive side of things and really enjoy some time at home, spend some time with the family, and catch up with people where when you've spent months on end away from home, as you well know, as a commentator, and pundit, or whatever you guys class yourselves as nowadays. It is nice to spend that sort of period at home, and certainly enjoying that at the moment.
Well, I think play is about to resume. The ground staff have done their thing with the hammer, and we are back with Saki Mahmood bowling to Van der Dussen. He's on 16. 180 to win for South Africa, 57 for 2. Last 3 balls of the power play. And Van der Dussen waits for Mahmood, who bowls to him now, and he gets a straight ball. This seems to keep a fraction low, the way Van der Dussen has played that. Goes up towards mid. I was talking to Vic actually off air, Vic was saying it didn't feel as was absolutely perfect batting pitch. It's not absolutely perfect today. We've seen 1 or 2 banks a bit, and that one keep low. Anyway, it's probably not a 179 all-out surface, and South Africa clear favourites to win the game. But we've seen stranger things happen in the game of cricket than South Africa not winning this match, because they don't absolutely need to. They've done enough to make the semi-finals. Mahmood bowls. That's outside the off stump. Forward goes Van der Dussen out towards cover, and there's no run. With England needing wickets and Adil Rashid being one of their sort of main threats in theory, do you see him coming on straight away, or do you think actually with Klaassen, you think, well, not quite sure what we do here? Do we just hold him back a bit and hope we get Klaassen out?
I mean, obviously Klaassen's obviously very strong against spin, but anyone is susceptible. You've still got to bowl your best bowlers, I believe, when you're chasing a game and not many runs to defend.
Saki Mahmood back to the top of his mark to complete his over, and the power play bowls. That's flicked away in the air. 1 bounce down to Jofra Archer. That fine leg. He's fractionally to his left. It was a low pull, half a top edge there from Van der Dussen, but very quickly off the bat. He goes to 17, and South Africa 58 for 2. England's power play was 62 for 3, so actually quite similar. Obviously England losing that extra wicket, South Africa 5 fewer runs, but what happened afterwards has been really the key to this match. Obviously you don't want to lose 3 wickets in the power play as well, but England rather subsided. 179 all out.
Yeah, we were just touching there. Would you bring Adil Rashid on now to try and make that breakthrough and put some pressure on the South African players? And I know Klaassen is a world-class player against spin, but I still believe you need to try and get him out early. If he gets in, this game is dead and buried. So I would like to see Adil come on fairly soon. I'd imagine Jos Buttler will be thinking that he'll want his magician of Adil Rashid's leg spin to try and work some magic, weave some magic in this middle period.
Well, Archer's continuing and bowls a straight ball, which is fiddled away by Van der Dussen into the offside in defence. He goes to extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, the fact that Archer's bowling into a 6th over here, I mean, it shows that England are thinking, well, this game is probably not going to go really deep. Actually, do we need necessarily to use much of our fifth bowler today. I mean, can we just use our main frontline 4 for as long as possible and keep them going? Jamie Overton to come as well, and Adil Rashid. I wonder if we'll see Livingston. I mean, if the pitch spins a bit, then we might see Livingston, as that one's on target from Archer and played away by Van der Dusen in defence, and there's no run. You sometimes see captains sort of gamble, thinking this game's not going to go the distance. We've got to bowl them out.
He's probably thought if he can get Jofra another 1 or 2 here and he can get us another wicket, then all of a sudden it looks a little bit, you can get a deal in and try and apply pressure to a new batsman.
Yeah, definitely. 122 to win. Archer bowls to Van der Dusen, and a straight ball defended by Van der Dusen away into the offside, and there is no run. The crowd quiet, a smallish crowd for this match in Karachi. You do feel a bit sorry for Pakistan, the way this competition has panned out for them, both on and off the field. Where there's that huge enthusiasm for the tournament now. They're sort of looking forward to it. They played their opening game here against New Zealand. That felt like such a decisive game for them, one they had to win. They didn't, and well, they are out. It's like England and Afghanistan. As Archer bowls, guided away by Van der Dusen, up on his toes, out towards backward point, and there is no run. Archer in his 6th over, he's taken both the wickets to fall so far. Stubbs played on for naught, and then Rickleton, after playing an absolutely delightful shot through the offside, was cleaned up by a ball that kept a bit low. And Archer didn't really celebrate the first one, but I think he did the second one. He liked the second one, especially after being creamed away for 4. Good comeback. Nice to see those flashing bails. He goes in now and bowls. That's a short ball down the leg side. Flinching leave from Van der Dusen. And another wide, signalled by Rod Tucker. 5 wides in his first over. There's another one after that. That might be his 7th wide so far. So little margin for error. Actually, in a test match, that was actually not a bad short ball. He just flinched at it a bit.
Feels a little hard done by there. Maybe just over the left shoulder, maybe. It's a bowler speaking, isn't it?
Yeah, they're pretty ruthless, the umpires.
They are.
Anything that goes down there, that sort of direction. Archer bowls outside the off stump. His line back there. Played away towards mid-off. Not much bounce there from Archer. Van der Dusen specs his bat, as if that was the problem. Plays the shot again. So it's perhaps emphasising or exemplifying Vic's point that it might not be the absolutely perfect batting pitch. There's something for the bowlers to work with. We'll see whether Adil Rashid can get any spin out of it later, perhaps sooner rather than later. Archer spins round, goes in now, bowls to Van der Dusen, stands up, punches this away, but straight to backward point. And there is no run. That's the end of Archer's over. So he's through 6 overs now, taking 2 for 28. That might be it from him for now. But I dare say that we'll see him before the end of this match. And again, Klaassen has 6 and Van der Dusen has 17.
Very much a good over from Jofra Archer. He's bowled nicely with the new ball here. 2 for 28 off his 6. Be interested to see whether Joss actually maybe gives him a 7th. I mean, a 7 on the spin would be at a bit of a push, but in the current circumstances with the game slipping away, South Africa only needing 121 more to win. 2 down. Klaassen at the crease. He's gone to his pace bowler in Jamie Overton by the looks of things, rather than Adil Rashid. Maybe thinking along the lines that you mentioned, Simon, the fact that Klaassen is so good against spin, maybe holding him back, but don't want the game to disappear before your best bowler hasn't bowled a ball.
Overton bowls, low pull, cracked away by Klaassen towards deep forward square leg. Another run. Well, I'm sure Jos Buttler would have, well, he saw him at close hand in that World Cup match, but he also has seen what he created in the IPL last year as well.
Yeah, I played with Henrik at Durban Super Giants in January for the SA20, and to see him up close and personal in practice and how clean he hits the ball it's quite something. He hits a ball as well as I've ever seen.
Overton bowls to Van der Dusen, knocked away into the onside towards mid-wicket, picked up by Joe Root, and there's no run.
I mean, there's many players that I've played with and against, and you can tell how they strike the ball is very different to other people. Joss being one of them, you know, when he's in full flow, he hits the ball so hard and clean. But I reckon Henrik Klaasen is certainly up there with one of the best I've ever seen in terms of ball striking.
Overton bounding in to bowl to Van der Dusen, who pulls, a guided pull to the left of Archer. Although the original striker there, Van der Dusen, was very keen on 2, but Klaasen said, no, don't bother. And he ran half the way down, half the way back again. So they're going to have a quick chat in the mid-pitch. Maybe they didn't hear him initially. He was coming for the second. He was running to the danger end, Van der Dusen, but Klaasen didn't fancy it. Of course, you think you're running to the danger end. Not always the case with the arms that fielders have these days. Or perhaps have always had. Could be run out the non-strikers. 61 for 2, middle of the 12th. Overton goes wide of the crease, bowls. It's driven back and he half stops it. He was looking for a single there. Klaasen threw mid-on, but Overton got across and parried it up towards the mid-on fielder. So there is no run. What's he like as a teammate, Klaasen?
Yeah, he was very much, you know, he's in his older years, shall I say now, towards the back in his career. I think he's around about 34, 35, so he's an experienced campaigner now and clearly liked to lead, so to speak, spoke well and liked to speak within the dressing room.
Overton bowls, pulled away by Klaasen. That's a fine stroke, bit short from Overton. Swivel pull well in front of square to the left of mid-wicket. Raced away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. 65 for 2. Klaasen already into double figures. 11 from 7. No nonsense shot from him and a no nonsense start. Dragged down by Overton, just rolling his fingers over it, but pumped away.
Well controlled as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful
exactly
stroke.
where he wanted to go.
Overton bowls that one to Klaasen, who pushes it up towards mid-on. There's no run. It is the end of the over. We've had 12 now. South Africa 65 for 2. They need 180 in all to win. I wonder whether we are going to see Adil Rashid and when, actually. Although Archer might be coming in to bowl another over. I'll leave that with Jonathan, but after a few more thoughts from you, Chris.
Yeah, so it's looking like Jofra may be bowling his 7th. Not very often will he have got through a 7-over spell in an ODI before. I'd be interesting to see if we could find that out, but it's certainly a sign that Jos Buttler wants to keep his fast bowlers going. Maybe not quite go to the spin, just in case. That's what.
So 65 for 2, and Archer continues, and he bowls short this time. He's paddled away around the corner to deep backward square leg by Klaasen, and they take it one more. In fact, that's Van der Dusen goes to 19. Klaasen 11. At least lost a couple of wickets. The run rate around about 5.5. They need 3 and over, but they won't be looking to take 50 overs to knock this off. They'll look for an emphatic victory here. And Klaasen, well, as we know, extraordinary explosive player. He got 100 off about 60 balls against England in the World Cup. It's really sapping day in Mumbai. 66 for 2. Archer runs in, bowls to him on off stump, pushes that away up to mid-off. Says no as Van der Dusen set off from this end. Van der Dusen, the taller of the two. Butler fields 114 more runs needed by South Africa, and then they must wait for tomorrow's result, but not before they've flown to Dubai first. And they may have to turn around and come back again. One of the quirks of this tournament, if we can put it that way. 66 for 2. Archer wheels round. 22 on his back, and he bowls a high bouncer. Rod Tucker won't like that, and he doesn't, and Archer knew it. He didn't even actually look round at Tucker there. He knew the arms would be outstretched. 10 extras, of which I think virtually all have been wides.
He bowled 5 in his first over, actually. Yes. And to be fair to him, he's bowled a bit better since then. I haven't seen him bowl 7 overs on the trot, which he's about to do, for a long time. That was a very high wide.
It's actually quite nice conditions to bowl seam now, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's cool.
It's coolish. It's warm enough to be loose.
Yes.
Runs in again, bowls short this time, pulled out to deep mid wicket. There is a fielder there. And so just one more to Klaasen, who goes to 12.
And there is a little bit of uneven bounce, I think, in this pitch. It's not the perfect batting pitch we've seen at Lahore, I think it's fair to say. You've heard a lot of balls clunk into the bat down the bottom sometimes. I mean, it's not 180 all out pitch. But I don't think it's the perfect, blameless batting surface we've seen in Lahore in 2 games.
Van der Dussen waits for Archer, who bowls short of a length. It's prodded off the back foot to cover. Only as far as Salt. 68 for 2. Third man. Fine leg. Deep square legs going back, actually, and a deep mid wicket. So might be tempting to bowl a short ball here. They've got 3 on that leg side boundary.
Yeah, they haven't got any protection at square cover, which is quite unusual. So he's got to bowl very straight, which is what you're trying to do, and he has done much better.
What's happened here? Rod Tucker spotted something.
I don't know.
And as if I think the third umpire might have interjected there.
I think it's the roving camera up in the sky that they were upset about.
It could be. Or they're just looking to make sure that they're not 3 behind leg side, maybe. Here's Archer bowling on the off stump, short, and fended away by Van der Dussen. And there's no run. 68 for 2. Klaasen 12. Van der Dussen has 19. Yeah, you might be right. Is it the spider cam? I don't know. Where he's gone at the moment.
No, he was up above the square leg umpire a while ago, but now it's getting dusky. It's hard to see him.
Yes. 68 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 13th over. In goes Archer over the wicket, bowls short. It's paddled away by Van der Dussen. Little short arm pull shot. Sends the ball to backward square leg. Going to take a single. And that is the end of that over, which is the 13th in this innings. It's 69 for 2. And so South Africa need only 111 more to win, 37 overs. And then a veil can be drawn over England's appearance in this Champions Trophy. There's the black cat again. He's trotting across the outfield quite happily.
He looks like he owns it, doesn't he?
You don't see cats at cricket grounds, do you? We've had some dogs running on in the past. I remember one in the border. Caused a bit of chaos, actually.
In Guyana?
Yes, he ran on. Quite a scruffy dog. And he did what he shouldn't do, literally round about, well, it was a test match, but round about where the edge of the circle was, and the groundsman had to come out with his shovel.
Clear things up
and deal with it, yes. That was unlucky.
The cat is now leaving the ground.
Well, that's the cheer for the cat. He's now left. Now we've got Overton. And he bowls. That's pushed up to mid-off, and they steal a single. 70 for 2. So, Overton in his second over. 110 more needed. You didn't say whether you thought a black cat was lucky or unlucky.
Well, I think a black cat is lucky.
Well, I thought it was lucky. So we've seen it twice now.
So who's lucky though? You and me?
Well, everybody. I've considered myself lucky. Here's Overton bowling, and that's driven out through extra cover. Fielder in pursuit. No, it's going to get through that gap, and it's going to hit the boundary. Wasn't perfectly timed, so it gave the fielders there a little bit of hope. And the outfield's been very fast so far. 74 for 2. On the boundary to Van der Dussen, who goes to 21 from 39 balls. He always finds the boundary when he needs to, Van der Dussen. So that was Klaasen, actually. Go with a thickish inside edge. 16. And Overton again. Trots in, bowls, and Klaasen stands up, plays it down to mid-on. But the point remains, Van der Dussen does. He's one of those sort of patient players.
Yeah.
Steers England, his team towards victories in a sort of a controlled fashion, whereas Klaasen, Klaasen can take you to the cleaners, as we know. 74 for 2. Over his bat again now. There's Overton. Strongly built, runs in past the umpire. Klaassen drives, doesn't time that, and he's crossed himself there. It's played down to mid-off.
I think if you're a batsman and you like scoring runs, you'd rather play in Lahore than Dubai. That's the highest scoring ground so far, isn't it?
Well, I think it's more or less the perfect batting place.
Yeah, there's enough pace in it.
Yeah.
Be able to play your shots.
Excellent pitch, a very fast outfield.
Yeah.
Decent sized boundary without being enormous. Overton bowls, that's tucked away into the leg side by Klaassen. Very full that was, around about his toes. Clipped away. 74 for 2. Yes, I suppose the black cat thing though, I mean if England players saw it now, they saw it running off then, they wouldn't necessarily think, well, they might think their luck will change.
Maybe in May.
Yes. Overton runs in over the wicket and bowls, and that's flicked very fine for 4. The drifting towards the leg stump. It came down here very quickly, I must say. And all Archer can do is just pad around the boundary edge, go and pick it up, throw it back again. You'd have heard there a spurt of gas coming up from around the boundary edge. You have sort of, I don't know, 5 or 6 of these around. It's just only it's white smoke basically that comes up when anything remotely exciting happens. But I think even the operator of that might be struggling a bit today to find too much opportunity to let his gas off. 78 for 2. And they're going to have a drinks break as well now, just to protract things. 102 more needed.
Do you remember the spurt of the drinks canister in Faisalabad in the Test match?
Well, the explosion.
The explosion.
Yes, I do.
And there was a lot of sensitivity then, wasn't there, about the security on that tour?
People thought it was a bomb.
And everyone thought we were going home.
Yeah.
And it was just a Coca-Cola dispenser.
The gas
exploded.
Yes, it was. It was very loud. It was very loud.
Yeah, I expect you were.
I
expect you ploughed on boldly.
I think I was on 5 Live at the time, actually.
Yeah, well, I expect you.
I don't think
made nothing of it.
Well, you couldn't help but make a thing. I think I was on speaking to Victoria Derbyshire as it went off.
Really?
And then we saw Shahid Afridi
doing his swivel,
doing his pirouette on a length.
Yes.
That's while everyone's attention was distracted. Not quite sure he got away with that.
Yeah.
Yes, that was Faisalabad.
Well, I think he did get punished in some way, but not. Yeah, he did get a punishment. But for 10 minutes, everyone thought, tour's over, we're off, we're going to pack our bags.
It was a good bang.
But it was a Coke canister.
I think Arlo White was there.
Yeah, well, that might well be true.
I think he was commentating at the time that went off. We were staying in a place called the Shadab Club, which is like an old gentleman's club in Faisalabad. And Arlo unwisely indulged in the bottle of water that was lurking in his fridge without observing the basics first, which is that you make sure that actually it's a sealed top and bottom, and he unscrewed it. And I think it was about 3 or 4 days before we saw him again.
Yes, I remember that. Well, I remember the club. I remember the details of Arlo's demise.
And also that was the game in which Intimam was given run out, remember?
Off Harmison.
Harmison hurled the ball at him and Intimam took cover. And umpire Taufel didn't give him out. Or he sort of flustered, he didn't say, that's not out. He's taking evasive action, you've hurled the ball at him, Steve. He went to umpire Hare at square leg, and Darryl Hare said, well, mate, I can only say he's out of his crease. So he didn't have anything to do with evasive action at square leg, do you? I mean, that's the standing umpire's decision.
Right, yeah.
So Darryl Hare called for the third umpire. He gave the box sign. And I mean, it's difficult sometimes to feel sorry for Darryl Hare, but on this occasion I did, because he did what was all he could do. And the third umpire happened to be a Pakistani home umpire who looked at it and said, well, he's out of his ground. Umpire Taufel said it wasn't evasive action, so he pressed the out button. And if you read any criticism of Darryl Hare, particularly from supporters in this part of the world,
right, that's another.
It's a Darryl Hare mistake. It had absolutely nothing to do with him. I felt rather sorry for him.
So who was it mistake? It was Taufel. Taufel should have.
Taufel said he's jumped out of the way because he hurled the ball at him, Steve, and it hit the stumps. And Darryl Hare always got the blame for that. Now we've got some spin. They've had a drink. Adil Rashid's coming on from this end. And he's going to bowl to Van der Dussen, who's on 21. There is a slip. As Rashid bowls the first ball down the leg side, it's a wide. We've seen a few of those, haven't we? A lot of wides. 79 for 2. Rashid goes in to try again. And bowls pretty straight. There's a bit of leg before wicket. The ball rolls away for a leg by. Umpire Tucker has already ruled not out. That looked quite leg side. In fact, he got a little nick on it by the look of it, because there's no signal from the jovial Australian. 80 for 2 in the 15th over. And now Klaasen takes guard, looks around. What does he see? He sees a deep square leg. He sees a long on, a long off. As Rashid moves in, bowls to him, and he just taps that away. Rashid rolls over and over as he fields. He'll see a deep point as well. So those are the 4 that are out. Night has virtually fallen. Not quite absolutely black overhead, just a trace of light. As Rashid bowls one again, that kept rather low.
It did, yeah.
280, 290.
Oh, yeah.
Might have been a score.
Well, I think 250 might have been. That did keep low.
Yeah.
Actually, it was well taken in the end by Jamie Smith.
It was. That was another scuttler we've seen already. Rickleton bowled by a shooter. 80 for 2. 100 more needed for South Africa as Rashid bowls, and Klaasen treats that with respect. He's pushing it away into the offside. 80 for 2. Flag still fluttering, hopefully keeping the dew away. And we might not get to see if there's any dew or not this evening, as that's driven firmly, defeats the diving cover fieldsman, and rolls down to Brook, who's fielding down to our left here at long off. 99 needed now by South Africa. We've got 35 overs in which to do it.
We're looking, there's some interesting figures about the leg spinners in this tournament and the speed, they average speed.
She again tosses that well up. It's tapped away by Van der Dussen. And that ends his first over, tidy as ever. That, a loosening wide. 81 for 2.
And there's a huge variation amongst the Rashids, actually. Top of the list is Rashid Khan of Afghanistan, whose average speed, so he bowls sometimes quicker, obviously, sometimes slower, 92 Ks. The average speed, the slowest of the 5 leg spinners that have been Zampa and Abrar and someone else I've forgotten now, and Adil Rashid. Adil 79 is his average speed, much slower. And I mean, who's to say who's not more effective? I was going to contemplate Adil Rashid. It is amazing, just taking the broad view. There he is now. He's aged 37, 38. He's still England's best spinner in this format by a huge margin.
And with a dodgy shoulder as well.
And he still keeps going. And he's become Mr. Reliable in a curious way.
Yeah.
And the only one you can really go to and say, well, at least we know where he's going to land it.
Overton starts a new over. Is driven, clipped away really to mid-on. Archer field.
So he's had an amazing career, really.
Yeah.
And a very long one.
Yes, he has.
And there's no talk of him giving up, particularly. I mean, they'll want him to go to the next T20. Goodness knows where he can make the next World Cup.
Cat's on again.
Okay. He's at deepish mid-wicket.
I don't know why he keeps coming on, because...
his cameras are here, aren't they?
Well, I suppose so. He's not finding any mice out there, is he? There's Overton bowling, tucked away towards the cat at mid-wicket. And they take a single. He comes on as if he's looking for something, surveys the scene, and then trots off actually quite purposefully.
Yeah, we haven't seen the ball go in his direction there. Might wake him up a bit, or speed him up.
He's heading towards what... Well, it's the dugout down there. I think that's the England dugout, isn't it? You won't find much in there.
He knows the cameras. The cameras are actually zooming in on him now.
82 for 2. Van der Dusen on 22. Overton, the big leap, bowls on leg stump, tucked away out towards deep mid wicket. Chase for the fielder, coming in, picks up cleanly, throws it in to Smith. And it's just another single. 83 for 2. It's actually sitting there quite quietly at deep wide mid on at the moment. Doesn't seem to be particularly flustered. I don't think I've seen a cat on a cricket ground before until this one.
We've got one at Taunton. Can't remember what his name is.
Does he make appearances?
Occasionally. Obviously a well-behaved one.
Well, this one's well-behaved.
Yeah, but he is trespassing at the moment.
Well, yeah, he's up on his feet again now. He's now long on.
He could get behind us in front of the side screen. Where's Alex Stewart when you need him?
He could hold up play. Well, he would. He wouldn't like this at all, Alex. Overton bowls, and there's a nice shot. 4 runs.
Glorious shot. It is just a little bit over pitched and a little bit more width. He's been bowling very straight. That's the plan for the England attack, because they've seen that there is a little bit of uneven bounce. You just keep bowling straight, and something might keep low, but that was just a little bit of width and a little bit full. Not quite a half volley, but my goodness me, he's just hit that beautifully.
Wonderful shot. He just held the pose too in that annoying way that batsmen do sometimes. He knew it was 4.
Fetch that back.
Just stood there, bang. Lovely shot. 93 needed. And Klaassen goes to 26. Dips at the knee. Overton again comes in, bowls to him, and now is forward, pushing the ball into a gap in the offside. And picks up one more. 88 for 2. Klaassen has 27. 92 more needed by South Africa.
He doesn't move his feet. Well, he cover drove that ball, but he just shifted his weight rather than really moving his feet, and that was enough.
See, Overton's actually drying the ball on his shirt here. Suggests, I mean, it's going to be more humid this part of the world, isn't it, than up in Lahore.
Well, you are our dew expert.
Comes Overton, bowls, and that's steered away firmly to deep point. See if there's more drying going on, but you'd imagine with the humid sea air that dew would be more likely to form. 91 needed.
I mean, you're our dew export only by process of elimination.
Oh yeah, there's nobody else. And you've appointed me. I haven't appointed myself, I hasten to add. Victor, more thoughts from you? And then Simon Mann's coming.
Well, I mean, actually, if you want to see how these graphs don't tell the full story, South Africa are not going as quickly as England did in their innings. However, England's innings terminated after about 30-odd overs, and they've only lost 2 wickets. So it's all quite sedate at the moment. We haven't seen the advent of the 5th bowler, but he may not bother. Rashid. I like watching Rashid, and I'm still inclined to just sort of marvel at him, since the result is not at the moment in doubt. It's amazing what he's done over the last decade.
Rashid bowls short, pushed through, and it's knocked away by Van der Dusen. Riding the delivery towards deep mid wicket for a single. 90 for 2 South Africa, so they're halfway there. England not halfway there in terms of wickets, and certainly not halfway there in terms of overs bowled. This is the start of the 17th overs. It's 3 and over from here. South Africa totally in control of the game. Rashid bowls, and Klaassen pushes that up towards long on for a single, and they jog through. No real pressure there on the 2 batters. South Africa happy to take their time. They're a bit, in footballing terms, they're a little bit like a team who are 3-0 up, just passing the ball among the back 4 at the moment. Complete control of the game. Rashid bowls full outside the off stump, driven away by Van der Dusen. Not particularly well timed, but he gets a single towards long off. England have been involved in the 2 best games of the tournament so
the
far.
two best and possibly the worst.
Possibly the worst. yeah, that's what I was coming on to.
Yeah, sorry, we've been together no, we haven't, not too long.
Rashid, short, cracked away off the back foot by Klassen, but straight to Butler. Extra cover, and there is no run. Like you, I think you first put the thought in my mind, although it was one that was already coalescing at this pitch, that it is a bit uneven. And if you get, it's one of those, if you could have got 260, say, it might be an interesting game. It's that sort of a pitch, really, rather than necessarily a 300-plus surface. She tosses that right up, and it's hit high in the air by Klassen over the head of the fielder. He has to run back. Livingston towards long on. Well, he didn't get hold of that one cleanly. For a moment I thought he was going to hole out, but
I think they had a long on initially, and I think they must have brought him up. We can't see that. It's hidden by those sight screens there. And I think when he started his spell, long on was back, and they brought him up, and he took up the challenge without really connecting.
Klassen goes to 30. Rashid bowls, and Klassen pushes it up towards long off. That was a flatter delivery from Rashid.
Rashid's having a wry smile, possibly a chat to Klassen, I'm not sure. But
it's a 31. Klassen's one of those cricketers that seems to be like a late flourisher.
Who, Klassen or Rashid?
Klassen.
Well, both of them.
Both of them, really. Yeah, Klassen as well.
Yeah, because we didn't hear much about him about 5 years ago, did we?
No, and he's 33 now.
Yeah.
And he's not played stacks of international cricket. He's played about 50 of both. And he's
how many? He's played Test cricket.
He's played 8 Test matches. Highest score of 35.
So he's
played 54 one-days and 53 T20s. Not a lot of international cricket, is it? But of late, he's really come to the fore as this devastating hitter.
So I wonder what triggered it. I mean, obviously, the white ball game is his speciality. But I wonder where the sudden surge came.
So he made his Test debut in 2019. His one-day debut didn't come until 2018. So that's 6 years ago, just over 6 years ago, when he was 27. Which again is quite a late start, isn't it?
Well, it is for someone who is a player of now what everyone talks about. Oh, Klassen. Klassen's the man. We've got to get Klassen.
Yeah.
I mean, the great players, most of the great players is
Overton bowling to Klassen. Klassen drills it, and there's an appeal for a run out at the non-striker's end because the ball hits the stumps. Did Overton get something on it? And has Van der Dusen got back? And are they going to check it? I presume they'll have to.
Well, they've appealed.
And Overton is really confident about that he's got something on it. So I suppose it's just a question of whether the non-striker is back in his crease. If he has got something on it, it was hit so hard by Klassen. I was thinking 4, and suddenly you saw the flashing bails. Right, it's going to be checked, and this could be the most unlucky run out imaginable. And they're actually England doing a few low fives here. They think they might have got him. But we need the replay.
I'm pretty confident that Overton felt something.
We have a umpire review for run out. I'm looking at the try spin now.
Back it goes straight down the pitch.
Has he got something on it with his boot, if anything? I think.
It's not a great angle here, but
any other angle?
Yeah, he wants another angle.
They might need to use Snicko on the boot.
I wonder if Snicko's up to that. I mean, I think Overton wouldn't have appealed. He would have felt it, I would have thought. But
from that angle, do you have any other angle?
They had no good angle at the moment. There's the ball coming down. Hang on.
It's difficult to tell whether it's hit his boot.
Roll back.
It's not. Well, is the bat? I'll tell you what. If it's hit his boot,
Cannot do anything from that angle.
I don't think he gets back in. But it's a struggle to find any proof at the moment that it's hit his boot. Overton start hobbling. England are looking on in an amused fashion. They don't think it's going to change the game. But, I mean, Overton was fairly confident. He reacted instinctively, I think.
Arsene standing by Ultra Edge.
Oh, they are going to use Ultra Edge.
They are going to. Oh, well, that's wonderful if Ultra Edge works. And Overton is looking quizzically now at the big screen. I've never seen Ultra Edge used for this purpose.
Nothing on the Ultra Edge, satisfied. Okay, just
What about the back?
Roll back 1 second for me, please.
Looks like Ultra Edge is not doing England any favours here. Well, I'm amazed.
The problem is he's quite a long way down, so would Ultra Edge really pick up something like that or not?
Well, I don't know. I
don't think I've ever seen Ultra Edge used for this before. Have you?
No.
No,
this is the first for me. I mean, in a way, I'm glad this is not the final.
Yeah. Not the last over or something like that with 3 to win.
But there's no... Ultra Edge is giving nothing. I think he's going to have to give it not out.
The ball hasn't made any contact, satisfied. My decision for the big screen is...
Although I'm amazed. I mean, that Overton... I'm pretty sure genuinely felt that, hang on, something's hit my boot here. And he's almost... He's having a word with the umpire. He's not having a stroppy word, but he is, I think, saying to the umpire, I can tell you that hit my boot.
I think, just lip reading, I think he's saying 100% that's hit my boot.
Yeah.
100%.
Actually, that's a better angle we've just seen.
We have seen that angle.
Oh, have we?
Yeah, but it was just inconclusive. That's the problem. I wouldn't want to be condemned on that. Would you?
I know.
On that evidence?
Well, no. There's a wide
Do you know what you're doing? You're just taking the evidence of a man of Somerset. That's all. He wouldn't have appealed. He's from Somerset.
Well,
wouldn't have appealed if he hadn't hit it. Here he is. He's going into bowl to Klassen. Klassen drives through the offside, out towards the boundary. There's a sweeper out there who sends the return in.
I hate to split hairs with you, but he's a Devonian.
Well, I know he is, but I know he's born in Barnstable. I know that's in Devon, but I mean, he's kind of like a. You know,
he's a West Country man.
Yeah, he played for Somerset.
Ergo, he's probably as honest as the day is long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe the odd exception.
I mean, I kind of agree with you. That he probably, if he felt something, he would have appealed.
Well, he did.
And he did appeal.
Yeah, but almost immediately. But anyway, no one's too bothered, I'm afraid.
Overton bowls. Van der Dusen, who might have had a fortunate escape, plays it back to the bowler who picks up, and there's no run.
What we need is some research about the effectiveness of Snicko when the batsman is further down, the potential collision of ball and either bat or indeed foot is further down the crease.
Yeah. 96 for 2. And here is Overton bowling. Short, pulled away. Optical illusion. I thought I was going straight to mid-wicket, but it went past the umpire. Odd sometimes how you can see something and it looks like something else. Anyway, one more run to the total. I can think of a bowler who definitely wouldn't have appealed unless the ball had hit his boot. Definitely wouldn't. Well, I can think of 2 actually. They're both in our commentary teams today. They're both in you and Chris Wokes. Of course, Aggers would have appealed, wouldn't he? He'd have appealed if he hadn't hit his boot. So it's got 3 bowlers in our commentary team today. 2 are very trustworthy. Overton bowls. He chases a wide one there, Klassen, and misses it. Taken by a tumbling keeper. So let's bring Chris Wokes in now. Victor, I know you wouldn't have appealed if you hadn't hit your boot. So I would have given you out if I'd been the third, given the batter out if you'd been the bowler appealing. We'll get Chris in just a moment. 97 for 2, coming to the end of the 18th over. Van der Dusen on 27 from 47. He was the one that survived the appeal. Klassen on 32 from 30. Overton bowls, forced away off the back foot up towards mid-off. And there's no run. And that's Smith tumbles over as he takes that. It was a rather ragged throw. Apologies from Butler, the captain, to Smith. Anyway, managed to stop it. No damage done, both in terms of that run scored or to the keeper who fell over. End of the over, 97 for 2 after 18 overs. Well, what about that incident then, Chris?
Well, you've got to take the bowler's word for it, haven't you? You have to, surely. You know what? I had a similar situation in a test match in New Zealand at Eden Park, where it wasn't my foot, it was my finger, and I was convinced I got a little finger on it, and it didn't look great on the replay because it didn't look like it had hit my finger. There was no deviation or anything. And a similar thing happened, given not out, and I was fuming because I was convinced it had hit. And the batsman at the non-striker's end was none other than Kane Williamson. So it would have been a nice wicket to get, but unfortunately, it didn't go our way that day either.
So just seeing what you've seen,
Yes.
on the replay. Let's watch Adil Rashid go in to bowl to Van der Dusen. Van der Dusen becomes propping forward there, plays it out towards extra co. We might not have that much time actually talk between balls and an Adil Rashid.
Yeah.
Let's see how we can go. Rashid's got the ball back in his hand. He's about to come in and bowl again to Van der Dusen, who's just trying to keep it all together here for South Africa. 27 from 48. And that one's nudged away into the onside for a single. From what you saw on the technology, could you really give that out?
I don't think so. I think you can always understand from a player's point of view there, you have to look at the umpire and say it's fair, because there's nothing conclusive there, is it, that it's touched the boot. So I think that's a fair decision.
No, I certainly wouldn't want to be condemned by that. You know, what I saw on the technology there, as Klaassen pushes that up towards long off, and they go through for a single. I dare say you as a batter as well, if you'd been in that situation, you wouldn't have wanted to be given out for that as a non-striker.
I think you're right. I think both parties, obviously, maybe not in this game because it's not a huge game, but in a bigger game, a semi-final, a final, obviously emotions running high. But I think you can both see, particularly in a game like today, where the right decision has come to the fore.
Instead, the third umpire made that decision, Shafadullah. Not an easy one for him, but you needed to find clear evidence there of a boot. Adil Rashid bowls a googly to Van der Dusen, who managed to get the bat down on it, plays it out towards deep forward square leg, and that's South Africa's 100 on the board. They're 100 for 2, and we're in the 19th over. They only need another 80 runs to win. They've got 8 wickets in hand, and they've got 31.2 overs in which to do it. So clearly they are in a very strong winning position. Rashid bowls, Klaassen goes back and knocks it up towards long off. Harry Brook, England's next potential white ball captain, picks it up and lobs the ball in. Although he's not had a great white ball winter. Struggled in India and hasn't really made an impact in this series as well, but we know his qualities. We saw him play a couple of brilliant innings in that series against Australia in September. 101 for 2, last ball the 19th. Rashid bowls tossed right up outside the off stump. And Van der Dusen goes for a big drive. He's not playing fluently today, Van der Dusen. He rather skews that away into the offside towards deep cover, but gets a single. And Rashid's over there. 5 singles off the over. 102 for 2 from 19. Klaassen 34, Van der Dusen there on 30.
Yeah, seem very happy to milk their way to this score and to this target. Obviously, Adil Rashid, the big threat for England, and then taking him for 5 singles off that over just kind of shows what sort of mode they're in at the moment, particularly against him. Happy to take no risks and tick that scoreboard closer to their target. You know, they're very much in the mode of probably making sure they want these batters in good form going into their more important games coming forward.
Overton bowls to Van der Dusen. Van der Dusen plays that way towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. What are these games like to play? And I don't mean games at the end of a tour, but the one-dayers where you just cannot sort of drag yourself back into the game when you've got this about an hour's cricket left, and it kind of feels inevitable. They
are extremely frustrating sometimes when you know the writing's on the wall, so to speak. You just have to just keep trying to, find ways. I think when you're in this position, Simon, I think you kind of think, well, we're better off losing the game by trying to take a risk and trying to get a wicket, to try and get ourselves back in the game.
Overton bowls, short ball, pulled away by Van der Dusen, guided pull towards deep mid-wicket. One more.
Because at this point in the game, damage limitation, it's a waste of time, isn't it? You might as well try and force the issue and the game gets done quicker if you're going to lose the game anyway, if that makes sense. You don't want to by any means throw a game, but by having a couple of more attacking fields gives that opportunity to potentially get a breakthrough.
Well, let's have a look at the field. Overton goes in, bowls a full delivery. It's dug out by Klaassen up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, actually, it's a pretty conventional field for this time in a one-dayer, really.
Yeah.
They've got fine leg, deep square, long on, deep cover. 5 inside the circle. You can. So, actually, where's the other field? Actually, it's not easy to see today because we've got these sight screens. Yeah. Oh, sorry. There's a short third as well. Here is Overton bowling. That's pulled away. That's a magnificent shot. Hit so cleanly. The fielder down there, Phil Salt, got to him before he could move almost, cracked away towards deep backward square leg, right out of the meat of the bat. The best of Heinrich Klaassen there. He's on to 38 and the score goes to 107 for 2. Really well timed.
Yeah, there's that sweet timing I spoke about. It's such a clean striker of the ball. Even when he's not trying to hit the ball hard, he just seems to find the middle of the bat. The ball races to it. Look at that one bounce to and into the boards. Fielder had no chance.
Overton tries again, bowls to Klaassen, draws him forward, hits it hard into the surface, and Overton steps forward and stops it. Yeah, so the point being here is England actually, it's a conventional field. It's the sort of field you might have if the score was, or the target they were chasing was 300, say. There's no real pressure particularly being applied. You're not, say, bringing a man up at mid-wicket or anything like that, or even putting a slip in or putting a short point in or anything like that. There are plenty of gaps. It's just a question of biding your time, and that's what South Africa are doing at the moment. It's a tough situation England find themselves in as Klaassen drives for extra cover for 4. That's another high pedigree shot to the left of mid-off. Then well timed along the ground, and Klaassen looks in good form. Van der Dussen seems to be just battling with himself a little bit. Klaassen on to 42. Van der Dussen's on 31. South Africa, after 20 overs, are 111 for 2.
Yeah, and the end of the matter, really, Simon, is at the end of the day, England are miles behind the game because they haven't got enough runs. Even if you had 240, 250 on the board, even though it would probably be below par, you'd feel like you could create something out of nothing by, getting a couple of wickets and then getting a squeeze on and putting some pressure on South Africa. But realistically, they need another 60, 70 runs. They're in cruise mode, and it's just a matter of time. And that's what happens in these 50-over games when you don't get enough runs on the board. It really puts you under pressure with the ball in hand and can make it look ugly sometimes. That's the problem with these formats, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of a day when England needed to make it a bit prettier rather than ugly, because they've lost 6 in a row. It's Josh Buttler's last match as captain. They've not had a great time of it in one-day cricket, but at the moment it looks like another heavy and dispiriting defeat. Jofra Archer's coming back into the attack, and Jonathan, I'm enjoying myself so much I forgot to hand over to Jonathan, but I'll just do one ball from Archer and then I'll hand over to Jonathan. Van der Dussen's on 31. Archer moves in and bowls, and Van der Dussen goes for a single towards mid-on. Livingston can't prevent it, hurls the ball towards Jamie Smith, but Klaassen's home as well. So one more, 112 for 2 after 20.1 overs. Just fill the gap, Chris, and I'll bring in Jonathan.
Thanks, Simon. I'll take that as a compliment that you wanted to overstay and chat a little bit longer with me. But anyway, it's as I was saying, England in a tricky position here, very much staring down the barrel, aren't they, Aggers?
Oh, they've been staring down the barrel since about the first over, I think, of the game, haven't they? 112 for 2. Archer's on his way. He bowls a slower ball full, and it's clipped away into the offside by Klaassen, who's got to 42. He's just caught up some time here. He's played some lovely shots. 38 balls. Van der Dussen is playing the Van der Dussen way, 32 from 54. He's making sure that they don't slip up. But they'd like to win this game emphatically, wouldn't they? And not just sort of creep up towards the 180.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as you say, very in different circumstances to England. They're in a position where they want to go into their next game, a semi-final, in good spirits.
Here's Archer on off stump. That's a lovely shot. Look at that, off the back foot. And Klaassen's just played an effortless stroking in there. We saw previously a cover drive where really he just didn't move much. He just put the effort and the weight into the front foot and just leant slightly on the ball, but that on the back foot. But again, it's all about balance, isn't it? And it's not a bad ball, that.
Not at all. Not at all. It's a pleasure to watch when he's hitting balls like this. Not a bad delivery. Actually looked like a bit of a leg cutter from Jofra, a bit more pace off. And he still finds the middle of the bat, waits for it, hits it under his eye line, finds the gap, and it races to the fence. That's a glorious cricket shot.
Yeah, it's not short. It's
not at all.
It's fractionally short of a length, but well, Archer again bowls. Jimmy dabs that away, looking for a single. Van der Dussen says no. He's not a tall man, so I suppose that difference in length is a bit more difficult for him, but to bowl at.
Yeah, I think what he does, Aggers, is he actually makes you as a bowler bowl that little bit fuller to him, because he likes to play the ball off the back foot. both to spin and to seam. He's very good at playing these back foot punches. And then you think, right, I've got to get a little bit fuller, creep a little bit fuller, and then he punishes you on the front foot.
Yeah.
Frustrating.
116 for 2. And 64 more needed by South Africa to win this game. They'll head off to Dubai tomorrow. England heading off to Dubai tonight about 3 in the morning. And then they keep going. What's umpire Tucker seen there? It's not the cat again, is it? Oh no, it's Spider Cam. He's a bit fed up with Spider Cam. And it was loitering there just behind his colleague, Mr. Raza. And so he's gone up about 20 feet as Archer bowls, and he's done it again. Perhaps a little bit more width this time. The lad had played that shot on the back foot, but it's a wonderful innings and a great way to bring up your 50 like that. 41 balls. He rather likes playing against England. And that was a beautiful shot.
Fantastic shot. Pretty much a replay of the first one, wasn't it? Just a push off the back foot, just a punch through extra cover.
Fraction shorter, do you think that one?
Yeah, probably a bit shorter. And obviously pace on, so it come on a little bit easier, but still, just shows this pitch is playing very well. You know, it just shows the score that England got is pretty average, isn't it? And
very, way short. There goes Archer again, bowls a bouncer this time. Rod Tucker has a look, says no, let's call that over. And it's 60 more needed by South Africa from 29 overs. England bundled out for 179 earlier. We wondered at the start of the game what would happen today, and whether it would be a liberated Butler and team going out and giving it one last hurrah, and with various players actually with things to prove, or would they fall in a heap? And I'm afraid it was the latter, really. They did crawl up to 179, but it's woefully short. And they're going to suffer a very heavy defeat here. South Africa got all these wickets in hand. They need 60. Rashid's having a change of ends. It's a long off, mid-on is up. So that's an area that might interest Van der Dussen, who's on 32. There's a slip, they need wickets obviously, so that's why Duckett's there. And this one's tossed up by Rashid, pushed away by Van der Dussen and fielded by Archer at backward point. 120 for 2. I missed your answer to Simon about what you're doing at the moment. Chris, you are in the nets, are you? Roaring in?
Well, I don't know about roaring, but I'm certainly, doing a little bit of training, keeping the body ticking over.
It's Rashid again, short this time, pulled, not really timed though, no real power in that shot. Mid-on can field, but Van der Dussen takes one run. I don't suppose you ever really stop, do you?
No, I try not to anymore. It's certainly harder to get going again. But I've had a little bit of ankle pain over the last couple of months with what's been a busy year. So did have a few weeks off, and then we'll slowly be getting back into it now.
That's an easy single there because mid-on has dropped back a bit, and Clarkson picks it up, but not all that awful stiffness. We didn't used to bowl for 5 or 6 months.
I know. Coming back from that would be absolutely torture.
Oh dear,
torture coming back from that.
Yeah, but there were no indoor nets or anything. It was just go off and go and get a job.
Yeah.
There's another slower ball. It was really tossed up there by Rashid, played off the back foot down to mid-off. And there's no run. 122 for 2. The Ginger Cat is back. He doesn't go on the field this one. He's the chief mouser, and he's round the stands and so on. He's just in front of us here. As that's prodded away by Van der Dussen up towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. The Black Cat's made his way off at the far end somewhere. Were you playing in the game in Vishakhapatnam where the dog ran on and went straight through the dressing rooms and out again? That's quite an exciting one.
I remember. I've definitely played in Vizag, but
there was a test
match.
Yeah, it was a test match. Just chopped away out to deep point. They take one run. No one wants to go near it because the Indian folk don't like dogs, do they? They're a bit scared of them. So and this dog shot into the dressing rooms and was in there for some time before it was flushed out. I think by one of the England players went in. But
some dodgy smells
very
in the
often.
dressing room.
A cat. I think a cat is the. I can't remember a cat on the field. Saw the oval fox quite recently. He was running around
that's quite common, isn't it? The oval fox
running around the stands. 123 for 2. 2 runs per over required. For England just willing this on, willing the end. Archer's going to continue though, and is bowling to Van der Dussen, who just prods that first ball of the over. Back to the bowler again, who turns, wanders back again. He's taken 2 for 41 now. He's into his 9th over. He's bowled a few wides, but he has taken those 2 wickets at least. Mahmood 5 overs for 31, Overton 5 overs 34, and Rashid's bowled 4 overs for 17. Archer looks at the ball, gives it a polish on the back of his trousers, wheels round again, runs in past the umpires there, and he bowls. That's worked into the leg side by Van der Dussen just for 1 run. Picked up by the fielder coming in from the deep. It's Joe Root out there. He heads off back to the boundary again, deep backward square leg. There are 3 out on that boundary, but they haven't been tempted to take the short ball on yet. In fact, he hasn't really served up that many that are hookable. But there are 3 there waiting, just in case. Klaasen on 51. It means that mid-off is up, and there's no one out on the offside boundary. Here goes Archer. Bowls. It's pulled from just short of a length. The fielder there can't stop it. 4 more to Klaasen. Goes to 55. A bit long hoppy, that one, really. It wasn't a bend your back, really dig it in sort of a bouncer. It didn't get up very high. Swatted really by Klaasen.
It was in between length, wasn't it, from Joffrey? It was kind of chest high rather than head high. Perfect for Klaasen to extend his arms, hit it in front of square, beats the fielder to get to the fence. He's in free flowing. He's almost having a net.
Well, he's getting himself ready for the semi, isn't he? Absolutely. 128 for 2. Archer again runs in. Oh, that's trouble. That's 4. He's outside the off stump, that's why, and there's no one out there. It was short, wide of the off stump, and a gift. Klaasen moves to 59, and Archer's shouting about something. He's saying to Butler, I think, look, let's have one of these leg side men in and give me some cover out there, please. So that's what they're doing, actually. Root's coming up. And they're going to put a more orthodox field in here, so a deep point. Duckett's come across to backward point.
The field he had there, it was probably the last ball he wanted to bowl. Unfortunately, poor execution.
Yeah, absolute gift.
Exactly.
Ruthlessly put away. So now he's got his chances in the leg side, because there's a man across now, and one of the deep fielders has come in. Archer runs in, bowls to him, and again he goes offside though. A chase for the man down at 3rd man, who picks it up and throws that back. They take 1 run, 133 for 2. Klaasen 60. And South Africa need just 47 more to win.
7 hours, no food, huh? We had lunch 12 o'clock. It's now 7:20.
Well, it's a very interesting conversation we keep picking up. I think it's the cameraman, you know. I think it's the cameraman. In goes Archer. Bowls, and that's nudged away very fine. Down to the boundary it goes. Either off the leg or off the bat, doesn't matter. It is off the bat. And rather expensive over there from Jofra. Archer takes his figures up to 55 from the 9 overs that he's bowled. 137 for 2. No, I think it's our friends, the cameramen. They are South African. So I thought at first it was Klaasen, but I don't think Klaasen will have to have waited 7 hours for his food, will he?
I don't think he'll be waiting for his lunch. He'll be one of the first in the line, that's for sure.
Well, I think so. Oh dear, I've just seen a picture of the Karachi traffic. I hope we're not going into that at the end of this. It's absolute gridlock.
Oh, Aggers, you'll have a personal escort, won't you?
Well, no, we came in the escort. We came in the escort this morning. It did speed things up a bit.
Yeah.
It came in the sort of the television commentators' convoy, which is, I call it light armour. It's not like the ones that the players get. They got sort of machine guns on turrets and all sorts.
Yeah, bomb-proof.
Well, yeah,
buses.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Goodness knows how many vehicles in there. But I was a bit more streamlined, but that doesn't look very nice outside. Livingston's coming on. And And he bowls. That's pushed away down to long off. Of course, Ramadan, I think, starts in this part of the world tomorrow. Khalid, isn't it? Tomorrow, Ramadan? Yep, he's nodding. So maybe that queue of traffic is people going for one last big night out, is it? I don't know. It's a month of fasting to come here. 138 for 2. Livingston trots in from the far end. What's he going to bowl? He's going to bowl a wrist spinner, I suppose. He does. It's driven straight back in his direction by Van der Dusen, but picked up at mid-on and there's no run. So 42 needed by South Africa for a crushing victory, the second in succession that they've inflicted on England. As Livingston bowls again, it squares Van der Dusen up a little bit, might just have gripped a little bit. It's now 138 for 2. These two were on 91 and just 94 balls. And Klaasen's done the bulk of that scoring. And now Van der Dusen pulls out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's a bat circling round us above us there, heading off nowhere in particular. That's outside the leg stump. If he'd left that, it would have been a wide. And he swept it straight to Saqib, who's fielding at a backward square leg just inside the circle. So there's no run, still 42 needed. As Livingston again just trots in off a couple of paces. Van der Dusen does get a single this time. Driving down the ground to long off. And so 2 from that Livingston over. 139 for 2. South Africa is cruising. Needs to put on 92 now from 97 balls. 1 or 2 mosquitoes starting to appear. The one thing I had to bring today was the executioner. Why do you bring the executioner all the way from England and then forget to bring it to the one ground where there's going to be mosquitoes?
Is that the zapper, the tennis racket?
Yeah, it's very good. They're quite lethal, actually.
Can't you?
They do deal with mosquitoes, but unfortunately, it's sitting there in my hotel room. I mean, it's ridiculous. One thing I had to do. And my friends in here aren't talking to me very much at the moment. There's a lot of mosquito spray being lavished about. 139 for 2. Yeah, they do a good job, don't they? Especially in the bus going home afterwards.
Absolutely.
In goes Rashid, bowls it short and pulled down the ground to mid-on, who's inside the circle. 139 for 2.
Used to have some good fun with those, Aggies, by sticking the racket in your kit bag. And he'd just be like zapping like you wouldn't believe.
That's really... You see, you boys, you do that. In goes Rashid again, tosses that right up, it's driven out to cover. And there's no run. Yeah, I know, Raljacks in the jock straps and all that sort of stuff. But, I think you get quite a zap off that thing, don't you?
Yeah, oh yeah, you do, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a sting.
Yeah. 41 needed. And this is tossed up, driven high. There's no one back there, and it's gone for 6. I haven't seen that many 6s today, actually. Joe Root hit one earlier. But, that was a big one. 145 for 2, and it was hit not by Klaasen but by Van der Dusen.
Yeah, not what you expect really from Van der Dusen, is it? No. Either he's been playing very well, basically hitting everything along the floor and picking up his singles and his couples.
He's got one here down towards short fine leg, just inside the circle. Klaasen calling him through. Well, the man was up, so I suppose the shot was definitely on. What do they put him back for? Klaasen certainly long off is coming back. And yeah, mid-on's thinking about it. It's gone halfway, actually, not going all the way back. So a sort of a teasing length there. Let's see if Klaasen goes for it. Rashid moves in, bowls to him, he tucks that away. Then he's going to pick up one. Rolls the way out to deep mid-wicket. So 33 more runs needed by South Africa to complete this. The Hunter partnership comes up at virtually a run a ball. With Klaasen's contribution, 62 of those. And the two South Africans touch gloves, say well done. And Van der Dusen twiddles his bat and settles down again. Still that mid-on fielder is halfway to the boundaries. That's a bit of a short, long hoppy sort of a thing that's dragged for 4. I think Rashid just dropped his length there, aware of the fact that Van der Dusen hit him for 6 earlier. He's got his 50 from 72 balls. A little perfunctory sort of wave there of the bat towards the South Africa dressing room. and it's now down to 29 needed from a small matter of 150 balls. Should be a quiet flight home, I think, Christopher.
Yeah, you can imagine so. It's been a tough final day by the looks of things for this England team. And you don't see Adil Rashid bowl too many of those deliveries, to be brutally honest with you. It's just, as you say, a bit of a drag down. But yeah, it could be a quiet flight home, as you say.
Very much so. Now that's the first ball of Livingston's next over is tapped away out to cover. And there's no run, 151 for 2. Reminds you of a story when very early in my career, so I played off the back foot when I went to the Ashes as a newspaper writer, actually. Don't yawn. Chris is
sorry,
an story.
I tried to get off camera there.
Anyway, we went to New Zealand after Australia. The Ashes in those days, you used to do that. And that's pushed away a single. It was in 1990-91, so it was a hammering again in the Ashes. And I was writing for the Today newspaper, which was part of the Murdoch group, as it was then. And I was sent to New Zealand to cover the one-dayers to act for the News of the World correspondent, David Norrie, at the time. But I was going to write the report, only a few one-dayers. But I needed a cod name. So given what had happened, because I couldn't go as Jonathan Agus, I was in the News of the World, so and that wasn't the same paper. So I came up with, I thought, quite an amusing name for the byline. Oh, that's going to go out the ground. Full toss of Livingston. 6. Plops over the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And 16 needed to win. So I came up with Frank Shafter.
Frank Shafter.
So I appeared in the News of the World, writing about England's successive defeats in New Zealand as Frank Shafter.
What made you come with that name?
We got on the aeroplane, I remember, that after one of those, and the newspapers came round, and I remember Angus Fraser, that had been hammered again, opening the News of the World. Who's Frank Shafter? A sweep shot that doesn't hit the bat. I kept very quiet.
I can imagine Gus doing exactly that as well.
Who's Frank Shafter? That was quite a good name. There you go. 22 from 145 needed. Chris, I think we're going to catch up with you in a bit.
Lovely.
Thanks for your company. We'll catch you, I think, for the podcast, aren't we? So try and keep awake.
I will do. A little
He's
coffee.
yawning away there. So have a strong one. 21 needed from 144 balls. That's the end of the over. In fact, it's the end of me here as well. I think Simon's going to call the South Africans home, and then he'll be hosting the podcast, which will be coming up. Well, it might be quite quickly. Victor, thoughts from you, and then Simon.
What thoughts on this game? It's nearly over. It won't take very long, I wouldn't have thought. They're very good, though. It's sort of very relaxed. It's not really a run chase. They're just getting the runs. But Klaassen has hit the ball with... Well, both of them, actually. Van Dusen just whacked that horrible full toss a long way.
Yeah, he's got into his work as well, hasn't he? Here's Rashid bowling, played away by Van der Dusen into the onside. No single that time. Root allows it to come to him. So it's lobs it back.
A nice net for them, really. They haven't played for a while. It's almost too gentle.
Yeah, gentle nets. Rashid bowls, full, hit down the ground, coming out towards us, over the rope. 6 runs, well hit by Van der Dusen, who's now caught up Klaassen. He's 64. Klaassen is on 63. It's 165 for 2. South Africa need 15 to win. Now, so we were thinking about what time this game might end and when South Africa might win this game. We were thinking about 8 o'clock local time. It's just past 7:30. They're getting it done very quickly now. Rashid bowls to Van der Dusen. That's driven into the offside, stopped by Duckett. That's a painful one as well on his left hand. No run there. Yeah, so at the end of this game, we'll round up the match, have a look back a little bit and look forward as well. We'll get some reaction. And if you don't want to stay with us, you can hear it later as a podcast. More reaction from the England camp. Here's Rashid bowling. And Van der Dusen plays towards Root again at mid-wicket. And there is no run. This competition has lacked real drama until now, and apart from that game the other day, perhaps the Australian game as well. Generally, Rashid bowls, forward goes Van der Dusen plays that towards backward point, and there's no run.
Well, what are they going to do with England? In the first two games, they provided what drama there's been. I think we'll get some drama in the semi-finals.
Well, let's hope so.
There's 4 good sides. The chances are they'll be tight, I would have thought.
Yeah, let's hope so. Van der Dusen goes back and chops that away into the offside. It was a real tempter from Rashid. And he allowed it to just bounce and then go back. And someone would have been charging down the pitch trying to smack that back down the ground, but not Van der Dusen. Takes a single.
63 miles an hour. No, 63 kilometres an hour. I think that last delivery, a real sort of mischievous ball, really. Almost a lob.
And the eagle-eyed among our listeners will have spotted that the 4 semi-finalists,
eagle-eared, but go on.
Well, they might have read it. They might have read it as well.
Okay.
So worked out on the website or whatever. The 4 semi-finalists from this competition are the same semi-finalists from the World Cup.
Oh, well done. Do you know, I hadn't spotted that.
You have to be eagle-eyed. 14 to win. Here's Livingston going into bowl to Van der Dusen. Flat delivery, pulled away, through wide mid-on. This might go for 4. It's a quick outfield. Fielder chasing it back. Root can't get there.
Yeah.
Well, some tired hamstrings after that in his innings the other day and a long tour.
Well, he gave it a good chase, but it just keeps accelerating. It almost seems like a putting green. Well, that is interesting because they are currently the 4 best sides in the world, and they've proved it now over 2 competitions. I mean, England would hope to be in that sort of shake-up, but not on current form.
No. Livingston bowls, cut away towards deep backward point. It will be picked up in the deep. And they come back for the second. So South Africa are 8 runs away. I wonder if they can get it done in this over, the way things are going. Van der Dusen's on 71. I'm talking about the 50-over World Cup, not the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
That was South Africa, India, England and Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 4 semi-finals.
The last 2
50
ICC 50-over tournaments.
Same semi-finalists.
Okay.
Livingston bowls, pushed through outside the off stump, dabbed back by Van der Dusen.
Well, you did well to spot that, didn't you?
It kind of occurred to me the other day.
Well,
it's one of those revelations you
sometimes
sometimes
have. With light.
And one is tossed up by Livingston. Forward goes Van der Dusen, squirts away towards backward point, but not the same configuration of semi-finalists in terms of matches. Different semi-finals.
I don't think that great Frank Shafter of the News of the World would have spotted that, you know.
172 for 2. And der Dusen cuts that away. But he does get a run. Actually, it's a misfield at backward point by Archer. So there are 7 runs from victory. There's only 1 ball left in the over. I suppose a no ball that goes for 6 would end in this over, which is only the 28th over. And England were bowled out in 38.2 as well. Livingston bowls to Klassen, who goes back and cuts that away to deep cover. Gets a single, is on strike for the first ball of the next over, with only 6 runs required for victory for South Africa. So this game, well short in terms of allotted time. And England well short as well in the match. Well short where they need to be today. Time to go away, rethink, regroup, and for some, focus on other cricket. For others, to get a rest. Chris Wakes was with us earlier saying how important it was after all the cricket he's played this winter just to mentally relax as well, get away from the game. But it won't be for some, the likes of Brooke and Butler.
IPL
guys, yeah, they've got a lot more cricket to play.
Archer,
yeah. Rashid bowls, tossed right up and a huge hack from Klasny. I think he was just trying to win it in one hit there. Yeah. Rashid was giving him the opportunity to, either hit it for 6 or give him a catch. Missed it, went through to the keeper.
That's another very slow ball, 67 Ks, 42 miles an hour.
Rashid, ball in hand, there's a deepish mid-on in, not a long on, almost tempting Klassen. Rashid bowls, Klassen guides it away into the offside, picked up by Duckett, and there is no run. Batters like to be unbeaten at the end. Klassen waiting for the ball, I think. Waiting for the right one if he is going to play a big shot. Rashid bowls, pushes that right through. Klassen respects it. It's a nice ball from Rashid. Klassen plays it back to the bowler who picks up. And the distance on 72. Klassen is on 64. South Africa have dominated England today, as they have done of late. I mean, they might have done this to them in the first game, if it had been the first game. Rashid bowls toss right up, and he goes for it, and he's going to be caught at backward point. Well, that was what Rashid was looking to do, just tempt him. Go on, hit me for 6 to win the game. He tempted him outside the off stump, and he miscued it to backward point. So Klassen's on his way for 64, just delays the inevitable. A very red-faced Klassen goes off on this warm evening. It's 174 for 3. But just a little something there for Adil Rashid right at the end.
Yeah, well, he tossed that miles in the air as well. I mean, good on him. I think he hasn't actually had a bad tournament. Adil Rashid, he's one of the few not to be in debit. He's bowled okay. He's always been up against it in a way. We've bowled on some very flat wickets, particularly in Lahore especially. And he's picked up a couple of wickets here and there, but he's never bowled that badly at all. He knows what he's doing nowadays, and he's quite mischievous in this situation where he's varied his pace, but he's bowled some very slow deliveries, and he's got another ODI wicket. But it doesn't really mean a great deal. Another hill of beans.
No, David Miller's making his way out, number 5. One of those.
He won't want to. He'll be a bit fed up with Klassen.
Yeah,
It's not much fun coming out with.
You're everything to lose here.
Well, yeah.
Very little to gain as an individual. Team, it's fine. You'll see your team home. Van der Dusen's come to have a chat with them, though. And I presume that Rashid might toss his one up as well, too.
Well, David Miller, once he gets going, of course, hits a very long ball, but I think he'll just be happy with a single here, or unless he gets a very bad ball. There won't be many boundary fielders for him. We'll see. It may be 20th century thinking to say, well, just a single there and get up the other end.
Yeah, it might be. Well, the field's up, apart from a deep wicket.
Well, there's a slip and a leg slip.
Yeah. No long on or long off. Yeah. Rashid bowls to Miller, and Miller does nudge a single into the onside. Canny old pro that he is. If you're not going to get much of a hit, you at least be not out at the end. 175 for 3. Now, Van der Dusen, what have you got? Are you minded to go big?
He always looks to me as quite a pragmatic person.
Yeah. So long on in, deep mid-wicket, deep cover. 5 to win. There is a slip in. Josh Butler's got a smile on his face out there. He's marshalling the troops. The last time in a one-day, and Rashid bowls Van der Dusen. He's having none of it, is he? Yeah. Plays that away towards mid-wicket. I'm not going to get out either. I'm not going to be deceived by that whatever delivery Rashid bowls to me. Play it on merit and take the red ink. 72 not out to him. 175 for 3. We've got 21 overs left for South Africa to score the 5 they need for victory. It's been another hammering. But the point being actually that South Africa are a good side. England, are really struggling. That they could have done this to England in the opening game, but there's a feeling today that it was just like a bit too much for England today. What I'm saying is they're good enough to give them a hammering.
Yes.
They did in the last World Cup. They gave them a right hammering.
Indeed, they did. Yeah, but I don't think that would have happened because England are impacted by the results of the first 2 games. They're out of the tournament, and they've looked like a team that's been knocked out.
Livingston to bowl, 5 needed for victory. Miller on strike, and Miller goes down the ground, hits it high out towards the long on boundary and over the sight screen, and that is it. England played 3, lost 3. It's the end for Josh Butler, and it's been a crushing victory for South Africa. England have been hammered as they were in Mumbai, also in Karachi. They've lost by 7 wickets with more than 20 overs to spare. Anyone thinking that England might be able to raise themselves today for Josh Butler's last game, well, they were wrong. England have been thrashed.
And that's a very 21st century way of ending it. A beautiful shot, actually. Josh Butler's getting a handshake from, well, all his own players, but also the players of South Africa. The two batsmen are shaking hands with everyone, as are the umpires. It's been quite a friendly game, actually, in the sense that there was not that much riding on it. It was intriguing to see how England would react to their disappointments. Didn't react particularly well. And South Africa topped the group. Doesn't mean we know where they're going, but they have topped the group and are playing very, very well. So it's a poignant moment. The camera's zooming in on Josh Butler, who's unsmiling as he leaves the field after another disappointing performance. Not so disappointing as the first two, actually, because in a sense it was meaningless, but it's still a tough moment for him in many ways, and I bet he'll be relieved to the plane tonight and take a break.
Yeah, it won't be a very long one though, will it?
No, he's back in the IPL for a new team, isn't that right?
Yes.
You're my IPL expert, Gujarat.
Yes, he's playing for
Gujarat Titans.
No, I think Lucknow.
Okay,
Super
beg your
Giants.
pardon. Yeah. So there we go. It's some pretty serious cricket to come, but this was, well, serious, but not that tense. And there's a few chats going on between players of both sides now, and no doubt a lot of... There's Tom Banton. He had a flawless tournament. So England go home, South Africa go to Dubai, and possibly Lahore, or they may stay there. We'll wait and see what happens tomorrow when India play New Zealand.
Yeah, we will. So we'll bring you that game at 9:15 tomorrow, that New Zealand match against India, which will decide the formation of the semi-finals. Tuesday for one of them, and India will be in that one.
Yep.
And then New Zealand will be in the second one, but who do those teams play? We'll find out tomorrow. South Africa are winning the group. I mean, normally you win the group, you know where you're going to go, or who you're going to be playing, or on what venue, but they don't. Such is the bizarre nature of this Champions Trophy. So the players are shaking hands at the far end. We'll bring you some reaction, and we're going to round up everything in just a moment. It's only, 7:45 in the evening, and the game is... Well, England couldn't take it to the 40th over. South Africa didn't need to get to the 30th over. And the ground staff are out there doing their thing very early. Early night for them, their last game in this competition. And for once, the team batting second has won the match. But I mean, you get 179, Victor. It's very hard to produce any pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was the perfect batting wicket, but 179, it was a lot better than that. And South Africa pretty clinically throughout. The most interesting aspect was the way they caught their catches, actually. Brilliant catches.
Yeah. It is the Gujarat Titans for Josh Butler.
It is?
Yeah, it is the Gujarat Titans, yeah, not the Lucknow Super Giants. I don't know why I had that in my mind, yeah. So he'll be playing for Gujarat, who actually, they've been really good in the IPLs. Anyway, that's what he's got next ahead of him.
Yeah.
But actually not that much of a break before it gets underway.
A couple of weeks, is it?
Yeah, it starts 3 weeks' time, isn't it? The IPL starts on 3 weeks today, on the 22nd of March. So yeah, the expectation would be that there would have been another week in the competition for England, or the hope, and so therefore you have a couple of weeks. So he gets an extra week to prepare for that, and that's all in the future. Those players off to the England players off to the IPL. There are a few of them as well, but a really tough time for them in this Champions Trophy. So what we're going to do is we're going to round up the action and look ahead and think about where England go from here, some of the areas they need to improve upon, and we'll get some reaction as well from the players. I think we're going to hear from Marco Jansen fairly soon. He is the player of the match. He picked up those 3 wickets early on inside the power play. He also took a brilliant catch as well.
Marco,
really fine catch.
To
right, let's hear from him.
3 for 39 and 2 wonderful catches. First up, though, congratulations to South Africa. What does it feel like to be in yet another ICC semi-final?
Yeah, obviously it's a good feeling. Boys work very hard. It's not the easiest conditions from a bowling point of view, and even though it suits batting a bit more, it's still not easy to bat for 50 overs and get to good totals on the board. But yeah, very happy to go through.
Important to take wickets in the power play. How did you feel you went with the ball today?
Yeah, there was no swing, which I'm not that happy about, but yeah, I'm happy about my performance. I feel I used all my options really well, hit my lengths really well, and yeah, restricted them to score quickly, so yeah.
Going to take us through that catch to dismiss Harry Brook. We were in commentary, we thought surely he's safe. 28 metres you made across the ground.
Only 28? No, I'm joking. I just saw the ball going up, and then I really didn't think much. I was just trying to get to as closest to the ball as I could, and luckily I got there quite easy, and I made the catch.
Bit of a wait to find out who you will face in the semi-finals. How do you pace yourself during this time and get ready for the last war?
Yeah, for me, I just want to go sleep now. But yeah, we'll take it as it comes tomorrow and see what happens. But for now, I think we're just going to rest up and enjoy this win.
Congratulations, our player of the match tonight, Marco Jansen.
Cheers, thanks.
Well, there we go. I don't think I've ever heard a player say that in a post-match interview before. I just want to go to sleep now. but there we go.
He's had a week off as well.
Yes, he has, actually. And he was on the cusp of bowling one of the worst first overs of the match with about 5 wides, but his bouncer caused a bit of havoc.
Okay, well, that's Marco Jansen. So we're going to wrap things up now and, have a look back and a look forward. So England have been hammered in Jos Buttler's final match as England white ball captain. South Africa only needed 29.1 overs to knock off the 180 they needed for victory. England bowled out for 179, really disappointing batting performance from them. Marco Jansen taking 3 early wickets in the power play. England were 37 for 3. Well, Afghanistan recovered from 37 for 3 earlier in the week, but not England today. 179 all out. Their leading scorer again, but this time with only 37 was Joe Root. Jansen with 3 for 39. Mulder with 3 for 25, and then South Africa, no trouble at all. They lost a couple of wickets to Jofra Archer early on, but Van der Dusen 72 not out, and Heinrich Klaassen out for 64 just before the end, took them to a really straightforward victory. Jonathan Agnew is with me, Vic Marks is with me, and so too is Chris Wokes. Come to you first, Jonathan. What about that performance from England?
Well, it was a wretched performance, wasn't it? Let's be honest. It was a wretched performance, and yet not necessarily unexpected. You know, we talked at the start that you could have got one of 2 things today. You might have got either a sort of free of all the frustrations and so on, and Jos Buttler's last game, and got up there and somehow smashed around what is, after all, a very good team. But you might have had that. More likely, unfortunately, was we're going to get what we did get, which was a dispirited team, zero confidence, can't wait to get home. Essentially, I mean, I don't mean that in a literal sense, but their minds are on the plane. They've been away for quite some time now. They've been humiliated, and they want to get home, and that's what we saw. I was really disappointed with Sultan Smith, because there are players in this team who have points to prove. They had opportunities here to go out on a high, given that all of this is going to be analysed and reviewed by the powers that be, and teams selected and so on the back of what's happened over this last month or so. I'm just really disappointed with how they both got out. They both really failed to make any headway, really. Salt out for 8 at the end of the first over. Smith, again, another really poor pull shot, out for a 3rd ball duck, caught at mid-on. And then that rather set the tone, didn't it? It's as simple as that. They just meandered their way to 180, and that was it.
Chris, how difficult are games like this, for players in general?
I mean, look, I think players would rather be playing a game today, fighting for a semi-final spot, obviously, naturally. But I think, as I said at the top of the show, was that guys are still playing for their country. They're still desperate to perform. And they would have been going out there today absolutely not trying to put in that performance. Of course they wouldn't. They didn't go out there today thinking, right, we'll get rolled and get this game finished as early as possible. The only thing they'd have been thinking of really was finding a way to win the game and put in a performance and finish the tour, which has been, you know, a bad one. You know, obviously India before this, and then this Champions Trophy, and try and end on a high. And unfortunately, they've kind of, as Aggers has said there, they got off to a bit of a bad start, didn't they? Which has kind of been the case a lot of the time, and it kind of set the tone for the day. And I think when you don't have that sort of something to play for in terms of moving forward in a competition, it can just kind of meander out into a poor performance. And unfortunately, that's what happened, isn't it?
And what about confidence as well? Is that a factor?
Yeah, absolutely. I think confidence sometimes is kind of batted away in sport, but it plays a huge role in the way players play. It's more, I think confidence comes down to your mindset and your thinking. You know, as soon as you're kind of on the back foot and thinking negatively, naturally you have a negative performance.
Waiting patiently.
Right, let's hear from Josh Butler with Mike Alberton.
Kind of performance that reassures you made the right decision.
Yeah, that was a really disappointing performance, wasn't it? We're so far short of the mark there today. So yeah, it's really disappointing.
179, not enough runs, of course. Is that a measure of just a general lack of confidence now with the results as they've been, or more pointedly, too many batters out of form at the same time?
Yeah, a bit of both probably. I think there was a decent surface. It was pretty slow and a little bit too paced, but Root and Duckett got us in a nice position. Brooke is we're just not going on and making those big telling contributions, which has been a story of the side for a little bit of time now with the bat.
Any particular reasons? It's a complicated, difficult question, no doubt. Any reasons why so many batters are out of form at the same time come the big tournament?
No, I don't know, to be honest. I think not just batter. I think as a whole group, we're not obviously getting the results, and that takes away some confidence and stuff. So time for everyone to sort of go away, have a change of scene, and work hard wherever the cricket takes you next. And obviously it's from this point forward, there's a huge opportunity for everyone inside the dressing room and obviously people outside the dressing room to really put their hand up and say they want to be part of the rebuild of the white ball teams.
Yeah, you've seen both sides of that coin, of course, great days and low days, and it's amazing how quickly it turns in sport. Therefore, do you have confidence that it can turn again very quickly for England?
Yeah, of course. There's no doubt that the talent is there. There's all the makings of putting together a really good side, and I'm sure Brendan and the guys at the top will formulate some plans, and it's down to individuals as well to put their hand up and put a mark down to say that they want to be part of something moving forward and get the team back to where it should be.
It's not been all doom and gloom, of course. Would the World Cup win of 2022 be the high point as you look back on your captaincy now?
Yeah, of course. It was a fantastic time. To be a World Cup winning captain is obviously an incredibly proud moment, and that was obviously the best day in the captaincy shirt.
And I suppose Joe Root has shown, given the example of what a former captain can do back in the ranks, a perfect example that you can still contribute.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe's been a shining light and a great example for English cricket throughout, and obviously he's been able to see what he's done since he's relinquished the captaincy and been taking his game to new levels and leading in a different way for the team as well. So yeah, hopefully I can follow his lead, get back to my best form, and start contributing to the team in the way I want to.
Thanks for your time and efforts. Difficult time for you. Thank you. Aiden Markram is here. Should ask about the hamstring, I think. Is it, first of all? There's some important game coming up.
Yeah, I think it's all right. Mostly precaution over anything else. So it feels okay, I'm sure. Hopefully over the next few days can get some good rest and sort it out and be good to go from there.
After a break of 8 days, how pleased were you with the way your team hit the ground running here?
Yeah, I thought the boys were really good. Obviously the wicket was quite slow, probably slower than we expected in the day, and changed our sort of initial plans that we had in mind, and the boys really adapted really well to the conditions out there. So sort of kept trying to hold lengths for as long as they could, changing pace and things like that, and through that we're able to take some wickets pretty much throughout the innings and keep momentum on our side.
Early ones are very important. How important has Marco Jansen become to you as a strike bowler?
Yeah, he's been huge for us. we all know in the power play, especially in conditions like this, you need to be taking wickets up front, and he sort of finds different ways of doing it in each game. So really pleased for him. He's really been peaking at the right time for us as a team, and he's leading the attack along with KG really well.
And Heinrich Klaassen back in the team and didn't look as though he'd been away.
Yeah, it's always great to see him out in the middle. He's been in a ridiculous sort of patch of form over the last many months, and for him to walk out now after having a little niggle on his elbow and for it to look like he's never really left is a great sign for us.
And Marco Janssen's early wickets made life a little easier for Keshav Maharaj, say, in that middle overs, and you're allowed to bowl him for 10. You might have to play in Dubai now, a kind of change of conditions. Are you confident and happy that, you know, your whole squad makeup will allow you to make that transition easily, if needs be?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if that is going to be the case, and when we get there, what conditions are going to be like. We've got a big squad with great options, and ultimately you just pick the best team that you think can get the job done on the day. So whoever it might be, whatever roles each individual has, we obviously back them as a team. Tembo backs them, although he's not here tonight, backs them along with the coach, and they generally get the best out of all the players.
Well done tonight, and good luck for the knockouts.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
The two captains, Josh Buttler for the last time, and Aidan Markram, who sounds as though he might be a bit of a doubt for the semi-finals. You've got a hamstring problem.
There's a substitute on there for much of the innings, wasn't there? Well, much of the innings. What was the innings? Yeah, he didn't. I didn't think he sounded too concerned, though. Yeah.
No, the only thing is hamstrings. They're horrible injuries to have, as we've seen in the past. Anyway, let's have a look at England. Let's focus on England. We've got a big game, and we'll bring you their game on 5 Sports Extra whenever it is, Tuesday or Wednesday. Chris, just listening to Josh Buttler there, how do you sort of assess his mood, and how do you react to what he said?
I think we've seen over the last few days, obviously making his announcement and then listening to him there, he's obviously disappointed with how today in particular has probably gone. It's not the way he'd have wanted to sign off. He'd have wanted the team to come out, put in a strong performance, and at least finish with a smile on their face and with a win in this competition, because they haven't shown what they're capable of. Because I look down the team, you look at the team on paper, and I can tell you now, it's a team that I wouldn't want to come up against. It's a good team. It's just the fact that it's not performing the way it should do and the way we know it can. So that will be the most frustrating thing for Joss, I think, over both the 2023 and probably this competition. The last 2 ICC events is we've had good teams, we've just not performed, and that I suppose that's why he's come to the conclusion that maybe it'd be better off for him to step down and let someone else take the team forward with new ideas, a new voice, and which will then hopefully free him up as a player. Because let's face it doesn't mean Josh Buttler doesn't play in England's best 11, because absolutely he does. He's one of the best we've had, and he's still one of the best players in the world. So yeah, it's a shame, because he's an upbeat guy. He's usually up at the place, and it's just a shame it's probably come to an end the way it has. Yeah,
Vic, Mike Atherton made the point there in that interview. Joe Root has shown that you can be England captain and come back, and it doesn't necessarily affect your other role, your other jobs you do in the team.
Well, I think he might come back, as Chris was mentioning, a sort of refreshed and the Josh Buttler of a couple of years ago. And it's been a sad time for him, clearly, but the most encouraging bit is that he's actually been saying, look at Joe Root. I could come back and I want to do what Joe's done since he was relieved of the captaincy. So there is, behind the tiredness that you're bound to feel after such a disappointing campaign, I think he was genuinely enthusiastic about the prospect of still wanting to play. So I think that's really good news for England. Because even though Chris says there's a lot of talent in the dressing room, we haven't seen much of it in this tournament. And Joss potentially can still be a match winner in these tournaments, in any white ball game that's on the horizon. So that's the good news. I think he's gone out very gracefully. It's a tough thing to do, but he recognises very quickly that it's not worked, so why should someone else have a go? But the good news that he genuinely seems enthused by the prospect of still playing.
And what does it look like? What does that future look like for England then? We're kind of expecting there will be Harry Brook as captain in the future. But where are the other areas that England need to improve? I mean, they've had a really poor time of it of late. It's not just this tournament. It's been going on for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can only talk about what I've seen here, I think. I mean, I never liked the idea of having 3 out-and-out fast bowlers. I mean, everyone likes pace, I know, but to have 3 right-arm fast bowlers running in these days on pretty good pitches against batsmen who aren't intimidated by pace, I never thought that was the right way to go. I think you need to be more clever than that. Skills of slower balls but also accuracy. The trouble with the faster you bowl, the odds are that the less accurate that you are. And batsmen these days are so good at hitting good balls for 4, let alone ones that are delivered at 93 miles an hour that are off target. They go bang, they go smash. And it's no surprise to me that the fast bowler's getting on for 8 runs per over in this tournament, which that's not good enough. The Smith at 3. I mean, I think you've got to allow the coach and the selectors a hunch, something that they think is going to work, and if it doesn't work, and then you try something else. But I mean, clearly they thought. We've seen Jamie Smith bat and show a lot of confidence and show a lot of shots in his Test career, and so. Really, it's hard to argue that there wasn't him to be given the chance to bat at 3. I just think he's squandered it. I think he's completely wasted it with the way that he's batted here. He just hasn't even made a fist of it. He's got out 3 times, totally tamely, utterly soft dismissals, which in 50 overs cricket batting at 3 you just don't do. You are building that platform. We've talked about this so much, and that's a disappointment. The way that England just don't really seem to have got the grasp of that this is a 50 overs tournament. And I sat down with Jos Buttler before the first game, and we talked about this, and he's talked about the gears of 50 overs cricket, and sometimes you do have to go way back down to 2nd gear, 3rd gear. I mean, he said it, not me. Whereas in T20 cricket, you're in 5th gear all the way through, which you are. So the captain knew it, so therefore they must have talked about this in team meetings and so on. But they just didn't play like it. They didn't play like it. I mean, Duckett played like it in the first game, Root, because that's the way that he plays anyway. But the rest, you just have to say they didn't come out prepared for that sort of approach to an innings that's going to get you 350 plus, and therefore put you in that winning position. They were losing early wickets all the way through.
So if you look at structural problems with the team, that top order, that approach at the top, and the bowling, does that how you see it as well, Victor? Or are there other areas? Or is it the general approach, or the selection, the planning?
I think there's an issue possibly about personnel, because as we've been prattling on about, and I have, 50 overs is a different game to 20 overs. And I'm wondering about how the personnel. I think you look at most of the sides here, and essentially most of them, for example, tend to have their Test opening batsmen in the 50 over side, certainly not in the 20 over side. So, I mean, I'm not sure necessarily that Salt's is the right type of player necessarily for a 50 over match, particularly if he's not on top of his game, because he can get out so easily. In 20 over cricket, he can be devastating. We know that. But the chances of him batting a long period of time, at the moment anyway, from what I've seen, are very, very limited. So there's an issue about personnel, I think, as well as just being out of form. In a way, you can't blame Salt. That is the way Salt plays, what we've seen. And sometimes it comes off and sometimes it doesn't. But I think it's less likely to work in a format where if you get wickets in hand and get a couple people in, we've seen what monumental scores you can get. In fact, England got some big scores despite some bad starts, but never quite enough.
I was involved in a conversation the other day somewhere. It's as if Brendan McCullum is trying to pick a Brendan McCullum to play how he did.
Yeah.
The problem being that Brendan McCullum's who he's trying to pick aren't as good as Brendan McCullum. He was a very special player, wasn't he? And there was a guy called Jesse Ryder. Remember, they opened together, right-hand, left-handed, and they were pretty lethal for a while. But just to sort of anoint someone to play like Brendan does, he was a special player, and therefore to sort of hand it over to salt or whatever. You know, it's a big demand, or to expect that sort of player, they've got to be a really good player to come out and bat like that.
Yeah.
And whilst I'm being grumpy, I suppose the same sort of problem with the bowling is partly, I think there was a lack of variety, and I suspect they think they needed someone of Wokes' pace.
Hey, what's that mean? Was
No,
that
sorry,
90
accuracy. I said accuracy.
Was that 95 mile an hour? Was it?
Come in then, Chris. I mean, what's your assessment? I mean, I'm conscious that you have an England contract, and you're sort of like half in both camps. You're half in our camp today, but you're very much in the. I say half. You're very much in the England camp. What's your assessment of what we've been talking about?
Yeah, look. I mean, obviously, I am still in that camp, aren't I? So I can't. It's hard for me to sit here and say who should play and who shouldn't play. But I can tell you what. You kind of. I've had a career where I know what's required to play ODI cricket and be successful. And I think what probably we're lacking at the minute is the fact that we're not doing the basics well, which is, as a bowler, you need a stock ball which you can rely on. You need to be able to hit an area for long enough where, a 50 over game is. Don't get me wrong, it's still a white ball game. It's close to T20 cricket, but it's also a little bit closer to Test cricket, where you still need to be able to hold your stock ball for long enough, challenge the batsman's defence, hit the top of off stump for as long as possible until you go to a change-up. Of course, you need slower balls, you need bouncers, you need yorkers, but you need to be able to rely on your stock ball more often than not. And then from a batting point of view, there's 50 overs to bat. Of course, you can be an aggressive in a power play, absolutely, but you also need a strong defence with that. So, the basics we haven't quite got right, and unfortunately, it's been our downfall. But it's only a few tweaks here or there, and all of a sudden, you win that game against Australia, where we were on top for majority of the game, and you're in a very different position sat here today, rather than the position that we are in. But I think it's a very simple one, but the basics haven't probably been done well enough, unfortunately.
The other point you were making earlier on commentary as well is just about the sort of having a side and sticking with it and letting them play lots of games together, which is something that happened between 2015 and 2019. But I suppose one thing about that, if the results are a bit iffy and player availability becomes a problem, then it's quite hard to do that. I mean, how do you look at that situation?
Yeah, and look, I said that being in a perfect world, when you can kind of trust, I suppose, the schedule and trust players to be fit and rely on people to be, fit majority of the time, and then you can have a consistent team. The problem that we have got into probably a different discussion, but the schedule doesn't allow that at the minute, does it? And that is because of all sorts of different things. It's one, the international calendar, but it's also the franchise calendar has come into the game a lot more. The landscape's changed where players are playing in these tournaments, which doesn't allow them to play every single format for England. Whereas, through that 15 to 19 period, it was prioritised and guys were allowed to probably learn their roles a little bit more within that team. And I look at that period between 15 and 19, and we played a hell of a lot of ODI cricket, and it's no surprise that you get a squad of players of 15, 16, 17 players that are used to playing the format, know their role, are clear on what's required, and you build a camaraderie as well. That's the other thing. You get a team together more often than not, and you kind of learn each other's strengths, you know each other's weaknesses, and you play accordingly.
What about the point about being aggressive at the top? We've seen him go quite hard. Two players go really hard at it at the top, because actually that was the change, wasn't it, from 2015 World Cup? It was like we're too passive. We're playing one-day cricket that was sort of from the dark ages or whatever. We need to go hard, and that worked as well. Here, it may just be personnel. You actually just need slightly better players. I don't know, or players who know their roles a bit more, have played that role. What do you see the balance there at the top in that power play?
Yeah, I think I just said, I think there's no issue with being aggressive. We've looked, you look at the white ball game over the last 10 years, players are aggressive at the top. Again, I refer back to, that World Cup winning team, and, you had Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, two extremely aggressive players, but they also had a game that could combat if it was moving around, or if it was, a little bit tricky. You lost a couple of wickets early. They could adapt and played the situation accordingly. I'm not saying the two guys at the top can't at the minute. I just think we just need to be able to maybe do it a little bit better. For instance, Ben Duckett's had a pretty good run of it at the top, hasn't he? He's played fantastically well, and unfortunately for Salty, it hasn't quite as gone as well. I genuinely believe he's got the game to do it. He probably just needs to just tinker it a little bit and realise, find the right balance between the, not necessarily the big shots, but the aggressive game, and then being able to just see a few as well. I'm not saying he needs to block every ball, but I genuinely believe he has got the game, and he's an aggressive player, and I remember I've bowled at him a fair bit, and I've seen him play a lot, and he's got the ability to do it. It's just finding the right balance of, finding the right tempo, I suppose, is what I'm after.
Poor shots today, though. I mean, to play horizontal bat shots so soon in your innings on a pitch you haven't played on, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? It's about execution.
Yeah, I totally agree, Agus, and I think I suppose that's the point I'm getting to, is the fact that it's the first over of the game. He wants to kind of put his front foot forward and show that he's going to be aggressive, which is absolutely fine, but still got to be able to assess the conditions. For me, as an opening bowler who played a career as I have, one of my jobs is to bowl the first couple of overs with the new ball and assess what's the right length to bowl, what's the pitch doing, is the ball swinging, and the opposition batsman should be doing the same thing for me. Is the ball moving around, is the ball coming on, and that doesn't mean you can't be aggressive, be on the front foot, look to be positive, but you still just need to be clever. It's that same thing between being too aggressive and being smart. Yeah.
You can make time. And Jansen's such a tall man as well. I'm going back to that sort of short ball again. I mean, it would have been sensible, surely, to have a look. If he's going to bowl that sort of length, to have a look at where the ball's going to go.
I mean, I would say that there is the odd plus here, and one of them is actually one of the opening batters, Ben Duckett. I thought he's had a good tournament, played one brilliant innings, and set himself up quite well in the other two. But he is a plus now, and 6 months ago he was not reckoned to be a white ball opener. And the other thing is that when you are out of form, this is what I suspect happens, you go hunting for that early boundary. Duckett, by the end, was actually showing quite a lot of restraint, because he knew, I'm in great nick. If I stay in, I'll hit those boundaries. But if you're in bad form, you go hunting for them, for that reassurance that I'm there. The good players in good nick, they seem to have an ocean of time. They can wait because they know they're in good nick, and those boundaries will come. But if you're out of nick, you get desperate. And there's quite a lot of players at the top there, excluding Duckett and Joe Root, who looked a bit desperate because they're not in good nick. It's a cruel game, one-day cricket, when you're in bad nick as a batsman.
What about the captaincy? Now, Brendan McCullum, England's head coach, has said he's not ruling out the possibility of a separate 50 over and T20 captain. It may be he's just looking for a sort of holding pattern in terms of what he's saying to the media for now. But he said, he's not said, no, he could have said, I just want one captain actually for white ball cricket. But he said, I'm not ruling out the possibility of.
He'll go away and think about it. I mean, there's no rush for this, is there? He'll go away and he'll have to talk to Rob Key, he'll have to talk to others. And they'll go away and have a conversation about that, I'm sure. I mean, it's happened before. Stuart Broad was the T20 captain, wasn't he, for a little while? I don't know. I mean, my own view, I disagreed with Simon Wilde earlier on. I just think that they've got to appoint somebody, because they're going to need time to get into the job. Whoever it is not going to be an experienced leader unless they really do go someone like Sam Billings or something and have a real stopgap. But
because there's a T20 tournament this time next year, so that's the next focus, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, but I would like to have at least personally a captain who's used to leading a team under pressure and making decisions about bowling changes and all those things that you need in place by them. But that's only a personal preference. But they've got 2.5 years for the World Cup, and I just think that's a nice period of time to get somebody who is inexperienced now into a position. At least they've got a team. They've worked that length of time with Brendan McCullum. They know how each other work, and just to give that fella some experience, whoever it is. I mean, I personally, I would give it to Harry Brook. And if he is exhausted during the 100, well, rest a few games. There's something more important here, and that's getting England's white ball cricket back on track again. Ben Stokes opted out of the IPL to give himself a bit of head space and headroom. Well, maybe Harry Brooks going to start looking at those sort of decisions. If you're England captain, the whole world changes when you become captain of England. Much more responsibility. Your whole world changes. So they've got to make that decision, and then we'll just have to see where it goes. But they're not going to decide anything immediately. I'm sure of that.
But would you rule out? Would you think it would not be a good idea to have two white ball captains and see them as two separate games? Well, they obviously are separate games, but I mean, really see them as separate games.
Well, I think it depends how they decide how they're going to play 50 overs. I mean, the thing about Brendan McCullum is he's not going to row back, is he? He's not going to say, you've got to pull it back a bit for 50 overs. That's just not the way he plays. It isn't the way he played. It's not the way he plays the game. It's just kind of full on with McCullum. Whether it's Test cricket or T20. I'll be honest, Simon. I'm not really fussed. I mean, I just think they've got to look at what's gone wrong here. That's the first thing, and they've got to look at how they're going to get this white ball game back on track. It all happens so quickly. They're not going to have a huge amount of time to do that. It'll be the next T20 World Cup before you know it, and they won't have played that many games together. They'll have played for various franchises, 100 teams and everything else, but they won't have played together very much by the time this World Cup takes place. So I would rather have somebody in there now, a captain who knows. I know that the players will change from T20 to 50 overs, but there's someone who is in charge, knows he's in charge, and he and the coach are working well together.
As someone who's played all three formats, Chris, I mean, would it feel a bit odd to have three separate captains within the England setup if it did happen, or would that work perfectly well?
No, I think it could. I think it could work. Yeah, I don't see why not. To be honest with you, Simon, I feel like we're in a stage with where cricket is landscape-wise, where that could easily be the way forward. Whether they go down the route of the guy doing both formats, both T20 and ODI, if they believe that's the person who's going to be able to lead both teams and play in both teams and be guaranteed a spot in both teams, then that's fine. If they feel that isn't the case, then I can think you can probably go for two separate ones, because as you say, the formats they are very different. I know people probably don't see it that way from outside, but
I do.
I totally agree. I think they are. They're extremely different, and with more and more T20 cricket being played around the world, I feel like ODI cricket has become more different, even further away from the T20 game, if that makes sense. Which is weird, because obviously it's still played with a white ball, and you effectively just think that 50 overs would be an extended 20 over game, but it's not. There's more little games within the game, which I think is closer to Test cricket and being able to do things for longer.
I mean, what I was thinking, I often think actually being a one-day captain is more difficult than being a Test captain. You may get more sort of long-term pressure, but you have to make decisions so quickly. The shorter the game, the more quickly you've got to make those decisions, because if you get it wrong in a T20 game, you can't claw it back. And I'm not so anti the two captains thing, not necessarily because the players are different, but it's a punt, whoever they appoint. They won't be experienced captains. They won't have done it. And as I mentioned last night, it would almost be a case, in my mind, we could have a couple captains, one for T20, and we'll try and work out, hang on a minute, it's not automatic that everyone can do this job. We'll see who's the best at doing this, because it is a difficult role. You've got to think really quickly under pressure in these one-day games. If you get it wrong, you can lose the game, particularly in T20 cricket, in 10 minutes. So they'll be taking a real punt whichever way they go, because they're not experienced, the guys who are the obvious candidates. And one might be very, very good, and one might not be so good. We don't really know yet.
Well, there's lots to sort out around this England white setup. Chris, thanks so much for your time. Go back to your rest and relaxation and mental relaxation before the new season. You got something to say?
I've got a quiz. You've been very big on your quiz questions, haven't you?
Okay,
on this little I've got a quiz question for you.
Oh dear.
What does this England team and Gemini have in common?
Did Gemini crash somewhere? I don't.
Nul point.
They were in the
2003
Eurovision Song Contest.
It's my time.
Right.
Which sounds an appropriate song.
Yeah.
Nul point.
Well, I'm glad I didn't know the answer to that.
I didn't even know who Gemini was.
Nor did I, so I looked it up.